Алло. Sabe que é Dronado? Dronado? Alô, alô. Alô. Alô, alô, alô. Alô, alô,
Well, it's day 5 here in Stockholm. We've had some good weather over the first 4 days. We've been a little bit spoiled, in fact, but this morning the rain is coming down. I think we're going to need a little bit of help if we are going to get some cricket on the park. But stay with us. It's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series, Sweden, Stockholm, and it starts, hopefully, right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to Stockholm. Unfortunately, not quite the same scenes we've had so far this week. Vinny Sandu here with you, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. And this is day 5 of the FanCode European Cricket Series, Sweden, Stockholm. Planning to have the last 4 Group A matches today, starting with match number 17 between Albi Zalmi and the Stockholm Titans. We did have a toss, and it was the Titans that won the toss and elected to field. But unfortunately, as you can see, at the moment, we don't have too much good news with respect to the weather. Joining me, of course, as always, is Rico Full. And Rico, well, not quite the conditions we wanted here for a Friday. And look, potentially, we are going to see some cricket today, but just not straight away because match 17 has been delayed due to the weather. Yeah,
I mean, the weather has come and ruined what so far has been a fantastic start to this series in Stockholm, the Newsborough Cricket Ground. Yeah, I mean, it was forecasted, we have to say. Yeah. We were hopeful. Yesterday we were doing all sorts of things, fingers crossed, etc. But right on cue it's come. Let's just hope there is. I mean, one thing we will say that if it does stop, the way that this ground is soaking up and absorbing this water, it's still rock hard out there. So if it does stop, the covers will come off. I think there'll be a quick inspection from the match officials, and I think we're ready to go. But we're just waiting for that break.
Yeah, and you can see that it's pretty well protected in the middle, like you say, Rico. And so, yeah, it's just unfortunate. The weather has come in as predicted, you'd have to say, but it certainly is the sort of situation that could change quickly. So a big thanks to everyone, of course, that's helped out making the ground, protected as it is. Yep. And I know the players are raring to go. We've got Albi Zalmi, Stockholm Titans this morning. We've got Indiska Botchirika this afternoon. Now, there is some scope, of course, rather than abandoning these matches, to perhaps postpone them. And we do have nice long days here in Sweden. We've got sunlight today all the way up for another 12 hours or so. So, yeah. Look, there's potentially things we can do. I guess the things that are out of our hands is the weather. But well, for all of you that are watching this morning, hopefully there's a few of you, and I know that I've already had a few people commenting in the live chat. We do have some cricket to show you, and we are actually going to go back to a very memorable match. Now, Albi Zalmi, they're on the park this morning, or they're meant to be, so we thought, let's show you a bit of an ECN classic match. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Rico, and the match we're going to show them is going to be absolutely brilliant. We're going to take you back a couple of months, and well, it seems so long ago now, but it was the 4th of March. It's the European Cricket League Group D final. Albi Zalmi, they finished 4th in the group stage. They won their way all the way through to the final, and they are taking on the German champions MSC Frankfurt. So we're going to take you there now and show you the full match. I'll probably pop back at halftime, give you an update with the weather. You can just keep an eye on the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network, for updates, as well as our EuropeanCricket.com website. And also across the bottom of the screen, we will be able to give you some updates from time to time. But at the moment, there's not too much good news. But I can tell you, in this match we're about to show you from March, it was Albi Zalmi that won the toss. They elected to field on that occasion, so MSC Frankfurt, they're going to bat first. Lemar Momand will be the bowler. He's bowling to none other than Mini Boom Boom, Shahid Afridi Jr. 10 overs. And don't forget, there was a place in the championship week at stake. So for now, it's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Enjoy this ECN Classic. I'm back here in Stockholm shortly for a weather update. Enjoy.
So here we go. It's the Group D final. Looking forward to this. We called it the Group of Death at the start of the week, and it's proved to be really tight indeed. Okay, this man's very, very important on strike, and he's also facing a man that's been bowling well all week. Lemar Momand, he bowls left arm in swing, and he gets it through at a good pace. He's going to be bowling, well, to this danger man. And can Shahid Afridi, Mini Boom Boom, can he get on with it? First ball of the Group D final. Here we go. Oh, it's well bowled. Good heavy length, swinging back in and wraps him on the gloves. A dot ball to start, and the action has started here. So dot ball to start. As I mentioned just before, it's been a low-scoring week. You sort of feel in that final sort of pressure, if they can get themselves to 80, around 85, they might be able to defend that. Swinging and swung hard, and it's in a gap. That might go away for 4. No, he gets across to it. He gets a boot on it. Well, that's pretty good fielding. I don't really like the foot fielding usually, but he's going to save his team 2 runs, and that's going to open the scoring in this Group D final. Well, Afridi, he'll be feeling a lot better now that he's off the mark. He goes for a big heave-hove across the line. Got a fair bit of bat on it, but well stopped. 2 runs. Now just a change to the field here. I like this change. So deep, Midon goes back to the rope. He's deep, and you've got deep backward point. That's much better, especially to Shahid Afridi. Pulled straight to the man, and he's gone. It's a good catch, and well, the Group D final. Albi Zalmi, they are timing their run perfectly. That is a huge wicket in the final. It's well caught at square leg. Any catch in a big final is always a bit of pressure. And the team from Sweden, they just keep on trucking today. And that's a big, big wicket. You can see him practicing the shot there. It sort of cramped him for room. He couldn't release his hands. And he's gone. What a wicket that is. And what a day this is turning out to be to Albi Zalmi, the sleeping giants. They were pretty quiet the first few days, but not today. And it's the most important day. A little bit of a juggler. And that's a really smart catch in the end by Shahid Ali. He'll be happy with that. First wicket goes. And that man again, he keeps taking wickets. Lamar Momand, he's bowling well. Unfortunately for Afridi, we won't see him anymore with the bat in this tournament. Well, maybe not in this group, but we'll see him with the ball a little bit later. So first wicket down. Wow, are we on for another surprise? I mean, last week we thought Brescia, yeah, they had a chance to do what they did, but I'll be honest, this morning I didn't think Albi Zalmi could go 3 on a row. They've won 2, and they've started the 3rd perfectly. So changing the field again. Looks like, well, it's a very fine 3rd man. And backward point. That's hit hard. Well, not hard, sorry. Miscued to mid-off. So he's off the mark now. And, well, 3 for 1. What a start this is for the team from Sweden. Can they go bang-bang at the top? Early wickets in the power play always helps. He's getting quite a bit of movement as well. He swung the ball all week. It's well bowled, well defended. There's no run there. And, you have to think, I mean, when you win 2 on the trot, you must go into that 3rd game very confident. You take that confidence from the preliminary win. It was a tight affair, but they got up over Euston Exiles. Now they're bringing all that momentum, all that energy into this one. I don't think they want to be chasing any more than 80. Now the captains come to the crease. Sikandar Khan, key player. Driven, top ball. What a great start this is. That's going to take us to the end to the first. It's 3 for 1. Good opportunity to welcome back. Yellow suit wearing, good friend, Vinny Sandhu. Good afternoon.
Yeah, thanks, Corey. It's great to have you here. Happy first final for you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Promotion.
Well, had to do it. It's in your contract, but no, it looks great to be here, of course. Saw a few moments ago.
Nice touching moment, Vinny.
Yeah,
well done. Well done, buddy.
It's genuine. I mean, everyone's here because they love cricket, right?
Yep.
And everyone loves cricket for a reason. And for me, you know, Rod Marsh and Shane Warne, for differing reasons, they are big reasons that I was inspired to take up the game. And I just looked around and I thought of all the people here that, you know, they would have been a part of the story of how they're here, how they loved cricket in the first place. And yeah, it's sad, but we are going to do this final the justice it deserves because it's a big match. And this is pretty good first ball from Taz Qureshi. And I heard you saying in the first over, as I was walking over, Albi Zalmi, this is what they did in ECS in Stockholm. They finished 4th out of 5 in their group, they had to play then the top of the other group, beat them, then beat the other team in the final, then had to play the other ECS winner and beat them 2-1 to be here. But they did all of that. I think the first game they got bought up for 60 in 7 overs.
Wow.
Anyway, here we go. This is pretty short.
Well, looks like it'll be the first one for the over, not signalled wide.
Look at the height there. I wonder if that was deliberate or maybe it was just one that kind of slipped out of Qureshi's hands, but it's, it was pretty high. It's going to be the one for the over. Buys out there, Asad Ali and Tyrone Peters for your Group D final. Well, this is skewed, and this will be another wicket. Well, surely the fielder, well, he has to go fight it, but he gets it, and they're up and about. Zabiul and Niazi takes the catch. 2 chances, 2 wickets, 2 big fish gone. It's 3 for 2.
I'm telling you, they are the sleeping giant, all right. I did not expect this today, and let alone this in the final. What a start it is for them. 2 huge wickets early, and, well, the steam train, Albi Zalmi, they just keep on trucking, and another wicket falls. If you're MSC Frankfurt, you must be feeling nervous now because you're playing a team that just has such momentum. Looked like it was an off-speed delivery. It's a bit of a swat. It's not a great-looking shot. I thought the fielder had got himself into an awful tangle, but in the end, he takes the catch. And, well, a little bit of a celebration there. 2 wickets down, and look how pumped up the reserve players and coaches are.
If you think they're pumped up, I'll show you some footage shortly of what's happening in Stockholm right now. As they're going absolutely bananas. Amin Khan, well, he's had some good moments, but not in the final. He goes for just 1, and it's 3 for 2. Look, not only have they got those 2 big wickets, but they've pretty much stopped the runs as well. Only 3 in the first over and a half. Time to rebuild, and Paramveer Singh is the man.
Well, the coolest man on earth. Ray-Bans, final, Group D.
They are prescription. That's why he feels comfortable wearing them.
Oh, don't take that away.
But, well, the prescription he'll need is for some runs here, and both batters yet to score. He nicks 1, and it's well fielded.
That's a very fine short third, very fine. I thought that was going to go away for 4.
He should earn a nicked 4. I think that's why, so get him fine.
I've got one for you.
Go.
They finished 4th.
Yep.
Brescia finished 4th.
Yep.
When you finish 4th, you only play 1 game on Thursday in the afternoon. You get a lot of rest.
John?
Is 4th the new first?
It's an interesting theory. I actually think there's not enough data to kind of draw a correlation. I just think we've had 2 pretty good teams that have underperformed and hit their straps at the right time. But certainly the rest has helped. It's a hard way to do it, I think. Here's Qureshi. This one just sneaks past the outside edge of the bat.
I was up. I thought I heard a feather. Obviously not. But yeah, I mean, finishing 4th on that Thursday, you get to have a sleep in. You get to have the afternoon off. You only play 1 game. And then on the Friday, you can go bang, bang, bang. I mean, Brescia shocked us last week. I did not expect us to see it again in the competition, but at the moment, it's happening.
Here's the thing. They did this before, and it was nothing about getting a rest or anything like that. They just had to win when it counted. That's what they did in ECS in Sweden in 2021, and that's why they're here. Last ball, the over from Qureshi.
Could be a maiden. Wow. He's bowled a maiden, Vinny. Unbelievable. Imagine starting a final like that. He takes a wicket in the over. It's 3 for 2.
I think, well, according to me, I think there might have been a run in there. Did they take that run on the 4th ball of the over?
Oh, there's a lot going on.
Either
Vinny.
3 or 4, but either way, it's not that many. Let's have a look at how we got here. MSC Frankfurt, well, they did it the easy way, didn't they? Top of the table, although they did lose 1 match. They lost that one to VOC Rotterdam when they completely messed up a chase. They still finished top of the Super 3 on that run rate, and they won against Austin Exiles, but they were challenged. I mean, it's not like they've had it all their own way this week. And Albi Zalmi, he mentioned they finished 4th, so they only won 2 of their round-robin games, lost 3, losing record. Not anymore. Now this one beats them for pace, and I think this is what they want to do. I mean, they got to bowl first in every single game today. Okay, they lost the toss in the last game they played, but they still got to bowl first. And they just want to choke teams, get them down to low targets, and then back themselves to get there. And they've been a bit scratchy getting there almost every time, but they've gotten there.
How good's this guy been as well? Lamar Moment, I think he's been one of the bowlers of the week. He gets a lot of bounce, he gets a lot of shape, a lot to like.
Oh, is it a little nick on this? I'm not so sure. It seemed to me like it might have flicked the pad.
Oh, how hasn't it hit leg stump? That's an absolute seed. That's come back a long way. I thought that was going to clatter into the stumps. Oh, it's just missed leg. Look at this, Vinny.
Have a look. Doesn't miss by much.
Oh.
A bit high as well, probably, but the Paramveer, I think they're the right prescription. Wow, what a day.
We have a big shout as well. It's Roger's birthday.
It's
all happening.
Happy birthday, Roger.
Happy birthday. He's in the chat before.
Hello, Roger. Yeah, I think I spotted that. Hope you're well, Roger. Many, many happy returns to you on your birthday.
Absolutely.
Man's up and about. And this one's going places, and it's going to go to the jungle. It's cut behind point. The first boundary, sorely needed boundary for the German champions, MSC Frankfurt.
Yeah, that will just steady the nerves a little bit. Can we go back to just saying that they're not prescription glasses and he's the coolest man in Group D?
I think they can be prescription and cool.
It's pretty amazing.
I don't think they're mutually exclusive.
It's an amazing look. I love it. The Ray-Bans and hitting balls everywhere. What a shot that is. First boundary in this final.
And one thing they did do is also kind of burgled 2 overs here, Sweden. So you need to pretty much make your score in 8. That's how many they are at the moment. Oh, this one bites back at Paramveer Singh. One thing they have done as well, to be fair, the Germans, they have mixed their order up. Sometimes too much so, but they do have a lot of guys that have batted a lot this week, still to come.
Do you think that's an advantage, batting in different positions, or do you think it messes with the mindset?
I don't think it messes too much. I think batting's batting in T10 for the most part.
Yep.
So I think, you just don't want to have guys out there that haven't even had a go this week. So there's quite a few of them out there, and they've batted up and down the order. Edged and gone. It's another wicket, and Moman gets a second. Ismail Zia with the catch behind. This innings is in tatters. MSC Frankfurt 8 for 3.
Oh, Moman, he's that good, and he just pushed this one a little bit across him. The left armour, he is having a day out. I know a lot of people in the fan zone were telling me they didn't want to face him, and he's taken another wicket. Albi Zalmi, they are on top.
Unbelievable stuff. And look, he's so dangerous because he brings some back in. And then this one just kind of pushes across. It doesn't really swing back. Ismail Zia, well, he was in a perfect position. He took it comfortably just over waist height. And Paramveer knew that as soon as that one took the edge of the bat, that his final was over with the bat. He goes for 5. The score 8 for 3.
Yeah, unbelievable scenes here. Unbelievable. Hope you're enjoying this all around the world. And 8 for 3. It's been a low-scoring week, though. If you're MSC Frankfurt, you're going to be saying 75-80. We can defend this.
Particularly last couple of days, it has been. So if you can scramble a 70-plus, look, even a 60-plus, I just think with the pressure we're going to have, and I know MSC Frankfurt, they're going to bring everything. They have destroyed the batting orders of some really top teams this week. Well, there's Rico in the fan zone. Bit more, what's the word, refined than when you were over there a couple of weeks ago.
Last ball, the power play. Oh, well, that's swung in a long way. He has a shot here, could be close. Oh, I tell you what, they're going to go on the misfield here, so they're going to sneak another one. It's going to be 2 leg byes, I think.
Yeah, it's too many cooks backing up. There were 2 there.
Yeah, that's going to take us to the end of the power play, Vinny.
Yeah, well, earlier on, I had a quick word with MSC Frankfurt skipper, Sikandar Khan. And we'll go to that footage right now. I'm here with Sikandar Khan, the MSC Frankfurt skipper. Well, Sikandar, you started the week with a very strong victory over VOC Rotterdam, the defending champions. That must have given you a lot of confidence.
Yeah. As our team playing very well, and they give all us for the winning. A lot of people support us, our coach, our manager, and our players give all off to win this week, and it was a very nice week for us.
You really seem like you're a very close unit as a team. You have a lot of fun. What's it like to be here with basically your friends as well as your cricket teammates?
Yeah, we have a lot of friends, our family, my father, my uncles, my mother, wife, everyone supported us. They look in television, every match, every day they call us. They are with us in contact, and they pray for us that we win the final.
Now, what would you like to say to all of your fans in Germany and all the other MSC Frankfurts that are actually all around the world now?
I love them all, and I say pray for us that we win the European Championship, not in this final, the next round also.
Yeah, well, if you do win this, it'll just be the beginning of the story as well. Sikandar, good luck for the game. Let's get back to the action.
Yeah, back to the action, and well, just a single and a dot ball. Albi Zalmi, they have started the better of the 2. Well done, Vinny, on another good interview there. 11 for 3. Wowee.
Surprising.
12 for 3, sorry.
Not easily surprised either. Alizai Must be a wide, doesn't really come back. He bowls a lot of these off-cutters. Has been really effective. Just batters can't time him up. And a lot of the time when they do, they're a bit early on the stroke and they're just going straight up. And today, with the wind, they're just blowing straight to fielders.
Tell me why you think it's been such a low-scoring week. This is, especially the last 2 days, 48 hours, it's been remarkably low-scoring.
The wind, in 2 words, the wind. Come back to that in a second. Taps this way. Bit of work for the man on the boundaries. Usman Jabbar. Oh, a little fumble. They go for 2. Good throw. Would have had him in trouble. I think it was the bat behind, but the ball never hits the stumps. Look, my short answer is a lot of these shots, a lot of these batters, they get a lot of their runs by driving down the ground, right?
Yep.
Because it's a fairly safe shot. It's more of a straight bat shot. You got a higher margin for error. And normally they go for 6. But now that this wind has taken that away from them a lot of the time. And the difference between it being 6 and out, it's huge for your innings because you get 2, 3 of those. Suddenly you've lost your key players, and that's why we're seeing teams struggling to get 100. And you need to adapt. I think players that can ramp and deflect would probably kind of like this wind.
So are you bringing your mid-off up then and saying, well, hit it over him?
Yeah, that's something I don't think I've seen enough of, to be honest. I would probably be protecting maybe like a squarish fine leg or something like that. The other thing is with the ball, a lot of the bowlers have realised, okay, let's pitch it up because it's not easy to be driven straight. But I think that's the main reason I think we've seen lower scores. And it has a compounding effect, right? So if a lot of these 6s are becoming out, so we've got to get your runs from somewhere. And we've had to see a lot get scrambled running between the wickets. We've seen some inventive batting as well, like Ismail Zia's last shot in the last game. Getting outside off and trying to hit to that leg side where the wind's going.
There's that off-cutter that you were talking about, Vinny. Really good ball. Just the single.
Got to say hello to Fayaz Nasseri, who's watching from Germany. And a few of the German viewers, they're wondering what's going on. But what I will say, don't worry about MSC Frankfurt too much because they have a long batting lineup. They will continue to attack. And, well, in the end, it's now or never. So this will just be one.
Yeah, so just pushed into the offside and a little bit of a rebuilding phase in this game. It might sound a bit odd to say rebuilding in a T10 clash, but 3 early wickets and all that pressure, that's what's going to happen. MSC Frankfurt, well, they need a bit of a hero at the moment. They need a cameo from somewhere. You sort of feel like the 2 Khans out there, they're just trying to get themselves set.
Off cutter, and this is the shot I think you need to play more if you can. And they think about a second, they say no.
Oh, I tell you what, that's good fielding. And good by the keeper there. The sun was right in his eyes. So
Ismail Zia, he's a man that was chaired off the ground about an hour and a half ago. You know, what a day for him. And he's got a big responsibility to keep going. And we know that he'll be giving his all for his team, but so will this strong MSC Frankfurt lineup. It's just flicked away to the leg side. This will be the end of the over. And pretty good one from Alizai. Ends up costing 9 and the score at the end of 4. It's Albizami on top. 18 for 4. Make that 19 for 4 after 3. Well, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Well, as the sun's coming through, that's a good side. And Corey Ruckers is here. And look, Sweden, we saw some videos of them yesterday. I knew that the Albizami, the juniors, the kids, they'd be excited. They're watching from Stockholm. Let's have a look and see exactly how they were preparing for this game.
how amazing is that, Vinny? That is great footage, isn't it?
They are. That's we're getting. We'll come back to live action. I know you guys will be watching. Love your enthusiasm, guys. And against one of their heroes, Ismail Zia, who was able to come up with that 6. And
that just shows how much the game is growing. I mean, Swedish kids in Sweden celebrating the team, celebrating cricket as a sport. Fantastic to see.
And I just did a interview with South Africa. I've been busy today.
You have been busy.
Chatting to people from all over the region. Mishit full toss here. Probably just be one.
I do appreciate all the hard work you put in, Vinny.
Yeah, well, I appreciate the hard work that so many people in European cricket, like Azam Khalil that you're seeing here, he's a hero to those kids, and so he should be. He's one of the nicest human beings you'll ever come across. Plays the game the right way as well. High. Oh, no, could have a run out here. He's air-mailed it. You wouldn't read about it Ismail Zia just has to get this anywhere near Azam Khalil.
Oh, I've seen some death stares before, and that, well, he's saying, why? How have you missed me by that much? Airmail's a good call. He's missed him by a long way.
That's about as angry as Azam ever gets. He still didn't say anything. He just looked. Look at this. He's so far down. And now the next ball is up, and he's going to be punished maximal. And so, well, has a close call, and the next ball disappears. 6 runs, and look who it is. It's Walid Khan. Well, he's had an interesting day as well. He sends this one from Khalil out of the ground.
Yeah, they needed that. That's a good strike. That cleared the rope by a long, long way. 6 runs, half volley, and absolutely clatters it.
So, yeah, Walid Khan.
It's all happening in this game.
Yeah, well, you'd expect it to. It's the final it deserves as well.
Last week, did you think that we saw Brescia do it? They pulled it off. Did you think that there was any chance Albi Zalmi were going to pull this off today?
I knew there was a chance. I'll be honest. I knew there was a chance because I saw them do it before.
Okay.
I saw them do it before. I mean, I was in Stockholm last year in the ECS. They looked like a rabble on day one. Oh, close call from Walid Khan.
So that you weren't as... Because for me, I'm absolutely surprised. I did
And
not
you know what
expect...
happens in the finals? Rahel Khan, their captain, clicked with the bat. A bit like he clicked today. Didn't go all the way, but set him up with that chase. And, well, there's a sense of belief in this team. This is in the air. Well, this could be another wicket, and it is. So this time it's Taz Qureshi taking the catch. He's had a good set of hands this week. Number 4 on his back, and that is wicket number 4. MSC Frankfurt 28 for 4.
It's an awful time to lose a wicket if you're an MSC Frankfurt supporter because they were just building a little partnership. It's a good, clean catch. You got to hold them in the final, and the 4th wicket goes down. It is still all Albi Zalmi. He doesn't get it out the middle of the bat. It's flat. It's straight to the man, and he's gone.
Just thinking as well, 2 countries here represented that went close to qualifying but didn't qualify for the championship week in the ECC just a few months ago here at Kartama. And I remember Sweden pulled off some amazing cricket. I mean, that impossible chase. This is the national team I'm talking about, chasing down 150 against Belgium. But Sweden, they were devastated. I still remember quite a few of these guys, they were almost too devastated to get on the bus that day after they got knocked out. And I think there's just this little bit of hunger, more than a little bit, in this Albi Zalmi lineup that I've picked up. But the Germans, well, they've got their own reasons to be desperate to qualify. I just think it'll be a game of cricket which is so hardly contested. It'll be hotly contested. It will also kind of pay respect to the moment as well. But what a start this is for the Swedes, 28 for 4.
There is so much on the line. I mean, you're playing in front of millions around the world, your family, your friends, and well, you desperately want to be coming back to Kartama for a 2nd week. But they need a partnership now. They desperately need someone to go big. That is gorgeous bowling. What I've been really impressed about this Albi Zalmi seam brigade, they do put it on the right length and the right line more often than not.
They seem to read the pitch and made these kind of in-game adjustments, haven't they? You know, on the wind factor, for example. But also, everyone seems to think that this end we're bowling from this week has a bit of extra bounce. Got to say hello to everyone from Heathrow who's in the house as well. Welcome to you. It's great to have you. I'm sure they're loving the sunshine.
Yep, sure they are.
They're here to play a couple of games across the weekend.
Single into the leg side. Yeah, no, the fan zone's getting quite busy, isn't it? It's absolutely pumping. Yeah. All the other teams that have been knocked out, they're here watching as well. It's great to see.
Of course. Yeah, so I know that the Englishmen that are here, they've got a couple of tour games against Granada at CC tomorrow, then against Costa del Sol on Sunday. So they're warming up for the weekend.
Nice.
It's a great thing. Something we couldn't really do in Australia that easily growing up, right? Just go move to another country and play a bit of cricket with your team.
Definitely not from Perth anyway.
Not from Perth. Take 3 days to get there.
It's good bowling. See, he's just bowling that sort of heavy length. It's in between a half volley and in between 2 short, and that's really difficult to get away.
If you're going to go after this, you're going to have to take a massive risk. That's the thing, as a batter.
Well, there they are. There's a few more out there.
I've also got to mention everyone that's come via the newspaper, Sir, in English. And that is video, so you are allowed to move around over there. And I met some of them earlier. No, they are lovely.
Still picture.
They are lovely. Sir, in English have a bus of cricket goers coming today. Well, this one hangs up, and he gives up his wicket. And look who it is, Azman Jabbar, who picks up that catch. It was just a loop, like a little dab, gets it high on the bat. That's a big one. That's the captain gone. And how about that from Qureshi? He picks up his second wicket. And, well, this innings goes from bad to worse for the German supporters. MSC Frankfurt 30 for 5.
Well, this just gets a little bit of extra bounce. It'll be interesting. I think he might have rolled his fingers over there. It's like a big off-cutter. And let me have a look here closely. And he gets that extra bounce. He doesn't put his bat through it. It was the off-cutter. Goes straight to the man at short third. And, well, Albi Zalmi, the steam train, they just keep on going.
They'll be Sakata Khan will be so upset with that because he was just trying to be a bit more conservative, the captain. He can score quickly. And he felt, I think, that he needed to take responsibility. And so it's kind of it's not a hyper-aggressive shot, is it? It's just one that he just tries to work and deflect, but it gets big on him, and he's got to go for 5. It's 30 for 5.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. I was not expecting this. They've come out the block so quickly of Albi Zalmi. I mean, if they close here, well, they might be able to restrict them to something like 60-odd, but MSC Frankfurt, they've still got some balls left. They'll be wanting at least 70. Surely they need a 70 in a final.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, anything's possible. I mean, you would have seen low-scoring finals, just growing up.
To be honest, low-scoring finals are the best finals.
Yeah, and just as the batters, they know they've only got one chance. It really kind of heaps on the pressure.
Look at Qureshi's figures.
2 for 3 with a couple of balls to go. Not just 2 wickets, but only 3 runs. Oh, that's so close to the edge. Stop ball. But before I forget, that Wasim Khan of MSC Frankfurt, member of their squad, his daughter Nimra Khan is 3 years old today. So happy birthday to you, Nimra.
Yep.
Hope you have a wonderful day. And don't worry, Daddy will be home soon. But he'll be hoping he has to go away again in a week because he wants to come back for Championship Week. But no, Nimra, I know that you're watching, and very, very happy birthday to you. Hope you have a lovely day. Last ball for Qureshi. Driven nicely, and this will go to the boundary. I fancy it does. So Atika 1. Well, he has been thrown into the cauldron, but he responds with the boundary. End of 6 overs, it's 34 for 5.
Yeah, Qureshi, great figures of 2 for 7, but he'll be disappointed to give a boundary on his last ball. It was full, it was wide, it was hit away for 4. There's no deep cover in place. So is that the boundary that's going to give MSC Frankfurt a little bit of momentum? Look at the bowling figures. Well, that was quick, but they're very good for Albi Zalmi at the moment.
Some of the innings have been quick.
Yeah,
that's why as well.
I mean, if you're at MSC Frankfurt and you can go at 10 for the next 4, you're going to end up on 74, and in the final you've got a chance. Here they are, they're back again. Look at those two, Lamar Muhammad and Taz Qureshi, 2 for 7 apiece in a final.
We've got twins.
You take that with both hands.
We've got twin figures. Oh, we always talked about this Group D, didn't we? Always talked about Group D.
We did.
And we didn't know who was going to get through. And I got to say, still the case for me right now.
Well, you don't think that Albi Zalmi have 1 foot through the door? 34 for 5.
Watch. I never judge games in the first half of the first innings. And I've got a
fence.
good reason.
You're sitting on the fence.
Every time a team gets in this position, they always get to 70. Except for your guys. But but pretty much every time a team gets in a hole, they find someone to whack a few boundaries at the end where they almost don't care anymore. And then, we saw 75 almost hold up earlier on. It's good Kudratullah Mir Afzal. He's getting some good cut. Well, you better get back, and you better get back quick.
Well bowled, well bowled.
Cutter Khan, he can whack it around as well. They just need someone to come off for them here. And Cutter's had a bit of a nasty run with the bat. He was the 3rd leg of a hat trick. And I hope his gloves are okay because he hurled him at about 90 miles an hour when he got into the dugout.
A little bit of frustration.
It's okay once you get in the dugout.
Well, it happens to the best of us.
No one was hurt. My teammates knew to clear out. Leans on this.
See, I really like this fielding position. It's it's not a third man. It's like a deep backward point because the ball, even when it's timed, it splices off there as well.
Yeah. No, you read my mind there. It's interesting. They've got that really fine third man. I'll probably call it like a short second man because he's not quite a third man.
It's very fine.
Yeah, but that's what allows them to have the third man on the boundary a little bit wider. Goes for it. Now, how much has he got? Not enough. And what a wonderful catch by Azam Khalil. Well, there he is, holding the pose, and I'm sure they're going crazy in Stockholm right now. That was a half chance at best. Kudratullah Mir Afzal with the wicket, and that's the end of a dangerous striker. Cutter Khan, he's got to go. It's 36 for 6.
Well,
what a catch.
Well, after a week of seeing some easy ones put down, that wasn't easy at all. He made good ground about 15 metres to his left. Diving forward is never, ever easy. He cloths it nowhere near the middle of the bat. And look at this, 2 hands, soft blow, rolls with it. Sensational catch. And moments like that can win finals. Albi Zalmi, they can't put a foot wrong. They've got them 6 down for not many, and look at them, the smiles on their faces. Katakan, he goes for 2 off 3, and they are in all sorts, Vinny.
Oh, I thought Carter could have been the man. He knows that he could be as well. And I think it's clever, that leg side. I mean, normally I don't say drag everything leg side. This is one day, if you think you can get something leg side, do it. Because the wind's kind of helping you a little bit, but the margin of error is still slim, and he just didn't get enough of that. I thought there was no way that was carrying to Khalil either.
No, he made good ground. And well, you were just mentioning that usually teams will always get to 70. But someone still has to do it, and it's getting to that danger point. If someone doesn't, well, I can't see them getting back into this match.
True.
I mean, you can't defend 50, 60, surely. You need someone.
The record chase, and someone asked me this early, or the record defence, I should say, is 63. It's been done twice.
Yeah, but that wasn't in a final.
It wasn't in a final. It does take me back to the final in Milan. That was a low-scoring thriller. I think it was 74 was almost defended, and that was actually a pretty high-scoring tournament.
Yep.
But the team, Fresh Tropical, great name by the way.
Fresh Tropical.
Fresh Tropical.
Love to have
Yeah,
one
all
of theirs,
ECN fans, you know Fresh Tropical. At one point, I think they were 9 for 4. There's normally that one partnership that just will get you through.
Yep.
And you can say that for both innings, really. Here, they need a partnership to get them through. It's the end of 7 overs here. Still not quite run a ball pace. MSC Frankfurt there, 38 for 6. Gives us a chance to look at what's coming up as we have a look at some of the fans around the ground.
Yeah, it's really piled in here. It's been a cool day, a bit breezy, but the fan zone, they're loving this final. And, well, there's the Malta Super Kings. They're enjoying themselves. There's Rico full sitting with them. There's a few others around as well enjoying this match. Great to see them all here and supporting the competition.
Here's Alizai. He's back and he gets it off first ball. He bowls some of them that kind of don't cut and then some that do. And he's been pretty good and pretty accurate as well.
So, Vinny, is there a reason why you haven't let me in the fan zone? Is this a tactical final for me? No, it's good to be here. Tell you what, this is exciting. Alizai steaming in. Well, another wideish ball. This one is signalled wide. Just touching the tram line. Little bit of a way swing with the breeze. Every run is so vital here. 17 balls left in the innings. This is good umpiring. It just touches that line. Good enough for me to give that a wide. 17 balls left in this innings. They need at least 2 or 3 sixes, you'd imagine.
Yeah. See if it comes from somewhere. No, he's against Alizai. Having a very good week. It goes offside and gets it pretty good. There's no one back here. They're covering other areas. It's a nice shot. Counter-attack is on from Owen. He moves into double figures. That's been pretty rare today. And MSC Frankfurt move into the 40s.
Yeah, so this is where it's a bit of a tactical error. There's Maya. She's enjoying herself. Well,
what's she thinking?
Princess Lara. And that's a nice shot through the offside. They don't have a steep cover, and I think that's a wise move. They're putting it in now. Square legs coming up because he's bowling big away swing. So now they've got the boundary right over there. I actually like this field. Yeah, I like this field a lot. This is different.
Corey likes it.
You're actually protecting quite a lot of pockets of space, and yeah, I think I'll be running this field later in the year. This is one that I've drawn
up. Take a picture so you can steal it.
No, they've stolen this off me. I really like this field. I would just move that man in the ring a little bit squarer, but on the offside, all of a sudden you're covering 3 of the main areas, and you're asking the batsman walk across the stumps and try and get it over square leg.
Not easy if it's one of those cutters either, because you don't often get that pace to work with. They've
Absolutely.
got 2 men inside the circle behind square. This is, yeah, it's just getting a few to kind of hit the seam and go the other way. Alizai, you just got to keep your foot on the gas as long as you can. If you're Albies Albi, you got to keep pressing and don't let this innings turn. So often it'll turn and then you know you feel like a bit silly because you're chasing 20 more than you should be.
Yeah.
Alizai is executing his skills well this over.
Slower ball, good bowling, Vinny.
That's that. That's that little off cutter again.
They still haven't gotten away yet. I know what you mean, and usually someone gets away and they end up getting to that 70 odd, but that still feels quite a long way away.
I'll tell you how long it is away. We'll probably need 2 overs of 13 to get there.
Thanks, Vinny.
So we haven't seen anything like that yet. All single digits. Will they come in the last? 13 balls remaining. Another swing and a miss. Well, Ayubi struggling to get back on ball. That's 8 overs down. The score is 44 for 7 after 8 overs. Now, let's talk a little bit about what we're going to see on the other side of the weekend. 44 for 6 after 8. And, well, we're going to see some more action from 6 new teams. And look, yeah, interesting. Talk us through some of these teams that we'll see on Monday.
Well, 2 stand out for me. HBS Kronhout, the other Dutch champion, second place, but they got the ticket because VSA were the reigning champions.
Yep.
Very good side. Toby's VSA, Teo Warburg, Pakai Care. Looking forward to Mohammed Cameron, Mohammed Ishan. I know the Corfu. So who's the young leg spinner from Corfu?
Georgios Galanis,
Yep.
16-year-old, maybe 17 now.
Brilliant. And the team from Cyprus, I don't know too much about.
Got some big hitters, but let's see how they go on the big stage. Marlo from Portugal.
Yeah, Marlo from Portugal, they're good.
Yeah.
They're very good. We watched them. Shazad absolutely waxed
Best
it.
catch in any era of cricket.
Yeah, let's
I think
get that
actually-
back up next week.
They were batting. Well, time to go. Azam Khalil's after this. Might get 2 here. They really dawdled on the first one, and now they won't. So, I mean, that's what I thought. If they run the first one, they might get back, because now you've got Ayubi on strike. He's just struggled early, hasn't he? He's only got 1 single off his first 4 balls.
He has struggled, and they just need to find the boundary. They need to, minimum for me, get to 70. But that seems like a long way away. I think they'd take 60 from here. This has been sensational from Albi Zalmi.
3 4s and a 6 through the first 8 overs.
Oh, wow.
And
only 4 boundaries.
yeah. And some of their players are coming good now, like Kudratullah, who bowled an over 1 for 4, and now he's back. And this one's just flat batted.
I might think of 2.
I think they can go. Kudratullah is that player that he's really good when he gets going. Just seemed low on confidence in the middle of the week to me.
I know you're good, Vinny, but
Yeah.
there's no way you're this good. There's no way you saw Albi Zalmi storming today, finals Friday, like this. They hammered VOC.
They said to me 2 days ago. Right, this is in the air, and won't carry to Khalil. He'll only allow a single. They said to me on Wednesday, when they end up finishing out of the top 3, this actually happened at the hotel.
Yeah.
A couple of their senior players, won't say who, they said, yeah, we will win this, you know. Oh, they said, we can win this, you know. And I said, I know, because I've seen it before. I've seen it before. But what I said is, even when I spoke to them this morning, look, a lot of it will be out of your hands, but what you can affect, you have to do really, really well. And that's how they've played. Oh, this will be some runs. It's too short this time, angling in. This will be 4. So Ayubi finally gets one out of the middle of the bat, or close to, and this one brings up the 50 for MSC Frankfurt in the 9th over.
It's a belated 50. Not too much celebration from the dugout because they know they're under the pump, but 4 runs nonetheless. They had square leg in the ring, and unfortunately goes over him for 4. Good shot though. They're changing the field again now. 3rd man comes up, they put him back, so a little bit of ball following. I don't like that, but trying to stay ahead of the game.
We haven't even mentioned another issue, as we see another pull shot. They put an extra man back. Think about 2, but Azam, he throws it a bullet, so it'll only be a single. Now, someone asking why Down Muhammad hasn't batted yet. I'll give you a very good reason, because this morning he was hit in the jaw /
The
neck.
jugular.
Yeah, and so your anatomy isn't
In the neck.
100%. Well, yeah. Well, I mean,
What's a jugular?
he was hit badly.
Yeah,
and he
wasn't
wasn't wearing a
nice.
helmet. He's in the team. Oh, this will be runs. This will be 4. And all happens in the 9th, as we like to say. And so, Kudratullah, a bit more expensive. It's the first over to hit double digits. It's worth a dozen. And they get up to 56 for 6.
Needed
so they're
that.
creeping. Now, finally on Down Muhammad. He is back from hospital. He passed the fitness test. He's in the lineup, but I really think they don't want him batting. I think he'll bat 11, and they just want to use him as a bowler.
Yep. I think that's the right thing to do. That blow to the neck earlier today was sickening. So glad that he's playing, but probably the right decision to not risk him. But we're into the last. I mean, they get themselves to 56. Can they get, let's say they get 13 off it, then you've got to chase 70.
Yeah, exactly right. So, look, Krishan Mandan asking, Vinny, is it because of the wind or the bowling that's been so good? There have been no high-scoring games.
Has been a bowling week.
Yeah, I think it's both, though. I think it's both. The bowling's been good, but also now that wind's made it even harder. That's why we're seeing almost like 80s a pass score, isn't it? Today. Last overtime.
Well,
Usman Jabar's back.
I guess when you say that it's going to be the toughest group on paper, which we thought, usually what means with tough cricket is that the bowling and fielding is usually a higher level. So is that what we've seen?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, certainly. I think it's a bit of that. I just think there's been no easy games. There's been no blowouts. All right, miss cube. It'll be safe. I think it's just one here.
I can't tell you enough how desperately they need 2 boundaries in this
Told you
last
they
4
could creep to 70, and they kind of got roughly what they needed in the night.
You said creep. They're going slower than a creep. This is snail's pace. They need 2 boundaries in these last 4 balls.
Hello, Chris Williams. Maybe he's logging in on his bat phone. Chris Williams from Tunbridge Wells.
Hello, Chris.
As Tunbridge Wells will be watching this pretty closely. Now, how was this hit? It's hit well enough. There's the boundary you wanted. Maximo Natikawan. Well, he's fighting hard. He's the first MSC Frankfurt batter to reach 20. And with that, they go over the 60 mark.
Well, that is so vital. He just gets enough on it. The right club, the 3-iron, and he gets it over the fielder. Oh, they needed that boundary. I said they needed 2 in the last 4. Well, he's got 1. Can he find another boundary?
Love another one. It's well bowled, though. It doesn't allow. I think he wants 2 here.
2.
I think he'll probably get it. Oh, no, he's slow to go. Sia's got some work to do. And he misses. Probably the right option to have a ping. Had to grab it and throw it really quickly. They do get back for 2. Not the best throw from the outfield. That's down there. That's Alizai was hurling it in. Sam Williams, hello to the gaffer in the chat. He's saying, come on, Corey, Vinny's always right. I tried to pin that to the top of the chat.
Yeah, of course you did. Obviously,
I
Sam.
won't say they were my favourites, but I knew they were capable of it. And that's all because of what we saw in Stockholm last year. They were 4th out of 5 in their group. They were
how
basically
much you paid Sam to say that.
7th and 8th out of 10 teams originally. Hits it well, but hits it straight at.
Now, do you go 2 here?
I don't think you can because you'll be out.
Yeah.
So you're looking, and if you really want, oh, look at this. If you really want to go for 2, it has to be a super sacrifice, which is like the guy holds his crease, the guy comes back for 2, so you hold that end safe.
Why don't we see more of that?
Because you got to think on your feet, and you're already running full pace.
Hold the 6s, Vinny.
Oh, it's concerning. 66 for 6. Last ball of the first half. Well, this is miles in the air. Well, will this matter? It might matter. And he's caught. Well, everything going right in the end. And Kudratula, he will take the catch in the end that will end the 10 overs. And what a performance it is from Albi's Army, the Swedish champions. They've restricted the strong MSC Frankfurt batting lineup, the champions of Germany, to 66 runs in their 10 overs. Now, it was a big occasion, wasn't it? We've got 2 teams. One with that bullet train kind of momentum I think you were talking about, but then also one team has only lost 1 game all week, a game they really shouldn't have lost when they failed in the chase against VOC Rotterdam. But Albi Zalmi now 67 runs away from a spot in Championship Week.
Yeah, well done to them. They've restricted them. They bowled well, they fielded well, they changed the pace well, and look at them. They must be a confident unit, but they are a bowling and fielding side. You've got to get these runs and finals pressure. You never know. There's the MSC Frankfurt batsman coming off. And, well, they did their best in the lower order there. The top order never got firing. In this game, well, maybe it's not over just yet.
Yeah, maybe not just yet. They do have the runs on the board. Look, I remember seeing some games like this. I remember Bond Blue Stars defending 64 in Germany, actually. And that was a tournament we did see MSC Frankfurt playing.
There's the VOC boys. Glad they're enjoying themselves.
Yeah, well, they're going to have to find some solace in the cricket entertainment in the final. Yeah, I remember Bond Blue Stars defending 64. And I remember the coach saying to them, look, we've got 64 runs. They don't have anything. So they'll be coming out. They'll be firing the Germans. Well, it was a proud moment for both of these sides representing their club and their country in the Group D final. Only one of these sides would be able to return in just over a week's time. And yes, happy birthday, Nimra. She's 3 today. And, well, before you knew it, it was 1, 2, 3. Early wickets falling. And Sweden, their champions, Albi Zalmi, they were up and about. It was the end of Mini Boom Boom first. Then Amin Khan, he holed out. Silenced by Zamula Niasi. And really, it was just one after the other. And before you knew it, the Germans were in a big, big hole. It was pretty hard to dig the way out of.
Yeah, absolutely. And it took the coolest man in the tournament to try and get them out of it. He played a couple of lavish shots before sneaking off there. And unfortunately for MSC Frankfurt, that means they had lost 3 early wickets. And the procession kept coming. It was up to the captain to try and hit some lofty blows, and he got 1 away. But unfortunately for him, this catch, a big moment, he was gone.
Yeah, so I mean, I think Skata did kind of take that responsibility. That was Waleed Khan there. He went 6 and out. He was annoyed. His captain said, what'd you do that for? And of course, a proud moment for everyone here at the ECN as we paid our respects. But yeah, when Sakata fell in that fashion, you just knew it was going to be even more difficult. And that, for me, was the highlight of the innings. It was stop, drop, and roll stuff from Azam Khalil. takes a stunner. He dropped one before. You don't see him drop too many. He certainly showed what he could do. And then we saw the odd boundary, but really not too many of them at all. Just only 7 boundaries in the entire innings, and they just couldn't get going. And some of them were a bit streaky. Look, you just had to try and scrape up to 70 or something. And Chris Williams, he told me he's got a new bat phone. He's got a new bat phone. He sent on me the chat. But right now, well, it might be the Germans that are phoning home. But don't count them out. They do have 66 runs on the board in the final.
Yeah, they did get to 66. They lost wickets in clumps, and, well, Albi's Army, they'll be the happier of the two sides. But the old adage, runs on the board in a final go a long way.
Yeah, no one can take them away from you. And so now we're going to have to see something quite remarkable from MSC Frankfurt. But we have seen 63 defended a couple of times. We've seen 64 defended. And look, they'll be giving absolutely everything. Atik Awan was the man that eventually came off for MSC Frankfurt.
Yeah, you said there's always one, and there was one. So he got away at the end with 26 off 14. I tell you what, that is a really good innings considering the rest of the order didn't really do much. But this is going to be pretty reading for the bowling unit. They bowled so well together.
Yeah, and look, no freebies either, or very few. Only 3 wides in the innings. So disciplined bowling. They seem to work it out. They seem to have fields to work towards the plans. They executed those plans well. Well, we have twins opening the bowling. Lamar Momand and Taz Qureshi both 2 for 7. Also wickets for Azam Khalil, Kudratullah and Usman Jabbar. And even Zia Alizai. Okay, he goes for 15, doesn't take a wicket. No one really got hold of at all. And well, it's going to be a very exciting finish to Group D. When we return in just a few minutes, we'll find out exactly who will progress. Will it be the German champions, MSC Frankfurt? They'll have to defend 66. Otherwise, it will be the Swedes, Albi's Army, joining us in Championship Week. And we hope that you join us just after this break. We'll be back from Kartama on a fantastic, beautiful afternoon for cricket. And we have one more innings to decide who will be in contention for the prize. Vinny Sandu, who Mr. Maximo, alongside Corey Ruckers. You're watching ECN, and this is the Bet to Ball European Cricket League. Hello guys, welcome back to Stockholm. We are back to live action, and it's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Got some good news for you. Now, this isn't confirmed 100% yet, but the plan is that in around about 9 minutes we should start match 17. We will get final confirmation of that shortly, but that is the working plan. If we do, it'll be a 3-over match with a 1-over power play and 1 over per bowler. I'll let you know when 100% that is confirmed in the chat, and also you can keep an eye out at our website, europeancricket.com. But for now, we're going to say goodbye to you. See you in a few minutes, hopefully with some cricket right here in Stockholm for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back. Got some good news for you. We're in Stockholm, Sweden. Well, that's good news to start, but the better news is that we are going to start some cricket here on day 5. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with you for the European Cricket Network. And with me, of course, is Rico Full. And yeah, Rico, it's been a tough start to the morning. Have had a fair bit of constant rain overnight. But like you said before, this field, it does dry pretty quickly. It's a little bit slippery. Certainly not the worst conditions we've seen this year by any means to start this match, which will be a short match. It'll be a 3-over match. I suppose it does make it a bit of a toss-up. Maybe it suits the Titans, who do need a win or two if they're going to qualify for the next stage of the tournament.
Yeah, certainly. First of all, I think the main thing is that the match officials have been out there. They've taken the covers off. They have examined the pitch itself and the run-ups for the bowlers, and they look perfectly fine. Had a look myself. I don't think it's that bad at all. I mean, it does, as we suspected, this ground, and we've been told it absorbs the water really well. So I think in that sense there's no safety issues. So the match officials are happy to go ahead. The umpires have asked the question to the captains. The 2 captains of the teams there you see in front of you have said, yeah, we'll go for it. But yeah, I think you're absolutely right. This is a huge... I mean, the Stockholm Titans want to go out there because they want to win.
Yeah.
They need to get the points on the board if they are to make it into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, certainly. Of course, only a 3-over match. So that does change things a bit. You can see they've listed Sami Khalil and Niasi at the top of the order for Albi Zalmi. They will be batting first because Stockholm Titans have won the toss. They're bowling. Also means that you only need to choose 3 bowlers. So let's see which 3 bowlers they choose. I think for sure the captain, Yanagula, will get one. I think probably Nadar will get the first one. The other one, I mean, they've got a few options, don't they? Will they go with Partha Sarathi, or maybe they'll go with someone like a Jasud? But as for Albi Zalmi, they're going to put their best foot forward as well. So a couple of new names for them. Mashal Khan coming to the lineup. Shahid Haidari into lineup. So not their strongest team, you'd say. No Rahel Khan in there. No Zia Alizai, no Ismail Zia. So real opportunity for the Titans here. As far as the bowlers for Albi Zalmi, you'd imagine Lamar Momand and Azam Khalil will be no-brainers. The other one, maybe someone like a Javed Davudsai, or maybe someone like a Kudratullah. But I guess we'll have to see. And it does look like Azam Khalil is going to open the batting for Albi Zalmi. He's out there with Sami Khalil. So the 2 Khalils are opening up, and of course 3-over super smash. What this means is 1 over per bowler, a 1-over power play. And I think we're going to see something pretty exciting over the next half an hour or so.
I think we certainly are. I think this is, for me, I mean, if I'm looking at this and I'm the 2 captains, I think this certainly does favour Yanagula, because he knows that he can use maybe him. I mean, he's got to be smart. I don't think he was smart the way he used his bowlers yesterday, and that resulted in those 2 defeats. He's got to be smarter, and he left himself to bowl way down the order, as well as Jasud. In fact, in both those matches, Jasud was probably the pick of the bowlers, but only just got the 1 over. So this will suit Jasud. He's used to bowling just 1 over, and I think the captain himself, Raja, and I think it looks like they're going with the man that's open for them all the time, Nadar. So there's your 3 bowlers there, and I think they've been pretty good. And then with the batting, I think they've got the more explosive players. I mean, Arun Pandai is in their side as well. He batted really well yesterday. So I think this could be the making of a fight back here from the Titans to get themselves back going, because it wasn't the best days for them yesterday. They had those 2 defeats, and they'd lost to Indiska winning 2 games. So Indiska leapfrogged them in the table. So it's must-win matches these for the Titans, and I think in this particular match, being a 3-over match, they've got a good opportunity.
Yeah, for sure. So here we go. Simiranraj Nadar bowling to Azam Khalil. 3 overs. Strap yourselves in. Match 17 on the way, and Khalil starts by cutting a ball to point. And that's probably not what you want in this pretty slippery conditions. So throw the ball straight back into the turf. But yeah, like you say, that central area is pretty good. I'll just be wiping that ball down, I'm sure. So we'll get to see Sami Khalil, who is opening up as well.
Yeah, good morning to an umpire we're seeing for the first time there, Usman Afzal, and he's joined by the man we saw yesterday at square leg, Samir Ali. And a good job by the umpires as well. It's always difficult for them to keep an eye on things and make sure it's safe for the players. They've done well. And the tournament referee, Stefan Gooch.
Yeah, hit and run from Sami Khalil, so he's off the mark. In these 3-over matches, it's almost always whoever hits more boundaries wins. The shorter the match goes, you can't really build a total in the traditional sense. But what I would say, and we saw a lot of 5-over cricket, didn't we, towards the end of the European Cricket League a couple of months ago. Wait for this ball from Nadar. Khalil's after him. He gets this one pretty good. In fact, that'll be 4. Gula had to make a little bit of ground round to his right, but of course it's not going to be easy for the outfielders here. Khalil makes some good contact, and that one is the first boundary of the day.
Yeah, nice shot, nice positive shot. You'd expect him to be dancing down the track to try and hit over the top. And it is just 18 balls per side, so, you know, it goes to show just what you've got to go at here. What would you, okay, 3 overs, what are you trying to post?
Yeah, well, this is what I was about to say, is that I suppose that par's about 30 to 35. But what I would say is that almost anything's defendable as well. We saw that in the 5-over matches as well. So remember, you just need to have, you know, one really good over, and that's a third of the innings. So, you know, you could even potentially defend something like 20 if you bowled out of your skin. So yeah, the result's always up in the air, and the momentum swings are super quick. They'll make your head spin. So the first boundary to Azam Khalil, and he faces Nadar again. Once more, this one just leaves him a bit, and dot ball could come back from the bowler.
Yeah, it does well. Look, I think the fielding side are going to have the worst of it, maybe, you think, because you probably can't catch it on your screens, but there still is just a slight drizzle that's there. So that's why that ball will have to be kept dry all the time.
Yeah. Yes and no, though. There's a kind of counterpoint to that. Wait for this. Little misses out on it. What I would say is also the ball does get heavy quicker, and it's harder to hit further.
Yeah.
So, you know, although we got fairly short boundaries here, you think we'll still see that the ball is you know, a bit harder to hit long distances. The other thing is the ball's kind of always new, so you can see it's already swinging around, even despite the conditions. So you're going to have to deal with the new ball the whole time. Really new ball. Been a pretty good over, all things considered, from Nadar. Last ball of it coming up. This time it goes uppercut, and that's clever batting. And this one is going to be 4. So gets a couple of boundaries off the first over, Albies Army. I think that's pretty much a draw, if you ask me, between the bat and the ball. This one goes 1 bounce, 4 runs, 10 for no loss after the first over of the day.
Yeah, good shot there from Khalil. He suspected that was going to be short and wide outside the off stump. That's where he was beaten a couple of times. And he was ready to rock on that one. He rocks back and hits it hard, gets the boundary. 10, yeah, I would say you've got to go for 30. I think you'll be looking for 10 and over. Yep. Anything more than that is your bonus runs.
Yeah, they've decided to go for Gopal Krishnan Pathasarathi.
Oh, this is a surprise for me.
You think so?
Yeah, he was in terrible form, not just yesterday, but day before as well. He was going for lots of runs. This was the issue that I had with Raj's captaincy yesterday. With the bowlers, he literally went with what he's done all the time through. He didn't take into account somebody having a bad day. And, well, GK, he had a bad last match the day before, and yesterday both his overs went for plenty of runs. And I think when you got Jasood in there and you got yourself as the captain, those two, Jasood and Yanagula, have bowled so well yesterday. They hardly went for any runs. They picked up wickets. I do not understand the logic in this.
Yeah, for sure. You know, Raja will have one. Second over, so we're out of the power play now. This one is a bouncer. Goes upstairs. One should be caught, and it will be dropped. Well, that's a sign of the conditions as well. Although, to be fair, didn't get in a very good position there. Sanket Mahimka. So Sami Khalil survives, and that one probably even more costly because it brings Azam Khalil back on strike. If the catch was held, the new batter would have had to face the next delivery.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anything's going to be easy out there, but certainly I think that's probably as easy as they're going to get. It's a lovely shot.
Yeah, and this time he's going to get 4. So Albies Army through their captain, getting some production through the first half of this innings. I want to say a quick hello to Richie Robbins. Richie, we saw you last year. We're missing you this year. I know there are a few issues that meant that you guys aren't playing, but sending you best wishes and obviously sending you good vibes for the season. And hopefully you can see your Gordon, your team, all the way through to the ECL playoffs a bit later in the year. So all the best to you guys, and to Wayne and Boshoff, and all the lads from your Gordon. Anyway, moving right along, this one is blasted as well, and this is going to be another 4 runs, just a bit of width, and yeah, the decision to bowl Gopal isn't really paying off at the moment. This one flies through the air, cuts through the atmosphere, and 4 more runs. Yeah,
this was the issue with Pathasarathi yesterday. Just bowled too short, didn't bowl a good line, wasn't able to pitch the ball up, and good batters like Azam Khalil, short, wide outside the off, he's going to punish you. And that's what you're seeing here.
Yeah, Yeah, so Pansarati not really getting a lot of that in movement we're used to. This one will be called a wide, just outside the off stump.
And Pansarati goes down here.
I think it's that pitch area. Yeah, didn't seem to have too many problems there. I mean, yeah, didn't really see him slip, to be honest.
Yeah, it didn't look like he slipped. He may have just caught the ridge there slightly where he put his foot down on the edge of that ridge.
Yeah.
But that's there all the time.
Yeah, and this pitch square has been really well covered. So that is the driest part. In fact, the pitch is pretty much exactly like it is most of the time. So I don't know if this is maybe a sense that the players haven't warmed up enough. I mean, with a late start, but yeah, I mean, certainly see there's that that raised wooden ridge, isn't it? And that's always there, like you say. So it's nothing to do with the actual conditions.
No, I think he seems to be okay. I mean, he's not running in from what would be his usual run-up anyway. Normally he starts from a good few metres back, I mean, to where those footmarks are of the bowler. So he's decided not to do that here. But again, I said it yesterday, I couldn't understand it, and I'm going to say it again today. I mean, okay, he'll say he could have had a wicket off his first ball. That is fair.
This one is going to be blasted leg side this time. It's gone a long way. Well, Patsazarathi going through the motions. Khalil, he's making hay, and he moves into the 20s. Maximal, the first one of the day, and it's a big one from Azam.
Yeah, that's a big hit. That goes all the way, 6 runs. It wasn't a good delivery, a full toss, and it gets dispatched. And that ball's going to come back pretty wet and pretty heavy. So just
all right, so 2 to come, and Pansarati is going to continue. Khalil down the wicket. This one's drilled to long on, where it will be fielded.
Yeah, it's a better length, isn't it? That's the length that you've got to be bowling, just getting the ball right up there. And the one thing I will say, he seems to be hobbling along here, and I know that the captain's looks like he's had a few words maybe with the TR there, Stephen Good. I mean, if he has injured himself, he doesn't have to complete this over.
Of course not.
You can have somebody else to finish it. So there is that option, and there's plenty of people there as this one has been launched, and that's going a long way. Bolle. Manos arriba, Vidro. Eso es 6 carreras. So both these Khalils are hitting them big. Nice shot there from Sammy.
Yeah, I mean, that is well picked up. And I think you're exactly right. If he wasn't confident that he could finish the over, maybe because he stepped on that ridge or whatever, then they probably should have changed the bowler. Because, I mean, you can literally, you've probably got normally 5 bowlers you're planning to use in a match. You're only going to use 3. So I probably would have gone to someone like a Jasud or something like that.
Yeah. This is just, for me, I mean, you may think I'm sounding a bit harsh. I just think this is not the best bit of captaincy. I think the captain knows that that JK, maybe he is normally his go-to bowler, but he hasn't bowled well in the last sort of 3 matches for him. And I think that's just been reflected in that over. Just too short. And you'll probably see it be very different here if the captain's got the right mindset and he bowls like he did yesterday, Yanagula. He won't be as easy to get away.
Yanagula will bowl a lot of slow balls as well, but it probably won't be as easy to bowl with the ball a bit slippery. Here we go with the 3rd and final over. Slow ball's flat batted, and this one will go all the way. That's good batting. It was just a little bit too short from Yanagula, so it allows Azam to kind of tee it up, and he gets it away from the field to 6 runs.
Yeah, powerful strike, and that score we were saying around about the 35. That's been surpassed already. 39 on the board, and still 5 balls to come.
Yeah, so 39. Already a very, very good score. I think the first ever 3 match we did, 3 over match that we did in Greece, the first team scored 57. And it was actually one of the highest scores all week, believe it or not. Anyway, it was Yak on that occasion. You know them from the ECL. Just losing his run up there, Yanagula. And so Khalil, well, he's ready and he's waiting. I mean, it'll be interesting to see how Albizami's bowlers handle the conditions as well in the second half of these games.
I think LB be smart. I've already looked at a couple of their bowlers on the sheet. I think they go for the slower bowlers.
This one goes over the offside. Probably would have been a wide. And instead, it's going to be a boundary, so it does get there. And so 4 more runs to Khalil. He's got 34 out of the 43 in this innings so far. Look, what I would say as well, we saw this in Bulgaria. I mean, the bowlers had to adapt. They had to change their run-ups. It wasn't very smart to come off a long run-up.
Yeah.
Just coming off a bit slower. And we actually saw some bowlers even more effective when they cut their run down.
Yeah, absolutely. And the other thing I will say is, look, it's the same. It's going to be the same for both sides. And, you know, the conditions are not going to change. So whatever it is here for the Titans, it will be the same for Albizami. So, yeah, I mean, it's not going to be easy. Like I said, I think it probably is harder for the fielding side because the ball is wet. It's difficult for the bowlers as well. You're just going to be a little bit careful with the footing. But it will be the same when I'll be out there as well.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Bad delivery. This one's still cut away, though. It will be cut off with the foot. Azam wants to come back for 2. Slip sliding in there. It will be 2 runs. And yeah, I mean, you go back to Nadar as well. He bowled a pretty good first over. Didn't seem to have too many issues. That time it was just kicked away.
He was very, very keen coming in there. Just couldn't get the brakes on. I think we will see a bit of that there today. And Yanagula start. That's a good delivery. Gets that in the right area. And, well, he says, come on, we've got to go. Now he's
going to be out.
Reckon?
Yeah, because he's knocked the stumps over.
Down, yeah.
So this will be out. And, yeah, Khalil, in the end, he's going to run himself out because he's a bit too unselfish, I think. I think Sami Khalil, he said, no, bro, you're doing well. You stay there. So, I mean, as I'm saying, no, run's a run. And, yeah, see, this is out because all of the barrels are broken. If the stumps are knocked over all the way, then
there's no eye contact there between Sami and the captain. Azam, Sami Khalil is thinking, I'm not going to look at you. I know all about those eyes.
So, Kudratullah, Afzal will get a bat. But, yeah, it's all about adapting. I mean, that's the thing, like I say. And, just 2 balls to go. Already a very good score on the board. And Khalil, 36 off 13. Be the favourite at the moment to have another player of the match award. So here we go with Kudratullah, seeing if he can whack a couple out of the ground. Khalil's only faced 3 balls, you know. It's pretty good strike manipulation by Azam Khalil. Anyway, this one I think just a little bit too wide will be called.
Ooh.
Does grab a bit of the tram line there, I'm pretty sure.
It's a tough one. It is a tough one. I thought
That's a wide.
Yeah.
But you know what I would say is often here, it depends what your mental approach is. If you're going out there looking for reasons to, you know, that it's tough or it's not great, you know, the other team, it looks like, you know, the other team's just getting on with it. And he's bowled, bowled. And so Yanagula, he does get this one through. Just kind of rolls his fingers on it, grabs a bit of the pad, I think. So Kudratullah is going to go for a duck. And that's a nice bit of bowling by Raja. You know, I'm a big fan of his cricket. And that's what he does. That's a very good bit of bowling in these conditions to get that right. So Mir Afzal goes without scoring. 46 for 2 with 1 ball remaining.
Yeah, that he's going practically out of his very first ball because the first one was a wide. So that will go down as a golden duck in the book. But that's what they've got to do here. I think they've got the runs on the board, haven't they? 46. I mean, that's going to take some getting already because of that superb knot there from Azam Khalil. But yeah, you see, I did say, didn't I? I said if you use your right bowlers, and Yanagula was the one I said was one of the ones you go with. He's been taking wickets again. There, it takes another one because he bowls at the stumps, and I think sometimes you got to do your prep. You got to do your homework, and maybe it wouldn't have been a popular choice for JK not to bowl that over. But I think as a captain, you got to make those difficult calls. He hasn't been able to make them for me, I don't think, and as a result of that, I do believe it's the way he used his bowlers yesterday that cost him those 2 matches against Indiska.
Nice ball. Zabul Niasi. He's going to get a wide here. And this, again, remember, the whole ball has to pass inside the tram line when it passes the popping crease. And for me, it doesn't here.
No.
That's
wider than the other one, actually.
Yeah, it is, actually. So 47. Can they bring up the 50 now? Yanagula trying to get out of the over. This one has slipped, and now we probably will get the 50. Because that'll make it 49. I think about a second. Niazi wants it. And he might get run out here. No, he doesn't. So it'll just be a no ball +1 for the height. So it takes us to 49. And Sami Khalil didn't look like he was going to face another ball, but he will face one more. And again, that one doesn't come out right at all. Easy call for the umps.
Yeah, you're going to get that with 1 or 2 deliveries. As Yanagula just gives that ball a good try. Just trying to finish this over off. That's what's been the difficulty.
One more for
one ball.
Sami to have a hit, and he does, and he hits it pretty well. That one's going to fly through the sky and out of here. Maximo, big finish. Albi Zalmi making every post a winner in that 3 overs, as they are going to post a very, very healthy score of 55 for 2 off their 3 over innings here in match 17, the first match of day 5 of this FanCode European Cricket Series.
Top shot to finish, isn't it? Just he's right in the slot, gets the good swing into it, and it disappears there over long. Got more smiles on the faces there of Niazi, and I'm sure that Sami Khalil will be very happy with his strike rate as well. 14 or 4, and 55 on the board. I will say this: I think they've got to now put up with those conditions, and the Titans, they've certainly got enough big hitters themselves to try and compete with this one.
Yeah, well, they do, but I mean, yeah, there's probably 10, 15 extra runs there, then they would be kind of comfortable chasing, I would say. But you see, again, it's all about flexibility and thinking on your feet in this form of the game. And I think the fact that they went with 3 kind of pace bowlers, and I'm not so sure about it. You see, this is the over that really got a bit of treatment from Partha Sarathi after a pretty good first one. And then, yeah, see, just on the edge of the pitch there, I think is what that was all about. And yeah, Sami Khalil actually batted pretty well as well, but it was mostly Azam that did the trick, didn't he? And you can see why eventually he would run himself out trying to get Sami on strike, because Sami was hitting him pretty well as well. Didn't do too much wrong, but didn't have a lot of the strike. This one just a little bit too short, slower ball from Yanagula. And yeah, you see there. But the pitch is the same for the batters and the bowlers. I didn't see too many batters sleeping around over there. It's a fair bit of a fancy footwork. This is where he said, all right, Sami, you can have a go. Sami said, well, actually, I think that's I think that you should have a go. After you. Unfortunately, Azam, he was run out, but not before. A pretty polished 36 off 13. Good Tulla. No luck for him. That was a nice bit of bowling from Yanagula. And we did see Niazi come to finish things off. And needed a tennis racket for that one. And allowed Sami Khalil to have one more. And Samuel has smashed the last one out of the ground. Well, Kudratullah, he's been unlucky in that highlights package because he got out twice. But ultimately, they did score 55 off their 2 overs. It'll be 56, the target for the Titans. Not an easy one. But what you would say is, even if it doesn't go well for them in this next innings and they don't chase this down, hopefully they will still get another opportunity, perhaps another shortened game. We don't know. At the moment, we're on schedule, but they just need 2 points because the Titans, they need at least 1 win to have a chance of qualifying for the finals. Azam Khalil with 36 off 13 made every post to winner during that shortened innings. 5 fours, 2 sixes, 2 maximos also for Sami Khalil on his 14 not out. And Rico, they have made things tough for themselves. Again, you talked about bowler selection.
Yeah.
Nadar, not about over, but then 2 magicals. That's going to make things really tough for the Titans in the second innings of this game.
Yeah, Pasathi, you've heard my views on him bowling up the top of the order. It just hasn't clicked really the last 3 innings. And Raja, well, the captain there, Ganagula, he just had to try and finish his over. He could have finished, if he got that 1 ball in, he would have finished with a very respectable 1 for around 15. But just couldn't finish that, get that last ball in. It ended up being a wide, it ended up being a no ball. And then those extra deliveries meant that the last ball of his spell went for a big 6 hit by Sami Khalil. And they've got the runs on the board, but I will say this: they do have, especially with that man Arun Pandey in their side, they have the ability to get these.
Yeah, exactly. When anything can happen, 3 over cricket. Quick turnaround back in just a couple of minutes with more cricket. It'll be Stockholm Titans needing 56 for victory. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Hope you're enjoying the action so far. See you soon for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello, good morning, and welcome back, cricket lovers, wherever you're tuning in from. And namaste, assalamualaikum, sat sri akal, aibowan to everybody that's tuned in from in the sub-Indian continent. And a very good morning to lots of you that are on the YouTube chat. Nice to have you there with us. And we have kicked off with match number 17. Slightly later than scheduled, and it's shorter as well. It's going to be a 3 over fair, 3 overs each, so 18 balls per side. And Albazami, well, they've done pretty well with the 18 that they received. Well, in fairness, they received quite a few extras as well because of the extras in that very short innings. There was too many off them, to be honest, but 55 they put on the board. They lost 2 wickets, and the main contributor with that was Azam Khalil, 36 of 13 balls. He was run out, and but Sami Khalil hit 2 big sixes in his 14 as well. And now they've got to try and defend that. It's just having a look to see who the batters will be. While the fielding side is just having a conversation there. Azam Khalil talking to his bowler. It's probably what he'd be saying to his bowler here is, look, I know that what you normally like to bowl, but taking into account what the conditions are, that it may be just a little bit skiddy. It's probably, I'm getting a feeling it's going to be Niazi. Just looking at it there. Just have a look. Yeah, no, I think it may be Mir Afzal. So he's just having a good talk to him, say, look, don't worry about running in so much. It's all about getting the ball in the right areas. Just trying to keep the ball up there. Trying to get a batters to play straight. You know that they're going to try and go for the big shots. So keep it tight and let the fielders do the work. Rico Full here. No, man, that's looking forward to this explosive conclusion to this 3 over match.
It'll be exciting, no doubt about it. Yeah, it's good to be here. I think we're just waiting because there's a very quick changeover. I think we're just making sure the batters are getting their pads on, get everything they need to be out there, of course. And yeah, I think we're going to see Aaron Pandey and probably Raji Yanagula opening the batting for the Stockholm Titans. So you see Aaron Pandey there. And yeah, like you say, just let them off the hook a bit, didn't they? Look at the first over that only went for 10. And then 23 and 22, just that really hurts, doesn't it? And I think, you wonder about their ability to be able to chase this down. But like I say, Titans, they're going to have to adapt to the conditions sooner or later because they do need to take some points out of this morning if they're going to progress.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think before the start of this match, I had them on paper down as favourites. I thought that they probably, for a shorter version match, had the better lineup. It wasn't to be, and I've got my own thoughts on why. I think I've shared them once already. So Arun Pandey, he's batted well yesterday. He was in very good form. And, so did his captain. These two, if they get hold of the ball, they can send it a long way. And this is the first one, and it's well hit. It won't go to the boundary. I suppose that's one thing that will happen as this ball does get heavier in the rain. Yeah. It will be harder to get to the boundary, and also I think the wet outfield will slow it down slightly too. But that's what becomes the difficulty now for the bowler. That's been skidded all along the ground. It's going to be pretty wet.
Yeah, well, anyway, Kudratula's getting on with it. Next delivery. Beats him. And it's funny, despite putting a huge total on the board, 55 in 3 overs, is good going. But I think that they did swing and miss at quite a few balls. I know that Khalil did. Raji Yanagula, I think it's a good move that he's put himself at the top of the order. It's proactive. Now, he's going to slightly mistime this. Looks like it's fielded out there. And yeah, just the once. I mean, it's all about trying to get the boundaries on the board. That's pretty important. Rashal Khan doing the fielding on that occasion. This one's high, probably too high. That one looked to me, that's frustrating in an 18 ball game.
Yeah, that's a wide ball for me.
Yeah, I think the umpire's just decided that one's okay, and I think it is been called a wide now. I think it's a good call.
Yeah.
I think it's significantly over the head, so that one will be re-bowled. Good cut shot. This will test the outfield as well. Running away. And yeah, see that one really pulling up. And so, get a couple. Again, no boundaries. Remember that Albies Only, they only got 10 off the first over. And it was the second and third when they really did the damage. I think if people are smart here, they bowl more slower options if you've got them. Kuratulak going off a slightly shorter run, which I think is also smart. This is pretty well bowled. Cut away. They're not going to run here either. He loses his footing. Like I said, the pitch is actually the driest part of this field. And he just lost his balance, didn't he?
Lose his balance, but I mean, Yanagula would have been running to that danger end anyway, so he should have gone. I think Pandey would have got up and got to the other end because the throw was always going to go through to the keeper.
Yeah,
So
you'd think so. And I think that's the end of the first over. And 7 for no loss, Stockholm Titans. And so we head into the second over. Let's see who they decide to bowl. Azam Khalil, no surprises there as they try to ice the game. And already, you see they need over 4 a ball, so they're going to need something magical or supersonic. Can they get after Azam? Well, not a bad first one. It's high in the air, and this is going to fly a long way over the boundary. Maximal! Well, it's captain versus captain. Yanagula gets the first blow, and it's a big one, 6 runs.
Yeah, this is a huge hit. That is an absolute magical strike. This is a Bizaway supersonic one. And that's what the captain needs. One that's come out the middle of the bat. So captain to captain battle. And Khalil, he's hit for a big 6 to the first ball. This one will be quicker and outside the off stump. I can tell you that already.
That was a really good shot. Let's go again. This one's off the bottom of the bat. Should just be a single. Yeah, that's the thing about going on a run, isn't it? You think about there were 2 boundaries in the first over Albies Army's innings. There were 4 in the second, 2 in the third. So you've got to get him. You've got to get him in multiples. Pandey, let's see if he can put something together. Well, he tries, but he doesn't quite get in the middle. It'll fall safely, and I think this will probably be a couple of runs. So Pandey retains the strike.
Yeah, you see there, stopping what's going to be the problem. Both fielders. That looked like me the first time I went ice skating.
Yeah, we've seen it many, many times that the players just have to be aware of it. And they are. 40 off 9 coming up. Azam pushes this through a bit. And they're going to try for a run out. Don't quite get it. But still only a single, no real damage. Yanagula back on strike. Yeah, you see the difference between getting that 50-plus score and something in the 30s. He makes his way down the pitch this time, Yanagula, but he'll only get a single. So it's been a pretty good over from Khalil. Considering he got banked first ball, it's been a good comeback. Yeah,
it's what you'd expect from him. He's got so many variations. He knows that he's not going to bowl that one in the slot again. But I think it's clever. It's not just going for pace.
There's that little one that breaks away. It'll just be a single for Pandey. He'll retain the strike. I think they'll get through for a single. They do. And so it's 19 for no loss. Just 12 off that over. In the context of this match, not a bad one from Khalil, as we let you know that these 2 teams, well, we are back on schedule to start in 20 minutes' time. It should be a 10-over match, as long as the weather allows it. The news from the toss, Albies Army, they won the toss. They will bat first. Well, why not after they batted first so well in this first match, although albeit an abridged one. And so we'll get to see them out there against the Titans. The Titans, this will become a must-win for them, starting in around about 20 minutes' time right here on the European Cricket Network. Make sure you tune in for that one, the second of 4 matches today. The last day of Group A matches. And now the Woodside is going to get the 3rd over. Their birthday boy the other day, wearing 21, which is the age that he turned. A pretty good first one. And again, talking about the conditions, yes, they're not ideal, but that middle part of the field and the pitch and surrounds and the run-up is protected quite well. We know that. I look at the Albies Army bowlers. They haven't had too many problems at all with the conditions. Good First up from the Woodside. This is a good ball. I think this just sneaks inside. That'll frustrate Yanagula because he just nicked the tram line a couple of times, but there's nothing wrong with this one, Rico.
No, that is just spot on. You couldn't get it more accurate than that. So Dawood has recovered from his birthday party. Well, he did have a day to recover, didn't he? And he's come back fresh. And it is fresh here this morning as well. I can tell you that.
Nice looking shot. Won't beat cover though. Poor Raja. Just seems, sometimes, I know the feeling in sport, you feel like everything seems to be conspiring against you. And I don't know, maybe we have to get him the stress balls or something like that. Just to relax a bit, because he's got a huge game coming up in about 20 minutes. That'll be essentially for their tournament life. Again, struck down the ground. Just the single, so they get to 22 with 2 balls remaining.
Yeah, the Zami Army just keeps going stronger and stronger. This is going to be 7 out of 7. So they're looking to go clean, win all the matches if they can against the Titans. The next one coming up, the Titans desperately need to get a win. Otherwise, they will not be seen again. This one's up in the air, and that's a great effort in these conditions. And it can only be, well, I was going to say that's not Sami Khalil out there this time. It's Michael Khan.
It is, actually.
Is it?
Yeah, but still, it's fantastic effort from the youngster. So, last ball coming up. Oh, return catch. Gives him a dead shoulder, and they'll just come through for one. So, yeah, Titans not able to mount too much of a challenge there. That's the end of this match, and it will be 55-24. Well, Bizalmi, they win the match despite not taking a wicket. But it was just a fact that the Titans just weren't able to go at the rate required. Really, you look back, they lost that match in the second and third overs of the first innings.
Yeah, well, I disagree with you there. I think they lost that match the start of the 7th ball because I think the captain just didn't do his homework for me. He didn't do his homework yesterday where he uses his bowlers, and he's not done it here today. I mean, I just do not understand it. I know I'm an old man that is just raging at the moment. Kenneth Jasud is in your side. He bowled superbly yesterday for the Titans. He really did. He had a super day, and yet he's not got a bowl here today. And you've got to bowl your best players, and they don't. And
didn't even get a bowl when Pastasarati was struggling in the middle of the over. So, yeah. I mean, that could have been an opportunity to do it. Anyway, let's have a look at Albizami walking off, and then some of the highlights. And yeah, had the odd highlight in there, but ultimately that 6 would be the only boundary in the innings. And so it'll be a pretty short highlights package, I think, I would say. This one was a very tough opportunity down on the boundary, couldn't hold on. But this one, even tougher, as it wasn't the shoulder, it was actually banged into the hands of Dawoodsai. And ultimately, it would be a fairly simple victory, 55-24 for Albizami. Just 3 over.
Is that it? I was hoping the highlights would warm me. The highlights normally warm me up. I like to start.
It's the shortest highlights package you've ever seen.
Play it again.
There was one boundary. There was no wickets, and there was 2 dot catches. But we can promise you more action when we're coming back in about 15 minutes. It will be match 18 and the final chance for the Titans to get a win. And look, they do have the side to do it, Rico. That's the thing. They do have the side to do it, don't they? And they will be hoping to pull level with Indiska and then hope that Bachirka and win the 2 matches this afternoon, and that's the path to qualification for the Titans. Albizami, well, they're playing to be undefeated through the group stages. They are 7-0 now, and they'll be hoping for an 8th win. Let's see how that one goes when we return in about 15 minutes' time. As far as this innings went, it was not really much to write home about. Just the one big 6. Good shot, though, off Khalil. But Punday with 10, Yanagor at 13. Just the 1 wide, and Titans finishing 24 for no loss. The bowlers they chose to use were Kudratullah Azam and Dawoodzai. None of them really getting a lot of damage. Not able to take a wicket, and well, that game is in the books. Let's see if the Titans can mount the win that they need to survive, or potentially survive, in this FanCode European Cricket Series. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Great to be bringing you the live cricket again. The weather has brightened up somewhat. Hopefully it stays that way. Back in around 15. That's the plan anyway. We'll bring you match 18. It'll be Albizami. They'll be batting first after winning the toss. See you shortly on ECN for more FanCode European Cricket Series Sweden. Hello and welcome back to Stockholm. A cloudy day, but the rain has stopped. And the good news is we are scheduled to get the full 10 overs in here in match 18. It's the last chance for the Stockholm Titans to get some runs on the board against the undefeated Albys Army, the champions of Sweden in T10 cricket. And so you can see the umpires going out there. And these are the sides, fairly similar looking. You can see that Albys Army, they won the toss, selected to bat first. I think that's a good move from them. And see if they stick with us and clear top of the order. In the 3-over bridge game, we did see him opening up, and he certainly batted well. Another player of the match performance. He can put it with the rest. But not the Titans. Well, they've got the side to do it today. You'd have to say the Titans do have a pretty strong side on the park. Albys Army missing a couple, and Titans need to win this game and win it pretty well. If they do that, they put pressure on Indiska to get a result this afternoon, or at least avoid getting thrashed. So the Titans are in the frame to qualify. And this is the thing, you know, they haven't had a good game this morning in the short game, but they need to put that aside, and your day can change pretty quickly. You know, if they have a good start here, they get into Albys Army and then chase down the runs quickly, I think they'll be feeling a lot better about life, and potentially, of course, seeing them in the quarterfinals 1 week from today. So looks to me like we're almost ready for a start. This is match 18, and once again, welcoming all our viewers on YouTube, ECN European Cricket Network, and all of our fantastic viewers in the subcontinent on FanCode as well. And it will be Nadar to open the bowling, as per usual for the Stockholm Titans. Ramraj Nadar. Here he is bowling the first ball of match number 18. Just pushed away. That will be 1. And so we've got Ahmad Zahid out there opening the batting this time. So Kudratullah pushing the first ball away for 1. Next one's just dabbed away by Ahmad Zahid. So I'll say hello to everyone in the chat and hopefully enjoyed what we showed you this morning. It was one of our classic matches. Albys Army versus MSC Frankfurt in Group D final. We got halfway through that because we were delayed by about an hour or so this morning, getting underway because of the rain overnight, and persisted into the morning. Nadar goes straight down the ground. Goes pretty well. That's good power play batting. He'll get 4. He goes straight. Normally that is pretty safe. Enrico Full on the way back to the commentary box. He almost wore that one. It flew past him. Kudratullah gets his first boundary. The first boundary of match number 18. And so, yeah, that one crashing into the sight screen. So Nadar needs to sort this out. And I think it's interesting that they elected to change the opening combination, but I suppose Albys Army in a pretty comfortable position. This one is swung and missed at by Kudratullah. Nadar, one of the better performers for Stockholm Titans with the ball. Of course, no Sushi today, no Karam in the lineup, which has disappointed a lot of our fans, but we'll see if they can win without him. Pushed away just for a single is Sivalingham. That does the fielding. Rocking the beanie look. Well, he's not the only one. I'm also going for the beanie today. So Nadar bowled a pretty good over this morning. Only went for 10. And now in this over, he's only gone for 7, the 1 boundary. Of course, we're back to 10 over cricket, 3 over power play. Yeah, fly down to third man. Should just be a single. And it's the end of the first over. Not a bad one at all for the Titans. as Albi's Army score 8 off it. 8 for no loss after 1. Vinny Sandu, who Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Once again, welcoming back into the commentary box none other than Mr. Bale himself, Rico Full. And Rico, well, the Titans, they need to put aside the result in the first match of the day and get on with it, because this essentially is their final.
Yeah, absolutely. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. This is indeed, they need the victory. The other thing is they need to try and win well as well, because what could happen, it can come down to the old net run rate as well. The Titans at the moment 2 points behind Indiska. Indiska will play the final 2 matches today, and they will be playing Boshirka. So it's all about the Titans getting this win. They can get level on points with Indiska, but need to also make sure that their net run rate looks good.
Oh, you got your wish, because here's Jasud to bowl the second over this time.
And not the way that you would want to be stopping it. The wicketkeeper going with his pads.
It's not ideal, is it? Sanarik Chaudhary, who's behind the stumps for the Titans today, goes the double shin stopper. Just knocks it away. I think the result there didn't catch the signal. I thought it would go down as a bye.
So we're going to miss. So Jasud, well, has been given a wide in the end. The umpire's taken a while to give that decision. Just one. Just having a few issues getting that ball nice and dry. It's nicely played shot. And will get fielded on the boundary there by Nadal. A lot of people was talking about Vinny, why I was talking so much about Jasud, and why I'm up until now I've been disappointed we haven't seen him bowl up the order, and certainly why we didn't see him bowl in that 3-over contest earlier. And I'll just give you some stats as we see this one. It's well bowled again from Jasud. Now, the last two matches where we saw JK, so Pasarathi bowl, he's bowled his 3 overs for 49 runs. And Jasud has done the same and only conceded 14. And that's why I was quite amazed that we didn't see him coming into the attack. This is a lovely shot, just flicked away off his legs. It goes all the way to the boundary for 4 runs. Just straying down the line slightly, you see, and very strong to put that away. Avsali, strong on his legs. It's a nice looking shot. Just a couple of bounces as it goes over the boundary.
Yeah, handy stuff. And, yeah, so once again we see Albi Salmi kind of throwing it open, and nice to see Zahid getting a bat, and Kudratullah, he's often kind of hidden away in the middle order, batting between kind of 5 and 7 or 8, but yeah, nice opportunity for him to put innings together as well. So Jasud, well, you tipped him to get out there and bowl. So far, 9 off the first half of the over, but he's got time to make up for it here.
I think this may be a wide again. Just looks like the umpire was ready to give us. Oh, there you go.
There he is. Certainly took his time. That was a pretty harsh one. I thought maybe the whole ball was inside there. Maybe if any of the ball catches the tram line, it'll be called wide, but it was just a tight call. They've been pretty consistent on those.
Oh, this has got even wider from just having a few issues. And
that one will be a wide, bigger wide this time. Yeah, just got a few control issues. This is the thing. The Titans, they're essentially playing for their tournament lives. They just come out a bit flat here. Just don't really feel the intensity. I know it's been a long week for them. This time he goes up and high, and this has gone a long way. Maximo! What a shot by Kudratullah. This is just rocked in off a length, and he has launched this one. Well, this one might bring some more rain, Rico. That is 6 runs.
this is a big shot, isn't it? I love the way he's like he glides. He sort of moonwalks, but doing it forward, linked to the ball, and smacks it big. Well, I was saying that Jasud, for me, is the one that I will be calling upon. It looks like I've got that one wrong here as well. Jasood, even he's not turning up to the party here at the moment. And the umpires have to wait for that one to come back. And Usman Afzal and also Rohit Junella is out there at the moment. Rohit is the umpire at the bowler's end.
Yeah, so just giving it a bit of a rub down the ball. And just saying, okay. I'd love to know what that conversation's about. I think we're almost good to go again. Goes back to 10 overs, 3 over power play. Up to 2 overs per bowler are allowed. It's just good.
Let's play that to him at point. He's done well. Good work. Gets there quickly, attacks. Gets the slide in.
Yeah. Yeah, he's had a few borderline wide calls go against him this over. No doubt about that. We need to hustle a bit as well, because it's been pretty slow start. Going to go in kind of 8.5 minutes through the first 11 deliveries. I'll have to try and pick that up, I think.
That will be the end of the over. A bit of a interesting. How's that appeal from Chaudhary? I think he's just a bit surprised. He's taking it in the gloves, and he says, "I might as well have an appeal." End of the over, and it's not a good one.
26 for no loss after 2. Gives us a chance for you to look at the table, and you can see why this is such an important game for the Titans, because if they don't win this, we know they're out of the tournament.
Yeah, they need those 2 points, don't they? And they also need to try and win well.
The other thing is, in disc, if they lose twice, their net run rate will come down, most likely. So, they don't necessarily have to overtake them with net run rate in this match, but they do need to win. We know that.
Just having a chat. Looks like it's going to be the opener. Adar is going to finish his spell. First over went for 8. He certainly has been the pick of their bowlers by far. This is not a bad delivery. It doesn't come out the middle of the bat, and the fielder probably not walking in as quick as he should be here. This is going up in the air a fairly decent amount of time. And you see the fielder there just coming into your shot. And that's Mahimka. Mahimka will have to try and stop this one. He can't. They give it some chase, and they do get foot on it. And it's the captain who does the fielding. Mahimka gets the throw in. A couple of runs there as well. Need to get some wickets here. That's what they're looking at. Get a couple of wickets. I know you've still got Azim Khalil to come into the attack. It's all about picking up 3 quick wickets and give yourself an opportunity to be chasing no more than sort of 85, 90 runs.
Yeah, for sure. This one's turned around, but there's no fine legs. Long chase. In fact, it's almost the keeper that gets all the way there. And he has it pounced away from him. And I think they get 3 there. You don't often see a 3 as a genuine 3. That's just because there was absolutely nobody. There was acres of space down there at fine leg. Good running from the batters.
Yeah, it was a nice shot as well that's been played there. I mean, I think on another day, certainly in the last 2 days that we had, where we've had beautiful sunshine and temperatures around 19, 20 degrees, that would have gone to the boundary. So that's the other thing today, Vinny. I think scores of 95 to 100 are going to be good scores. They're going to be big scores. Great timing, and the fielder goes down to try and stop it. It goes through him. There's 4 more runs. It's a lovely looking shot. Gets the power in it, doesn't he, in the flow of the wrists. And Mir Afzal is enjoying himself out there. He's playing a really good innings.
Really well-timed shot, isn't it? I mean, got plenty of that. Just a push, but raced away past the fielder. And his good start from Albi Zama continues.
Well, Afzal, he was out for his very first ball in that last match. It's nice to see the captain sort of said to him, and that's what Azam Khalil does. If you've had not a good day, he gives you the opportunity to make it better. And He said to Miravzal, go on, you go out there. Turn around your fortune with the bat. And that's exactly what he's done. He respects that one. It's a decent delivery.
And last ball of his spell, he's gone for 18 so far.
And this is going to be another long chase. And this time the wicketkeeper says, I ain't going. I'm going to stay here, says Chaudhry. You fetch it and you fly it into my gloves. Well, it doesn't quite go into his gloves. But it's another couple of runs. That will be the end of the third over and also the end of the power play. 38 on the board. And the key thing also is there's no wickets down.
Yeah, so 8, 18 and 12. The 3 power play overs, all pretty healthy for Albies Army. Didn't lose a wicket through the power play either. And there's something about that second over. It's a bogey over no matter who bowls it, Rico. Because I know that Parthasarathi's had some issues in the second, and your mate, Jasud, do a lot better, but he couldn't really find his radar.
Yeah, he just too many wides. But it didn't go magical, I suppose. That's the key thing. So at least he didn't go magical, and he'll be able to say, well, okay, well, maybe Rico wasn't spot on about it, but I didn't go magical.
Yeah, so now we're going to see Sanket Mahimkar having a bowl. This should be interesting. I suppose they do have a different couple of options they could use. And here he is, and he's bowling to the 40 over captain for Albies Army, in fact. That one's Zahid. First one is going to be a wide. This is just a real loosener. Once again, some of the bowlers, don't think you can blame it all on the conditions, just struggling with their direction this morning.
Mahimkar starts with a real loosener. Well, this is better. Still a little short. So you need to just get it just pitched up a little more. But I think the key thing here is to not bowl any more extras. I mean, the extras at the moment is right up there. I mean, already 6 wides in the over, and that will hurt them in the over rate as well. Yeah, sticking to those areas outside the off stump. They take 1, looking to take 2, and they will.
At least Mahimka's keeping it one side of the wicket, you know. We don't want to bowl too many outside the leg stump. They're asking to be hit. At least this time he forced the batter to kind of play an offside stroke. Just a little bit too short. I think you're right about that so far.
Well, it's pitched up, and it goes to the fielder, and Inagula does well. So he does get that one pitched up, but one man who's been hitting it pretty well, Afzal, anything that's been pitched up to him so far has been hit long and hard.
Yeah, that's a better length though. It's a better length. It forces an uppish kind of a stroke. Could have easily gone to hand.
Another one that doesn't quite go as far. Now this is going to be this thing, that point that you made, Vinny, that once this ball starts to get wet, it's going to get heavy. And the big shots you see early on in the power play, well, you may not see as many as this the inning concludes, because that ball is going to get heavier. Well, there you go. And that's a lovely moment for Mahimkar. He gets his first wicket, and that must be his first ECN wicket as well. So well bowled to him. Gets this one right in the right area. Comes a little bit wider, doesn't he? And angles it in. And it's played all over by Mir Afzal. Well, Afzal was signalling to say at the end of the over, can you bring me cap out? I don't need me helmet. And, well, he's going to have to forget that call and just go out and take the helmet off himself. He won't need his cap either, but he's laid a good foundation. 44 on the board. That's the first wicket to go. A good time for the captain, Azam Khalil, to come in. And hasn't he been in outstanding form?
He's been in crackerjack form. But you see, once again, it's a fuller length which draws Kudratullah forward a little bit. And that's what causes the false shot. Reacts off the pitch and just nips in slightly. So well done to Mahimkar.
Yeah, well done.
Yeah, first one wasn't a very good delivery, but he's improved as the over's gone on. And he'll have one more ball left in this over. It hasn't been too interesting.
Oh, he's gone to play that sweep shot. And that is the end of the over. So the 44 on the board.
Yeah, 4
One
overs
wicket
down. But I just got a message from Andrew Ryan. So nice hello to you, Andrew. Hope
Hello,
you're well,
Rhino.
Rhino. We're missing you. I know that you took the viewers with Rico through the first half of our Swedish swing. And yeah, he was just fascinated by my choice of words after the first delivery of Mahimka. I think perhaps I was a little bit generous. But anyway, Rhino, wishing you all the best. Hopefully we see you again soon. I know you're very busy. But still, like I say, it's funny. The Titans, this is essentially their final. I mean, if they don't win this, they've got no chance of qualifying. So it's all to play for. But they do seem a bit flat to me. At least that good over from Mahimka kind of gets them back in the conversation. But they're going to have to get around Azam Khalil, get through Azam Khalil, I should say, if they're going to really have any chance in this match, you'd imagine.
Yeah, Khalil is the main man. And if they can get, 3 more wickets, I reckon 3 more wickets, and they really are in. That's a good start from a very tall character here. This is Mohsin Mamon. Coming to the bowl and starts well. And look, the other thing that I'm worried about here, I mean, this is a man that we like. Aman Zahid is out there. He's the founder of this Al-Bazami Cricket Club and also the secretary. He did say, he said, I'm gonna reverse sweep the quick bowler. That is the one thing that I want to do. He's been talking about it. This has been hit pretty well. And oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Well, that we're going to see a little bit of that. That's unfortunate. Murugasan is getting in line to stop this one. And then, well, the legs go one way and the body goes the other. Uh-oh.
Yeah, well, the running's not so much a problem. I think you said it before. It's the stopping and changing direction. Well, legs akimbo.
He's saying, what are you having a go at me for? Didn't you? Okay, what could I do about that? He's saying, poor guy. Well, I feel sorry for the bowler as well, Mamoon. Didn't deserve to go for a 4. And then he gets a much fuller delivery in. And it will be fielded there. Just a single.
Yeah, so Memon, chance for him to get himself into the series. And like I say, we're all talking about Khalil, but Zaman Zahid, that's been pretty good so far. Khalil just faced the one delivery so far. Let's see how he deals with the offerings of Mohsin Memon.
He's got good height, hasn't he, the bowler? So if he gets the ball right, I think he's going to be out here. It's certainly going to be close. It's an absolute rocket off a throw. Chowdhury can't believe he's caught it. Chowdhury can't believe he's taken the stumps down. They reckon this is out.
Yeah,
I think he's going to be
Easily.
gone. That is a huge wicket. And, well, Azam Khalil has to go. And he's going to have maybe a little word here. But Aman Zahid, look, Aman Zahid, drives us around. But one of the things he does say, he says, I do end up running out a few people. They're having a look at this again. What a throw this is. This is a superb, in these conditions, he comes in, all right, the ball's not exactly rocketing, but he gets it in one hand. And, well, Nadar, he is the raider. We've seen him use that raider pretty well when he's doing the bowling. And now he does it with the throwing as well. What a good throw.
Yeah.
And good work from the... You've got to say, it's good work from Chowdhury as well.
Yeah, it sure is. I mean, it had to be a good throw. It had to be pretty much that good to get him, if I'm honest about it. I mean, if he bounced it in or if it was slower, then they weren't going to get Azam Khalil. But it was a rocket throw, as Shadowdun Gurung says in the chat. And so it's 50 for 2. You see here, just grabs it, probably a 25-metre throw or so. But one-hand pick-up stationary ball. And, yeah, it was also good work from the keeper. He didn't waste too much time getting it onto the stumps. So they knew their only way, really, to win this game, you had to get through Azam Khalil. They've done it now. And let's see if they can make it count. And my Memon doesn't get the wicket credited to him, but he's bowled a pretty good over so far.
Yeah, if they needed something to pick them up, and we said they've been a bit flat, well, they sounded pretty picked up there. I mean, that got a prize wicket of Azam Khalil for just one run of the 2 balls that he's faced. And now they've got to put that momentum into the rest of this innings now. They really got to be up for this.
One Khalil replaces another. Sami Khalil, who comes out and he's off the mark straight away. Right to the Mad Hatter out there at deep cover point.
Yeah, he wasn't really too interested in attacking that, was he? He was just taking his time and thinking, I'm not gonna end up on my backside. I'm staying on my feet. Maman looking to finish well. 7 of the over so far. And he will finish well. End of the over. So well bowled to Maman. And got the... No, it doesn't go accredited to him. The wicket of Azam Khalil also comes off that over. So 51 on the board. At the halfway point, it's so far a bit of a comeback here.
Yeah, sure is.
Titans.
Yeah, sure is. They probably take that at the moment. You see still plenty of batting to come. Zabil Niatsi at 5. Mashal Khan, haven't seen him before. He's listed at 6. Fasi Chowdhury, good leg spinner, listed at 7. So there's a bit of an opening here, especially if they can get through Sami. Kudratullah normally kind of bolster that middle order, but he was opening, so he's already out. And so we'll see Sanket Mahimkar getting a second over. Well, no surprises there, as he bowled a pretty good first over, all things considered. After the first one got away from him. This is pitched up, driven back past him. Should just be a single. That's Sivalingam. Does the fielding. Yeah, so this will bring Aman Zahid back on strike. Waits for this one. Blasted out to deep cover. Just should clean up there. Again, just a single. Yeah, they can avoid boundaries this over. I mean, I sense a real opportunity. Stockholm Titans. I said they looked a bit flat, but I mean, they have got a bit of a gift in the sense of Khalil running himself out in that previous over. This one is hit pretty well through the leg side. And what? How about that for a bit of fielding? Oh, that's unbelievable. Now, a good throw might have him in trouble here, you know. Wow, he just can't get it back on the full. But this is a proper straight up boot stopper from Nadar. He says, don't worry about the slippery conditions. Oh, this is the kind of control. It wouldn't be out of place in the Champions League final. Look at this. Just knocks it down dead. And then is able to stop his momentum. They do get 2, but he saved 2 runs there. That's quite an amazing stop. Next one gets through the bowler, and they will get 1. But how about that, Rico, for a bit of foot fielding? I can't say I'm a huge fan of the foot fielding, we like Corey, but I mean, don't get much better than that in that genre.
I think that was got to be, what, the size 11s or something like that. That's what you needed to stop that. Yeah, I mean, that was 4 runs. It looked like 4 runs all the way. Well, I mean, Zahid is moving around in his crease. He's sort of, I mean, he's playing his part in this innings, isn't he? He's not played massive amount of big shots, just the 1-4 he's hit so far. He's gained just over a run a ball, but he's keeping things together here. It's not a good ball. It's down the leg side. The chase on for the fielder. And, well, JK, he will get there. Remember, he was hobbling around at the end of the first match.
But I'll tell you what, Mahimka ends up going for, well, it says 13 here. I thought it might have been 14 because I thought they got back for 2. There you go. 1 for 14 off 2. If you told me he'd just go 1 for 14 off his 2 over spell after I saw the first ball, I would have said, that's a pretty good result. So I just could see him working his way into the game and just finding his feet a little bit. 6 overs down, 59 for 2. 6 over check-in time. See, the line hasn't really moved yet. It surprises me slightly, but I do think, you know, if they could, well, Albi Zambi, they'll be hoping for, let's say, 10s from here. That gets them to 99. But I think when you think that Raji Nagula bowling for the first time now, could be significantly less than that. Oh, I think this is a harsh one. I've got to be honest. When it goes past the bobbing crease, I think that the whole ball's inside there. I mean, what I will say is they have been consistent on those. And normally, I'm big on the hard wides. If any of the tram line is nicked, then it should be called. But that one seemed to me that might be inside. Well, this one is going nowhere. Yanagula will take a simple catch. And so he gets his revenge. And so Zahid tries to straight pull. And he's able to hold it and having some fun out there. That's what we like to see. That's the kind of cricket that the Titans have played all week. And so the opener is finally dismissed, and it's 60 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, Zahid just trying to get probably a move on. Maybe he just decided that he needs a couple of boundaries at this point. But I don't think he needed to do that. I think he's got a partner out there, Sami Khalil, who can hit the ball pretty well. I think he just needed to stick around and play the supporting role. But he gets a good reception as he goes back to his bench. That's certainly his best score so far. That makes it 16 of 14 deliveries before he's caught and bowled by the opposition's captain. And yeah, it's nice to see Yanagula there with the ball. Once again, he is preferring to bowl much later on in the innings.
I think it's smart. I mean, especially if you can get away with some of those middle overs, which they have through Mahimka. He's a good weapon to have down the stretch with his variations. So here's Niazi for the first time.
Played pretty well. Fielders gingerly getting behind it. They're taking him on. And that's another thing here. You got to be smart all the time. Every time you're playing the ball out to the boundary, you've got to always be saying to yourself, we've got to go 2. It's going to be 2 runs here.
Yeah,
most of the times it's going to be.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy, but especially after you see Khalil getting run out how he was. But that's going to be the exception rather than the rule.
Big swing and a miss.
It's good bowling from Yanagula. The trick for him, a bit like Tahir Tarat we saw yesterday, he has to decide how often to use that slower ball and when to use it, because you don't want to become predictable.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good to see him getting on with it this game. And his team's in the game here, no doubt about it.
Well, that's Gundy, and it gets past the keeper, and it's going to roll all the way to the boundary. This will be 4 runs, and not the best of deliveries. He just drags this one down, you see, and there's enough of the bat onto it to take it all the way to the boundary. So it's going to be Niazi gets the boundary to him.
Harry just couldn't get across. There wasn't a lot of pace on the ball. That's where, you know, if you can anticipate that as a keeper and just kind of go even further than you think you're going to have to go, then you do cover the deflection. He just wasn't able to do it. And so 4 runs off that little touch from Niazi.
Hits this firmly. There's a fielder out there, and I think he makes the right decision there. Well, how about this? I mean, you would run another here. He makes a stop, and then he just rolls it to the man who's about, I don't know, 10 metres away from him.
Not so sure
Have
about...
a look at this. You got the batters aren't looking here. He's looking at his bat. He's not looking at what the fielder's doing.
It's not looking after the ball
dear.
either, is it? Anyway, back to live action.
This is hit pretty hard, and it will be 4 runs. So there is a fielder out there, but that's hit perfectly straight. Well, there you go. It's that almost a... Well, you wouldn't say that was a drive. It's like a straight pull.
Yeah, it's in a way, it's kind of halfway in between, wasn't it? So 7 overs down, 71 for 3. Yeah, been a lot of good performers so far during this week. And look at that, Ruhul Halim. He's the leading run scorer. This is to the start of this game, 165. Azam Khalil, well, he's worked his way into second place with 157. And apart from that, Kawaja with 155. Yanagula, the captain, well, he's kind of underbatted himself a little bit. 118. And then Zishan Mahmood from Batshirka. We'll see him this afternoon, 111. So a lot of good performance. Keep an eye on some of those names in this game and also this afternoon in Group A. This is the last day of Group A action. Looks like Mohsin Memon is going to bowl out here in the 8th.
Yeah, and unfortunately, some of that drizzle has come back again, which is going to make it a bit unpleasant for everyone out there, from the batters to bowlers and also our match officials. And it starts off with a full toss, and this one probably should be called, I think. It goes all the way for a Maximo. And, well, that's one signal from the umpires. Manos arriba, porque eso es 6 carreras.
This is borderline. It was dropping a bit at the end. Again, is it waist high or above? You be the judge at home. Yeah, I mean...
It's been called.
Yeah,
it has been called, yeah.
Remember, it's waist high or above, it will be a no ball. And that, to me, is pretty much dead on the waist. So I think that's probably a fair call. Especially you can see the way he plays it as well. So Memon just letting that one get away from him. So it will be a free hit coming up. Yeah. Walking stick 77.
Said it dented his figures, but Let's see if he can get this back. It's in the air, and catch won't matter.
You don't try and catch this. Oh, that's a finger snapper. Definitely letting that one bounce.
Yeah.
If I'm fielding there, because that's a free hit. Anyway, does try and catch it, he doesn't.
Jitendra Yadva, he's certainly feeling this thing. This is where I think you've got to be aware. I don't think he's aware. He's going for the catch. He's diving forward to try and take the catch.
Feel like the insurance shouldn't cover like catch attempts on free hits because it's unnecessary risk. Anyway, here's the next ball from Memon.
And this is being crashed. This is out of here. Ball. Inna Sona Shaka Lagya.
Memon went for just 7 in his first over. Then he went 7 before the second over really started because the no ball plus 6. And there's another Maximo pumped down to the ground. He's having a tough time. He's already conceded double what he conceded in the first over. We're only 2 balls into his second. I want to say a quick hello to Andy. Andy House, who's watching from Spain. Good morning to you. Thanks for saying hi in the chat. If you would like to say hello in the chat, now's a great time. ECN, European Cricket Network. And Memon, he is right now trying to come up with a plan to get out of this sticky situation.
Yeah, good. Hello, Housey. And this one's been hit pretty well as well. And it does get stopped. It's nada there. You don't take 2 to that arm. He gets the throw. And yeah, Housey, look, I've got to say to Andy House, a fantastic job that he did in Kardama for that women's tournament. It was absolutely fantastic. And I know that Ariba Khan, who is part of the Al-Bazami setup, she was there and took some plays there. And she was talking to me about it briefly the other day and said it was absolutely awesome. And I know that Azam Khalil is very keen to organise maybe 1 or 2 more teams to go from Sweden to that tournament. So well done to Andy House and everybody else that was part of that setup there. And maybe Andy can tell us how it went. I would love to know a bit more about who were the winners and where they were from and where the other teams were from. So let us know, Housey.
Yeah, fantastic. Always happy to see sport developing. And so, Memon is still trying to get out of this. Man, last 2 balls a lot better, a single and a dot.
Rain's come at a bad time, isn't it? Just when I think the Titans are starting to get on top. It's going to play a part here again now with the bowlers. That's a good delivery. He's managed to hold on to this well. Memon thought for a moment he was going to go through the defences of Niazi.
And the thing is, if you're a Titans fan, you don't want the rain at all because a point's no good to you. You need 2 points to catch up to Indiska.
Yep.
And then hope Indiska go down twice this afternoon. So, you know, they certainly will want to stay out there and make sure this game gets completed.
Hasn't Sami Khalil, I don't want to jinx him, hasn't he batted well today?
Yeah, no, he certainly has. He's always got a lot of potential. Last ball of the over.
Oh, this is hit really hard and, well, it's 1 bounce, 4 runs. There was a hint of this being an opportunity of a catch, but look, I think if he just gets hands to this, it was going to take the hands and the player with him.
Past it. That's past him. He's got no chance to catch that. Mid-off was up, and so was the ball as Khalil gets 4. And Liam Day saying he's had a big brekkie this morning. He must have those alu paranthas. Rico, with heaps of ghee. Anyway, it is the end of 8 overs, and it's 91 for 3. And after Emon's first over just went for 7, the 8th goes magical. 20 runs come off it, and Albi Zalmi now looks set to score in excess of that 100 and probably a few more.
Yeah, I think they will. That was a magical one, wasn't it? It was first over was really good. Only just went for 7, and then that one going for 20. And is it?
So, as we head to over number 9, it all happens in the 9th. And we are going to see Jasud getting a second over. He bowled the second. Now he's going to bowl the second last. That one went for 18, and he couldn't quite get it under control. Let's see how he goes here.
Goes towards the third man who totally misses it. And this can't go to the boundary, surely not. Well, he does catch up with it. We know how many times have we seen this, and we automatically say now, don't we? As soon as that is hit to third, watch for the spin.
You've got to stay left of the ball. you've got to make sure the ball bounces outside your right leg there. If you're the fielder, Mahimka, in that position, it'll spin back to you. At least you won't be having to kind of full dive to deal with the spin, because it does spin pretty predictably. Those shots skewed away off the outside half of the bat.
It's well bowled. Just take the pace off it slightly as well. I think you just concentrating, just getting the ball in the right areas. But Niazi gives the strike to Sami Khalil. Khalil has been hitting them clean, and he's been hitting them big. I think anything that's been pitched up to him, Vinny, has gone the distance.
Yeah, and he's kept his batting shape today. There's been nothing sloggy about his batting at all. I think he'll be going pretty much anything here from Jasud. 10 balls left in the inning, still 7 wickets left in hand.
This one gets through.
Absolutely jinxed him. That one he has tried to hit across it. Just kind of lost his shape for the first time.
It's because it wasn't there for the drive, you see. This is the thing, what I'm saying. That's not drivable. If he goes forward and plays the shot, the drive, he's got it. But anything that's been in the zone, so that actually is not a bad delivery to him. Jasud. His first over wasn't the best that he's bowled. In fact, he went for more runs in that one over than he did in his spell yesterday. Firmly struck. And, well, this is the area which is patrolled by the Beanie twins. I don't think I've ever quite seen that before. Both those fielders with the beanies on. It's Langham who's in front of us here. And that's Jitendra Yadav.
Yeah, here's the thing as well. There's one half of the Beanie Brigade, Siva Lingham. When we get back to Czech Republic next year, that's when I first saw Pradeep Gangappa fielding in earmuffs. Have you seen that?
Really?
I'll have to show you in a second.
Oh, you got to show us that.
Yeah, that's good. I might try and pull it up for you.
Oh, this has been thumped hard, and it's just one bounce for 4. That is a great shot. This from Niazi. He waits on it, doesn't he? They complement each other so well, these two. When Niazi, he'll pick the shorter ball really well. Look, he rocks back and he clubs it, hits it hard outside the off. And then Sami Khalil, as we said, he's the complete opposite. You pitch it up to him and he drives you big. You see there, that's a bit more raindrops on our cameras there.
First boundary of the over. And so it takes him up to 99 with the ball to go in the 9th. Jasud. He'd held it together pretty well until then, but still it was a pretty good shot from Niazi.
Oh, this one doesn't quite get to the pitch of it. They're thinking about 2. The fielder has taken a while to get there.
Yeah, so that'll be the end of the over. And the score at the end of it will be 100. Exactly 100 for 3 after 9. So now we go into the last over. Again, this is a very chaseable score. We've seen it's not easy conditions to field. I do think that the Titans, they have the batting to do this. And Albizami missing a couple of options as well. With the ball, Nazir Alizai, for example, no Rahul Khan, who can sometimes rack out some leg spin as well. And so, it's a good bowler to be able to come back as well. Raji Nagula, the captain, to bowl over number 10.
He's strays his line here slightly. This probably will be too wide. And there's a wide decision.
And just dragging that a little bit too far. Wide of the leg, of the off stump, I should say. Good little partnership being put together by these two young guns now. This one is whacked in the air. And where it comes down, nobody knows. Infield and good running to get back for 2 there.
Yeah, good work as well. And look, one thing I want to mention here is we've seen that one key bowler that Albizami have, Taz Qureshi. What a bowler he is as well. He's fantastic. We saw him actually bowling as we're looking at their Group ECL final, and he bowled magnificent. And we've seen he's been brilliant here as well. He certainly has been one of the pick of the bowlers, just getting wickets all the time, and I'm sure we're going to see him right up there. But I want to just wish him congratulations. He's not playing here today, but going to wish him and his wife congratulations because they had a baby boy yesterday. So I suppose he's got a good excuse not to be here. And I'm sure Vinny will agree. I mean, quite often we say, you can't do certain things during the cricket season because you want to play cricket.
That's
but
true.
I suppose you can't blame him for that one, can you?
Depends how big the game is.
But look, congratulations to Taz Qureshi for having a newborn
sure.
baby in their family.
Congratulations, Taz. Wishing you and the family all the best. It's an exciting time.
Can you imagine if he's in hospital now and he's watching the cricket on his phone and his wife is saying to him things like, okay, can you put another blanket on the baby or whatever? And he's like, hello, Taz, are you listening? Oh, sorry, I'm just watching Sammy Khalil batting. He's batting really well.
I read Alan Border's autobiography called Beyond 10,000 when he went past 10,000 test runs back in the early 90s.
Yeah.
I'll wait for this from Yanagula first. Driven and should just be the one this time. So he actually missed the birth, I think, of his second child, and he got there, and after they'd had a stinker of a game, and they'd lost the game, and they went up there, and then he remembers seeing this little pink thing. And you know how normally you get super excited seeing a baby so beautiful?
Yeah.
He just saw this little thing and says, oh, and on top of all this, look at you. I'll have to pay. He said, his quote was, I'll have to pay somebody to marry you. Anyway, I think it got better after that. So cricket put him in a bad mood. Anyway, Taz Qureshi won't have any of those issues, I'm sure. Congratulations.
Yeah, congrats, Taz. And we'll try and get some more details and give a shout out. And we're talking about shout out. This is out of here. What a big hit that is. It's 6 more. Manos arriba, Mitro. Porque eso, 6 más. Que grande, que guay, que genial. And this time it's Niazi's turn to go big. As I say, these two just keep complementing each other so well, and at the same time, just keep adding, you have to say, more misery onto the Stockholm Titans because they're really going to have to go some if they're going to win this match.
He picks the slow ball and picks it up and does really well. Last ball coming up.
Edge and got him. So he does get a wicket, and it's well bowled from the captain. Yanagula, I'm pleased. Look, Yanagula, I've really have felt for him during this series. He's done a lot of things right. He's a lovely guy. He's a great character, but not everything's gone his way. I'm quite happy for him that he's picked up a wicket there. That's his second on the match.
Yeah, exactly. So he has bowled well in patches. He's had a pretty good series, Raji Yanagula. He's carried his team well, but now they're going to have to get 114, and they're going to have to do it, in the 10 overs or potentially quicker. But I mean, if they get this 114, doesn't matter when they do it, they are in the tournament. That's the thing.
Yeah.
It depends on the results this afternoon. So let's have a look at some of the highlights. And it wasn't a dart. Once again, it was opening up for the Titans. A slightly different looking opening combination as they sent Kudratullah Mirafzal out there with Aman Zahid. Kudratullah in particular was pretty good, wasn't he? 3 4s and a 6 on the way to his 29. Set up a pretty healthy total here in match 18 for the defending champions, Albies Army. Yeah,
there were some nice shots played, good partnerships. There was a partnership at the beginning. And this one, well, this was a surprise. And this was when I think Andrew Ryan, he choked on his coffee. He likes his coffee and a bit of cake in the morning. I don't think he could have believed that wicket. He probably couldn't believe the figures, actually, of that bowler there, Mahim Kart, but he did bowl very well. I thought Mamoon also, who came on to bowl this over, bowled well as well. He's a tall man, got the ball in the right areas. So his second over, he let himself down with, well, I tell you who didn't let himself down is Nadar. Nadar and his radar was spot on for this run out. Excellent pick up and throw, the rocket arm. And then, well, he said, forget my arm, what about my foot? Because he said, my foot pretty good as well. As he stops that one, saves 2 runs. How valuable could those be?
Yeah, potentially. And you see that one, simple return catch for Raji Yanagula. That one just got away from a little touch from Niazi. Got him a cheap boundary. He saw some nice shots, especially down the ground. I've liked some of this batting this morning. Sami Khalil went out there, and these two put on a bit of a partnership between them. And they certainly kept the score moving. They put on 53 in the last 4 overs together. That one just not quite able to be reeled in. But yeah, the Maximos were flying. That was a huge one, Rico. And you can see, not an easy day for fielding, we know that. But it's the same for both sides. Jasud, he came back and bowled a much better over in the second. When he bowled the 9, just going for 9, did include a boundary. That was the last one that flew out of here off Yanagula. Before a little nick behind, and that was the end of the innings. 113 for 4, and ultimately it will be a tough chase, but what you would say is that the Titans particularly, I think I'd like to see the captain remain at the top of the order, Yanagula. I think that's the key. He's going to have to bat well. Look, he's going to need some help. And ultimately, we think that's it'll be tough, but certainly not impossible. I mean, don't think Pandey, with that issue, it will be available to open the batting. So they're going to have to find someone else to go up there.
They've got Sivalingam, who I know he didn't play yesterday, but when we saw him early on in the week, he batted pretty well. But it's not just, I think the thing is who can give them the acceleration that they need. They need a really good power play.
That's the question. Well, Twin 29s, top and tails, Kudratullah and Zabiul Niazi. We're sharing the top scoring honours. Close behind Sami Khalil, 28 off just 15 balls and 16 for Aman Zahid with the ball. I liked Mahimka after a shaky start, 1 for 14 off his 2 overs. Probably have him as the best of the bowlers in the end. 2 wickets for Yanagula, including 1 off the very last ball. The others a little bit expensive. And I guess we will see how this one pans out when we return. Hopefully we don't have any issues. Just a light mist falling at the moment, but Albizami favoured. Titans, well, they'll hope to do something about it. They need to chase this target down. They'll need 114 off 10 overs when we return to Sweden. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo alongside Rico Full. Hope you're having a great day and hope the sun's out in your part of the world. We'll be back with more cricket very shortly. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello, good morning, and welcome back. And this is the FanCode European Cricket Series. We are in Stockholm, and this is the Northborough Cricket Ground. We've had a little bit of the wet stuff this morning. Sort of interrupted our first match between these two, which meant it was a 3-over affair, which was comfortably won by Albazami, winning that one by 31 runs, 55-24. This one is just a little bit more evenly poised. There was some good batting from the Albazami boys, particularly from Niazi, 29 of 14. He was well supported there by Afzal, 29 of 16, and also Sami Khalil, who's had a good day with the bat, 28 not out of 15, gets them to a score of 113. So 114 required for the Titans. If they win this match, they keep their hopes of a quarter-final place alive. If they don't, then it's going to be adios to them. There will be the team, that the first team in this series that we say goodbye to. Only 4 teams from Group A will come back into next Friday's quarter-final. Tomorrow, we welcome 4 new teams from Group B. Looking forward to that. First ball, that's well played. A little bit uppish, but that's a good bit of fielding. And not the best of throws in return. But Azam Khalil gets down and stops this one from going through him. I think otherwise this is 4 runs. Does really well. Good bit of work. Afzal, the bowler. So Yadav gets himself off the mark straight away. Liking the captain, Raja, being up in the order. Short. Plays this away. Just a little dabble down to the man at fine. So both batters off the mark. Need a good start. That's what it's all about. Get a good start. Get a good partnership. Maybe looking to get around about that 35-40 in the power play. Well, this one's just a little bit too good. Too hot to handle for Yadav. Speaking about hot, I cannot believe how the weather has changed here. We just had 2 glorious days. We even saw Dana Oras walking around wearing the t-shirt. That's how warm it was, and now she looks like she's in the Antarctica. This is the opportunity, and it's been held. No mistakes at all. And Javid Daoudzai takes the catch, and it's an early departure for one of the openers. Had the width on it, gave it a good thump, but not able to get it past the fielder. So Daoudzai takes the catch, and it's going to be an early exit for one of the openers. Yadav has to go. Has to play his shots, I suppose. That was certainly there for the shot to play, but weren't able to get the elevation that he needed to get it over that cordon fielders in the inner circle there. So disappointment for Yadav. Gets an opportunity to go up there in the order, and waited a long time as well. Worked hard in the field in these not so comfortable conditions. And when he gets his chance to have a bat, he goes early. One of 3 balls for him. An early wicket for Albazami. That's nicely played, and the captain, he's out of the blocks pretty quickly. Inagula. That's the importance of trying to take every run possible. Mir Afzal has made a good start. Firmly struck in the air. Oh, it's a rare misfield from the man who took the catch. And Javid Daoudzai, he won't be happy about that. Goes straight through him. And the batters, they make the most of it and turn that, what should have been just a 1 into 2. End of the over. 5 on the board, but Afzal does pick up 1 wicket. So a good start from Albazami. And a good time to welcome back into the commentary position here, Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, thanks, Rico. It's great to be back. Yeah, it's nice to have the rain ease off a little bit after a pretty wet start to the day. Still a bit damp out there, but yeah, not too bad. And the middle of this ground has been protected pretty well. We're going to see change of bowling now. Lamar Momand is going to get over number 2. Here he is bowling to Chowdhury.
Just place it down, and good attacking fielding, and liking that. That was Hazam Khalil doing the backing up, but he was the one who shouts out and says, "Have a go! I'm here. I'm backing up," and that's exactly what they do.
Wasn't it great to see Momand in the classic match we showed this morning during the rain delay, playing in that Group D ECL final? Here he is, live though. It's always great to look back at some of those classic matches, which I mean, we'll do in the event that we have a bit of a delay to the live action. But the good news is we have completed 1.5 matches this morning already, but it's the Titans that need something to happen here. That run rate's already over 2 ball required.
They're playing for their ECS lives here. They need to get a victory. And after a aggressive play and a miss, and they think about taking the overthrows on and don't. Quite wisely, I suppose, as Mashal Khan comes in and gets a good throw in.
I was going to say that's had a question from Liam, which I answered in the chat about Taz Qureshi. We were talking about for other reasons earlier, but about his qualification for the national team. He does qualify. Was invited to trials last year, and I believe that's the case again today. So he's in the frame.
Yeah, Taz Qureshi, we were saying congratulations to him, weren't we? He's a new addition to his family, a baby boy yesterday, so congrats to him. And another man that we maybe need to be saying some congratulations to, because it might have happened also for Madhav Tigula. That's why he's not playing today, because his wife is expecting the baby at any point. Could have happened already.
Bit of a baby boom here. Well, this is boomed, but it's boomed high. Well, good luck with this one. It's going to come down, but where? It's almost caught. That's a really good effort, you got to say. That's young Mashal Khan out there. You know, we were talking about the fact that he looks a lot like Sami Khalil. The reason is they're brothers. So, this one was a real tough one. Look, credit to the young man. He got under it, but he just couldn't quite hold on.
Yeah. And, well, I've got to report, unfortunately, sorry, Mashal Khan, but Diana Oros was watching that all the way in and out of your hands. That's another one that's going to turn up on the social media. What great pictures Diana does take. We took a couple the other day of batters being dismissed, being clean bowled, and they were quality, the best of the best.
Yeah, well, that's 2 overs down. It's 11 for 1. Well, he's only 16 years old, Mashal Khan. It was up so high that he'd almost grown his first beard by the time it came down. But anyway, 11 for 1 after 2, I should say. And now gives us a chance to look at the table and why it is so important that the Titans win this game. If they do, they go to 4 points. And yep, the net run rate's not great. But don't forget Indiska, they have to face Butchirka twice this afternoon. And look, it is possible. If they go down twice, the Titans could sneak into the finals. Anyway, it is going to be third overtime. It's a birthday boy from earlier this week, Javed Davutsai, who will be bowling it. Here he is. To Yanagula.
So you're going to miss. Look, it's also another very important day. International Endangered Species Day. So just going to say, look, everybody, come on. Let's all work together to do what we can for those endangered species. And I know there's a lot of things, good things happening around the world today on that. But then there's one that you'll like as well. I'm not saying that you won't like the endangered species. Well, this one is an endangered species as well, because the batter, he's going to depart. And it's Aman Zahid has taken a catch. And I did say to you, Aman, I told you, wear the headband and you pick up wickets. And he does. He does away with the cap, even on the day when it's a bit rainy. He puts the headband on and he gets his lunch back.
He's like a whole new person, isn't he?
There he goes, look.
Well, he needs his headband to hold his brains in, and then he learns how to catch, and he might have dropped a few. This is more like the old Aman Zahid. Takes a very good catch on the run there, you know. So nothing really going right for the Titans so far. Now they're 11 for 2.
Yeah, they lose their captain, and that's one man that they didn't want to didn't want to or need to lose at this point. So good catch. Aman Zahid is back. And well done also to Javid Dawudzai, the bowler.
He's been good here, Javid. And so, yeah, last over the power play. Not too much power coming so far.
Well, Javid again gets ready. Oh, that's an absolute beauty. Oh, bye, Mr. Batter, you're out. It was full, it was straight, and he's knocking them out. Oh, that's an absolute beauty. And what a great delivery that is. Just all smiles from Javid Dawudzai because this is bang on the money.
Oh, wow. What a good first ball to get. And Lingham, well, he walks out, and he has to walk back straight away. Knocks the off stump out of the ground. And so things go from bad to worse for the Titans now. They're 11 for 3, and the next ball will be a hat-trick ball. And this looks like Jasud that's going to come out and try and deal with it.
Yeah, and Jasud, he's probably thinking, why me, why me?
And I tell you what, the kids here, they know how to deal with the rain. How's this for an outfit? He's got it all the way to the floor. So
yeah, we need one of them.
Get a wave there. Look, you're on TV for everyone. He's been hanging around, and he looks like a minion. That's what the shout is.
He's like a minion.
Look at that
When
big
he knows
smile.
what you're saying.
He's loving the rain.
He's loving the
It's
smile
not even raining
there.
at the moment, but anyway, it's good to see the kids getting involved. So the real focus of Albi's Army is the focus on the juniors. And speaking of juniors, well, Dawudzai, 21 years of age, he is now on a hat-trick. Sorry, in the Houdinit setup previously here. And now poor Jasud, he's going to have to try and deal with his hat-trick ball, and he's staring down the barrel. I'm going to get one of those raincoats, rain suits in my size. Anyway, hat-trick delivery.
Here we go. And, well, he's got him fishing. And he almost, well, oh, I'm sorry. I just got a big concern there. The umpire put his hand out. But I think he's just given a signal to the other umpire about how many balls to come in the over. And, but well bowled. He got him fishing outside the off stump. He had the slips now in play. Look at this field set. 2 slips. When have we last seen that? 2 slips.
Yeah, you're right. Good luck catching one if it comes your way.
He plays that quite well. They take the single, and well, he was gone for all money, wasn't he, if this hits. And there was anybody at home there that could have got to the bowler's end as well. Probably would have helped, but look, here he goes. He's running. It's a nice pickup. I think that is Sammy there. Gets the pickup, gets the throw in. And he's ball watching, not even trying to get back to where he needs to be. And then here he breathes a big sigh of relief. This is well hit. They'll take him on another opportunity, but not able to gather the ball. And that was Hudright, another youngster in the side. That's what I mean. You mentioned about Albi's Army, but they certainly do have a great setup here. Lots of junior cricket, a lot of women's cricket as well. And that is also the end of the power play. It's not a good one for the Titans. It's 13 for 3.
No, it's the sort of power play when we look at the towers there, you'd let your toddler jump all over it because they're not going to fall too far. Those 3 overs, not a lot of production at all. Just 5, 6 and 2. What a good over from Dawudzai. Takes 2 for 2 off the third.
Yeah, good over.
That gives him a chance. I like this. We're going to see a few other bowlers for Albi's Army getting some opportunities. And this is Shahid Haidari, who's playing his first matches this morning on ECN. And he's wearing the 19 shirt. Normally you see Zialazai wearing that for Albi's Army. But here he is bowling over number 4, the young man.
Yeah, come on. You got the stats somewhere there in front of you. You look him up, tell us how old he is. Well, his first ball, just a little bit too wide. I think it gets put away for 4 runs. Now, I did start saying before all that action started that it's another international day that you'll like. It's an international pizza party day.
Okay, I'm down with that.
On a day like
Sign me
today,
up.
that sounds good, right?
Oh, yeah. For some reason, I'm craving pizza today.
Oh, yeah, there
There's
you
an
go.
Italian place
Pizza
around
party.
the corner.
Yeah.
Might have a bit of a shock coming.
Yeah.
So if you want to buy some shares in that, that'd probably be a good time.
And you know what it is? You got to have the Swedish pizza.
Okay, what's that?
Meatballs on your pizza.
Oh, yeah, okay.
It's got to be done.
All right, better stop talking about food. We're getting close to lunch. But anyway, here's Haidari, 16 years of age, about to turn 17 in a couple of weeks. Better delivery.
Yeah, good comeback from him. I like that energy. Don't you love that energy of youth? He bowls and says, it's my bowling, I'm going to get there first.
I still think if we're going to walk around the corner to that Italian place later on, I want to get that yellow rain suit that kid was wearing. I want that in my... Because that's the sort of colour that I would wear as well, isn't it? Anyway, can Hyderi get a wicket? He's bowling to Jasud. He's on 1.
Oh, well, this one goes through. It's good delivery, good length to bowl.
Goes straight through the legs here, I think. Look at this. Bang, straight through. You might notice the umpire, Rohit Jadeja, he played for Foreign Royals last year, and they had quite an interesting time. I think this one is going to be called wide. Might have got a little bit of the line, but this is the thing about Foreign Royals. They were involved in the first game ever where all 20 wickets fell. They were bowled out for, I think, 68, and they bowled the other team out for 63.
Is that
First
right?
time we'd ever seen all 20 wickets fall. And Rohit himself, he's a very talented batter. Had a bit of a rough time, but kept getting out first ball. As this one is a wild swing.
How is that a talented batter then if you keep getting out
Well,
first ball?
no, but you know some guys are talented, but they just seem to keep getting out. But then, no, when he came good, he came pretty good. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean.
You can be a good player out of luck, especially in this form of the game where you've got to chance your arm.
I'm going to remember that next time. I mean, if there is another time that I get out for a duck, I'm going to say, but I'm a talented batter, you know. It's just one of those things.
Can happen.
It can happen. You are right. You're absolutely right. And in fact, it's happened here, isn't it? Because Siva Lingam, we know that he is a very talented batter. Though he didn't play yesterday, he's had a good series up until now, and he went first ball.
Yeah. Hey, you've been around cricket long enough to know you can be a talented batter. You can just have a series where just things don't go your way. Last ball of the over. Well, maybe not. Maybe I'm going to put the jinx on Hyderi because sometimes when I say that last ball of the over. And this one just loses it down the leg side. And Maiden Waters is saying apparently it's also International Bee Day today.
Is it?
So that's the buzz, according to Maiden Waters. Thank you for that. She's always coming up with the good facts. Anyway, last ball of the over. Try it again. This one's going to be fine. It's actually cut away nicely. I think this will test the outfield, and it's going to get there. So 4 to finish the over. Chowdhury with a couple of boundaries in the 4th. Hyderi, no luck for him in his first over in ECN cricket. It's the end of the 4th, and the score is 25 for 3. And hope that you are enjoying the action. Thanks for all these little tidbits. We're enjoying them. You sounded here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Rico Full. Well, Rico, the Titans, it does look like at the moment they are struggling, and I'm sure that there's one team in Disco that'll be watching this match pretty intently, eh?
Sorry, I'm laughing because look over there. Look how far the Minium's gone.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if we can get him on camera later, but you've scared the life out of him. He's pegged it. He's heard you. There he is. Oh, look at that. Isn't that a lovely
He's
shot?
all around the other.
He's loving it. He's at the other, but he says, this is where I normally play, Vinny. I think he's heard you talking about wanting one of those suits, and he's missed. There he is. Oh, I love that. What a great, stay on this for a minute. Stay on this. This is what it's all about. Look at this. This is absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, I'm loving it.
Oh, this is great. Well, he heard you say that you want one of those suits, and he says, I'm out of here. Vinny's after. Look, he's still going. He said, that man over there.
I'll say, come back.
Come back.
Tell me
he
where
won't
you
have
it
it anyway. Look, I love it. And look, while we're looking at that, yeah, thanks everybody for your comments. But it's also International Ride Your Bike to School or to Work Day today. But it wasn't the best of days to be doing it
Gonna give that
today.
one a miss.
Mind you, there's a lot of people out there. And what about the number? Everywhere you go, there's bike lanes. You can't walk anywhere without being wary of the bikes.
That's good. I mean, it's very healthy, of course,
Yeah.
for your population. If you can get into bikes, of course, spent a bit of time in the Netherlands earlier this year. That's pretty flat and good for biking. Anyway, here's Fuzzy Chowdhury with his leg spinners.
Yeah, can I just, on behalf of ECN, please apologise to the parents of that young man because he's been traumatised by Vinny Sandu. He's still running, you know. Somebody keep an eye on that yellow.
He's got a lot of energy.
He's like a yellow blob now in the background
He's not,
somewhere.
he's not stuck in the cube like we are, that's why. Here's Chowdhury.
Up in the air, chance, and it just goes down. It's dipping.
Had it for a while.
Yeah, I think this is one that that Woodside would normally have got. He's already taken one today.
He holds this a while, I think. Look, It goes into the hands originally. Oh, maybe not. It just kicks it. My mistake. Santosh Subramani has joined the chat. Hello to you. Hope you're well, Santosh. Thanks for joining us.
Ooh.
Do you
Was
think
there,
on
there
that?
was noise here. I think this is an edge. And it's Chowdhury coming on the bowl. Didn't he bowl well the first time we saw him? Really get assisted.
That's a huge edge, though. Like, it gets edged away from the
You wouldn't even say that
gloves.
was an edge. It's almost like the middle of the bat.
He almost bounces off the inside of the keeper, back to his hands. Also want to say hello to Steve Cook, who's back in the chat after a day off. Everyone's saying a very happy Friday. TGIF. So, yeah, hello to Steve and everyone else. Great time to drop us a line in the chat, Eastern European Cricket Network. Chowdhury, I like him with the ball.
Chowdhury to Chowdhury. And,
It is.
the batter Chowdhury gets this one away, gets a single. He's batted well up until now, I have to say. He's probably disappointed that some of the other key batters have departed already. And now it's him. Jasood, one thing we know about this man is that he can hit the ball pretty big. And if he gets himself in, who knows? Well, he's not going to do it this time. I know he can hit it pretty big. He does try. But the bowler, Fazil Chowdhury, is just too good for him. And that's a good bit of work. Good bit of keeping there as well from the keeper, Niazi. And that's another one that bites the dust.
Yeah, does beat him. I think he makes up his mind that he wants to go. He kind of premeditates to an extent. Oh, making us nervous again with the take. Niazi will take it. Just have a look at this. You just got to be careful with the gloves in front of the stump. So probably let that one go. It's not dead side on. Anyway, it will be the end of 5 overs. And the score is 29 for 4.
Yes. See that he's just Chowdhury is just moving some fielders around. The batter comes in 29 for 4 now. And this one's not going where he wants it to go either. It is chance for young Sami Khalil, who's had a very good day here today, and he's looking to get it to be even better. He's got a couple of good deliveries in there already. This is that sometimes people, I mean, if you are new to cricket and you hear myself and Vinny talking about bowling a good length, that's what we're talking about. It's just right there. It's not short where the batter can rock back and hit the ball. Just see, it's teasing. It's making the batter think twice about, right, do I come forward, do I go back? And before he's got time to make up his mind, he's got to react.
He's got a good length here, you're right. Sammy's had a good day.
And that one is the short one. Doesn't come up much there, and I think here, you probably won't see it on the camera, I think the fielder just slips as he makes his... gets ready to charge to stop this. He stays pretty low. The fielder just goes down first, and then he's not able to recover quick enough. And
Mr. letting that one go past. So, yeah, point no return has been exceeded.
It's that better length again. And
oh, you know what?
Well, I want to see this again.
I'm worried about this one.
Does he have his bat
dear.
down here, Vinny?
I'm going to go out on a limb from a long way away and say that I think this might be out.
They're not. I haven't seen a signal from the umpires to say they want to go for line review.
I think there's trouble afoot, and I might be wrong. Could I be wrong for the first time ever?
I think he's going to go. The bat is in the air.
He is
gone.
Out.
Gone. He's gone.
Oh, well, there you go. And I just had a feeling that he was in a bit of strife there, and the camera doesn't lie. For Anurag Chowdhury, he's batted well.
He's trying to be clever. He's trying to sort of say, go on then, throw it, and it's backfired on him big time.
It was certainly an appeal as well, so it's not like they didn't appeal. And he's going to be run out here. So, well, there you go, Sami Khalil with a direct hit. Can't do too much wrong today, Sammy. And just like that, it is another wicket. And with that, it's going to be 34 for 5. And it just shows you, that's the sort of one, I'm sure in a game without technology, that one's probably not given out at all because there's kind of a muted appeal. But like I say, direct hits are pretty interesting. You see, he just was a bit lazy plonking the bat back in. And actually, you can.
He
you can
wasn't
see it.
lazy. He was trying to be clever. Look, he was trying to actually say, "Yeah, go on then, go on then." If you know, like you do sometimes.
Yeah.
And the fielder said, "All right, then go. Off you go." Chowdhury, he's giving his wicket away there.
It's not the end of the series that he wanted. Anyway, so yeah, 33 for 5 it will be now, with the ball to go in the 6th over. Yeah, not ideal. Anyway, kind of sums it up for the Titans, who've certainly entertained us. Sometimes in a good way, sometimes in a way that's probably not so good for them. It's Sammy Khalil making something happen there. As he will come in now. Last ball of his over. Pandey does get him out here at number 7. In fact, no, it's not Pandey. It's Murugason that will be the new batter. And so, end of the over. It's 34 for 5.
Yeah, it's so disappointing there, and it's just another message, isn't it, to any youngsters that are watching? You know, don't try and get cocky. Don't try and think, oh yeah, you know, I'm gonna play around. Would you say, go on then? Don't challenge people. Just focus on what you got to do, what you got to do well. And Chowdhury gets himself to 20 runs. He's batted really well. Hasn't looked in trouble at all. And then he goes and gives his wicket away and puts all the pressure back on the Tigers. And Tigers now to come back into this match. Well, you just cannot see it happening. It's gone past Vinny's point of no return a while ago, and runs are going to be difficult to come by. And it's time for Azam Khalil, who always makes things happen, to come back into the action. So Murugason is the batter, and swing and a miss. Khalil now just going through the motions for his team.
This one cracked out to deep square leg and just be one. The 5% win predictor for the Titans. A bit optimistic if you ask me, but still, Azam Khalil, he's had such a good series. When you think of all the responsibilities he's got as well, over and above just playing, it's quite incredible. This one just a single.
Yeah, gone pretty quiet, haven't they, out there now? I think they know that this is the last time that we're going to be seeing them in this series. And it's a big swing and just, no, not answering the question. I think there's a polite apology there from Niazi. So the umpire, sorry about that. Just reactions. The batter you see there doesn't come out the crease at all. That is the end of another over. 7 overs down now. A nice tidy one there from Azam.
Let's have a look at what's coming up, Rico, as we head into the afternoon session. The final 2 matches of Group A. Got Bajirka and Indiska going head-to-head. And look, this is important for a couple of reasons. Bajirka, they can push their way into second place with a pair of wins against Indiska, who look, now to have qualified, but still they'll want to put on some good performances this afternoon to give them some confidence, I'm sure. And the news from the toss, as you saw there, is that Bajirka, they have won the toss and they've elected to bat first. So a good confident move from them. Probably see Tahir Tarat, Shani Kawaja opening up for them in the afternoon session. It all starts in around about half an hour right here on the European Cricket Network. All right, so here's Sabawin Nazari, who's getting a bowl for Albi's Army now. I like this. Gives an opportunity to try out a few other bowling options.
Struck fairly well, but doesn't time it. And it'll be well stopped from our man there, Aman Zahid, sporting his trademark headband. And as we said to him, get back to the headband and things will start to happen. And they did. He batted well and also took a catch. Well, this is going to be a no ball. And it's going to go to the boundary as well. So that's going to be 5. And that will have to be bowled again. And the young man will just have a few words said to him by the umpire there to say, come on, young man, you can't be bowling too many of them.
Yeah, that's why I think Niasi, the keeper's pretty happy that gets hit because he was in trouble. That wasn't. And so, yeah, just, I don't know. Nazari got to have a few nerves around him. Wouldn't be human if he didn't. But, yeah, that one is too high. And this one will be a free hit coming up. He's 17 years of age, Nazari.
Does well, recovers well, puts this one right up there. And gets hit to Marshall Khan.
Yeah, so let's see if they can put together a few highlights over the last quarter of this innings.
Short. And, just banged back into the ground by Nadar. Nadar, look, talk about the Titans. Hasn't he had a good series? It's, certainly impressed. Remember, well, he will remember his introduction to European cricket. He took a wicket off the very first ball he bowled. That one's nicely played away. And will this go all the way to the boundary? No, it slows down pretty quickly, doesn't it?
Yeah, it shows
They will take 2. But, I mean, yeah, remember that. That was a huge highlight for the Stockholm Titans. The very first match they played in the European Cricket Series, the very first ball they bowled. And they got a wicket from it. They'll look back at that. They'll look back at the bowling of Nadar in general, and Nadar as well. We'll look back at that run out he was involved with today. There have been highlights there. I think the captain, Raja Inagula, he's been really good. We've seen him good with the bat and with the ball. It's played out in the up. But really, I think they'll need to look back at those matches yesterday against Indiska.
Yeah.
That's where, I mean, they're the team that they were up against. The two teams that knew they would be competing against each other for that 4th spot played yesterday. And it was always going to go down to, well, whoever won those. And if only they could have got a result in one of those matches, things could have been different for them.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, they've certainly had a roller coaster ride, haven't they? The Stockholm Titans on ECN debut. Yeah, that first ball from Nadar. It doesn't get much better than that. Then they had some horrendous fielding in that first game, but then actually came back and took some good catches. Here's Mashal Khan getting a ball, and I think he's taken a catch first ball, and he has.
Yep.
So how about that for the young man who takes a wicket? He has a pretty well-located delivery, and Mashal Khan, just 16 years of age. What a great moment for him. Not so great for the Titans, who lose another wicket now, 47 for 6.
This is a sharp catch. It's dipping, and he just takes it before it hits the ground. And, of course, we know all about that man as well. And the Woodside takes a very, very good catch. Just, millimetres off the ground. And he rewards Mashal Khan with a wicket of his very first ball. Is that his first ball, you think, in the European Cricket Series? He's not played before, I don't think, has he, Mashal Khan?
No, he's just a youngster. So, yeah, nice moment for him for sure. So, 47 for 6 now. And so this will bring Sanket Mahimkar, who bowled pretty well in this game, I have to say. And now, we'll see if Mashal can get a second, I suppose.
It's a great opportunity. It's a good ball, right up there in the block to the new batter. Mahimkar plays it very well.
Yeah, you can see. This is right up in the block. It gives you a lot of confidence, I suppose. They've got nothing to be too worried about here. I mean, they've got the game on toast. I think just go in and back yourself. They're even going to bring a slip in now for Mashal Khan.
It's well bowled. Good variations as well. You saw the ball before, was right in the block hole. That had to be dug out by the batter. This one, short on length, and he gets it to pop, doesn't he? Really hits the seam well on that one.
It's good stuff. Steve Cook saying it looks a bit cool in Stockholm today. Well, it is a bit cool. It's 11 degrees currently. Had a bit of rain around this morning, but at the moment, not too bad.
And, well, it's reluctant to go, but he does in the end, and he'll get there and gets himself off the mark. Mahimkar.
I say it's nice to see Harvey's Army. They're getting through the group stages undefeated, but they haven't been afraid to blood their youngsters. Yeah, they've been using a lot of players and gives them a lot of valuable experience. It's good for their future, I think.
This just wide off the fielder, but backed up well. That's what they do. They do all play. I mean, it's that word again, isn't it? They all play as a team. Albazami. We saw that as we were looking at the highlights there of that the final, their group final. How they all gel together, even when they're not particularly playing well individually. As a team, they always stick together. That's a nice looking shot. It will just stop short. It gives you an indication of just how the rain, the overnight rain and rain this morning has slowed this ground down. And that one, earlier in the week, would have been 4 runs no matter what. And this just holds up. And that's one that the team's playing later. And that's the end of the 9th over. 51 for 6. Well bowled for Mashal Khan. But that's something that the other teams are going to have to watch out for. Of course, we're going to see Bushirka take on Indiska. Indiska, they're a team on a high at the moment after those 2 victories yesterday. But the runs are not going to be easy to get, especially along this surface. Though Indiska, they will probably be looking to go over the top most of the time. They've got some big hitters in their side. Oh, this is nice and slow, and there he goes. Look, I told you, he's got to listen to us, Vinny, doesn't he? The first ball he bowls, and he's wearing his trademark headband, and he gets a wicket. So in this match, he scored runs as well with the bat. He's taken a catch, and now he takes a wicket. He's going to be a happy man. Well, I tell you what, he is not going to stop talking. When he
comes back off the surface, must have hit the seam. Suddenly he's got the world's best doosra, Aman Zahid, but that headband, if it keeps going like this, the headband could be player of the series. And so, unfortunately, it's Nadar that's got to go for just 4. Now it's 51 for 7. We'll bring Mohsin Memon to the crease. And Albi's Army having it all their own way here in match 16. As they're going to cruise to their 8th victory.
Yeah, Aman Zahid he's a lovely guy. I think I mentioned it before. Not only is he the founder of Al-Bazami Cricket Club, but he's also their secretary. He's also a man that's been heavily involved around the ground here, organising this European Cricket Series. So congrats to him, and what a day he's had out there today. 16 runs he scored, he's taken a catch, and now a wicket of his very first ball. And this is just wide of the fielder.
And I've just noticed something.
Go on.
This is the first time I think I've seen it. They are using their 10th bowler in the innings. They've bowled absolutely everybody that can. Of course, not including the keeper, Zabiul Niazi.
In the air. Oh, just lobs it over the fielder. Otherwise, it could have been another one. And that was Mir Afzal. Looks like he was getting ready to take the catch.
So isn't that nice?
Yeah.
To see everyone getting a go.
But that's, you say isn't that nice? For me, I'm going to say that's Azam Khalil. That's the sort of guy he is. He's going to make sure that everybody
I've seen 9. I have not seen 10 bowls in an innings in a T10 game. And I've seen lots of games, as you know.
Firmly struck, and it'll be another single. Wouldn't he love another wicket here?
He would.
Zahid.
He just looks more like himself with the headband on now, doesn't he?
Oh, yeah, big time.
His cricket self anyway.
Just got to let his hair grow back a little bit. So here's a bit shorter. Oh, he just got a second wicket. Well, how about this? It's a horrible bounce for the batter. Well, Mamon, he's a tall man. He's got a long way to bend down to dig this one out. But this just doesn't do anything at all.
It's more the bounce in off the pitch. Just have a look how much this comes in from left to right. Look. Have a look at that. So, yeah, I mean, obviously, yeah, it keeps a bit low. I'll give you that one. But it's mostly the fact there's very little on the ball. And so, yeah, bit of jag for Aman as he jags another wicket. And with 1 ball to go, the Titans, they are 1 foot out the door, 55 for 8.
Yeah, we'll talk about 1 foot out the door. Here's a man coming in. It looks like he's only got 1 foot. You know, he got injured. Just twisted his ankle in the first match between these two. And he's part of the Sarai GK, as he's known. He's been one of the key players throughout this series. He's been opening the bowling. He's been coming in quite high up in the batting, but I think because of this slight injury, they've held him back. So he comes in now. And I think if I were him, the way that things have been, I think he'd be looking to finish his day on a high. He'd be looking to hit this out of the ground. And he's got to get to it first. That's a Gandhi ball. It's too wide and signalled as such by the umpire, Rohit. Well done to the man in black as well. I mean, it's not easy for signal on the no ball free hit, so it doesn't pitch on the pitch at all. So there you go. It's,
well, he won't take a 3rd wicket. We know that.
Oh,
hello.
Hello. Now, we talked about this before. Now, this I
is-
think has hit the edge. This is yeah, that's the right
but
call.
see, does it hit the edge though?
Yeah. Look, it hits the
Yes,
edge.
it does.
Comes in.
So that'll be a no ball. That's white.
I told you that would happen, and you said to me, "Come on, tell me what you said.
I said
When
it.
is that going to happen?"
I said I like it.
It's been crunched. It won't be out because
However,
it was
run out
still a
here,
free hit.
surely.
He's not running hard at all because he can't run, but he does get there using the bat as a walking stick with a running stick to get to the other end.
Cue the circus music. This will be it.
That's-
And they're going to finish 57 for 8 off their 10 overs. It's a comprehensive win for Albies Army, who go undefeated through the group stage. And congratulations to them. But also, look, big well done to the Titans. We know it wasn't ideal conditions for them this morning, but they had to have a crack at it, didn't they? They had to have a crack to try and pick up some points to qualify.
Yeah.
We know now that they'll finish in 5th place, so we'll have to say goodbye to them for this year, but certainly wishing them all the best to their Captain Raji and Agula and all of their players for the season ahead.
Amani's not letting go of that ball. He said, "I'm keeping this. I like this ball." He's going to give it away in the end. There he goes. The umpire with a big smile on his face. "Hey, Aman, give it back to us." Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Look, you got to say well done to the Titans. I mean, they made their debut, haven't they? And it's not been an easy one for them, but they did. You've got to look back to that game that they won, and did they not win it in style as well? So they've shown us what they can do. But unfortunately for them, they couldn't do it consistently enough. This one went in the air a long, long way, and that could have been a fantastic catch. Wasn't to be, but this one was, and it's our man, Aman Zahid. And, he gave us a bit of a celebration as well. There he goes. He's given us the look, but what a beauty that was. That's a fantastic delivery from Javid Dawuzai. Brilliant. Great bit of bowling because he got the Siva Lingam, who's a good batter out early. And this one would have been adios as well. It wasn't to be. Bit of battle on this, but just went to show that though that outfield is pretty slow. You hit it hard enough, it will go there. The 1 and 2 fell to.
Yeah, I mean, Chowdhury always like him. Always feel like he's underbowled a bit just when they've got their top team. He often doesn't get a crack, but I always think he's around about the mark. We've seen him get some good players out as well.
Yeah.
That time he gets just stood on the charge. Nianzi does the rest. And yeah, good moment for the youngsters as we saw a few different bowlers used. Not more than a few. We saw 10 different bowlers used. Sami Khalil bowled one of the better overs, I think, as well. And this is a bit of a run out from nothing as we saw Chowdhury, who batted fairly well, but he had to go. Umpire didn't think it was out on the first look, but it was out when we had a close look at it. And then we saw another nice moment there with Mashal getting a wicket first ball. And then it was time for the headband to turn up. He was the 10th bowler used. And he certainly made the most of it with a couple of wickets in the last over of this match.
Yeah, he certainly did. He got one of his first, and then he picked that one up, and then he lost it a little bit. And I love when he got that wicket. The umpire was having a good laugh at square leg as well. This one, well, this is the catch that goes down. It wouldn't have mattered because it was a free hit, so Azam clearly won't mind that one so much. We're still going to find him, though. It still goes down as a drop catch as we have a look at what's coming up next. And it's right on cue because the teams are at the ground now. We're just giving them a wave.
Yeah, getting ready to go.
Bushirka against Indisco. What do you reckon?
Plenty on this in Bushirka. They've got something to really play for. If they can win twice, they can get second place. Second versus third is a big difference, I think, in this structure because you'll play a lower-ranked opponent. You'll also protect yourself in the case of some weather next week. So Bushirka, they're going to want to win twice against Indisco. And Indisco, they just want to keep the momentum rolling. They were very good yesterday. The news from the toss, Bushirka, they won the toss. They will bat first. That match will start in about 15 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. Rico.
You know what I'm looking for? I'm looking for seeing somebody like Khawaja bat. Khawaja yesterday was on fire, and also Gosh on the other side. So two good batters on each side. I think they'll be looking to show us what they can do. As we have a look at this scorecard, well, Chaudhry, he did well to 19 before he gave his wicket away, but nobody else really was able to contribute there.
Yeah.
It's disappointing, especially when you know that they have got good batters there, but Yananuga and also Lingam just couldn't get going in that match.
Yeah, just the 10 from Marugas and the other player to reach double figures.
Can they fit him in?
Not often you see this. Yeah, all 10 bowlers were used by Albies Army, and they all did a pretty good job. The most anyone conceded was 11. 2 for 2 for Davudzai. He got a couple of wickets, as did Aman Zahid, who took 2 for 7. Also wickets for Kudratullah, as well as Chowdhury. And big shout out to Mashal Khan, who took a wicket with his first ball in ECS cricket. We're going to take a break. We have to make the screen a bit taller, I think, if we're going to have any more bowlers. But what I will say is we will be back in around about 15 minutes to take you into the afternoon session. It'll be the final 2 group matches. And at the moment, the weather holding, which is good news from here in North Baltic. But for right now, it's Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Halfway through the day here on day 5. See you shortly for more exciting cricket entertainment and action on ECN. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series Sweden. Hello and welcome back to Stockholm in Sweden. We're halfway through day 5, the final day of Group A qualification matches. A week from today, we'll have quarterfinals Friday, but right now it's time for match 19, the penultimate match of Group A, and it's Bočerka versus Indiska. Bočerka, last year, we saw them come second in Group A before losing their quarterfinal. But this time, I'll be hoping that they can get second again, I think, because at the moment they're in third. A couple of wins will see them get to second, and they're against an Indiska side that we didn't see in 2021 in the ECS. We did see them back in 2020, but it's been great to have them back. Slightly different look to their side today, as they are without their regular captain, Sanjay Serene, but his brother, Amit Serene, is in the lineup for the second time in the series. A couple of new names to this week in there. Imran Khan, Manu Salim and Manjinder Singh coming into their lineup. As for Bočerka, they've got a pretty settled lineup as well. And you can see that they've got a pretty strong top 3 that they play most of their innings based on. Tahir Torah as well, Shani Khawaja and Zishan Mahmood. So watch out for them. They're led by Asad Iqbal, who'll do the job behind the stumps for them. Faisal Mushtaq comes into the series for the first time. News from the toss is Bočerka. They won the toss, elected to bat. They're expected to get 90. We'll have to see how accurate that is. Indiska expected to get 83. So the bat versus ball wall, the supercomputer, is favouring Bočerka by 7 runs. And I guess we'll see what plays out on the field. Conditions at the moment in Stockholm, coming up to 1 p.m. local time. Still it's 11 degrees. And we had some light drizzle throughout the morning. At the moment it's pretty much stopped. The outfield a little bit slippery, but nothing too crazy. This field does drain pretty well. The kind of pitch area was well protected overnight, and we haven't had too many problems with that at all. So about ready to get started, and it will be Arshpreet Singh that will open the bowling for Indiska. He's gotten better and better as the week has gone on. Another guy that keeps getting better and better as his weeks roll on in the commentary box, Rico Full, joining me in the commentary box. And Rico, I'm sure both these teams, they would love to finish their group campaign with a pair of wins.
Yeah, they certainly would. And at the moment, it's all about that third place, I suppose, between these two. Well, Bočerka, they know they get 2 wins here. They finish in second. Or even 1 good win. The net run rate will be key between them and Shopping. And Indiska, well, they're hoping that they can elevate themselves up the table as well. This man starts with a wide, the bowler. Arshpreet Singh. Like what he's done in the last couple of days. He's just got to maybe think about perhaps adjusting. He's run up slightly if he's finding that he's going to skid around a little. That's going to be the issue, I suppose. If you've got a long run up, you're going to be running from an area which is wet underfoot, and then you're going to be transferring that onto the mat. So you could have a few issues there. Though I have to say, this ground dries so quickly. It's amazing.
Does. I mean, I'd be tempted to kind of run up a bit shorter and not have so much of a build-up of the grass, but Arshpreet going pretty much off the full run here. Getting it through. This one hangs up in the air, and it's going to be 4 as it's just angled away. The fielder gets close, but he won't be able to cut this one off, and that's some of the issues sometimes with that extra pace. See, that's just a push from the batter, but it still makes its way to the boundary. First run's the first boundary of the contest, and it comes off the bat of a pretty explosive player, Rico, Tahir Torah.
Yeah, Torah hasn't really found his touch with the bat. We saw early on in his first few games, he came out, he played some smashing shots, hitting the ball to the boundary a few times, and then getting out. And the last few times, he started like he has here. He gets a boundary or 2, then he gets out. We haven't seen him go all the way. Yet the guy at the other end, Khawaja, he has been a rocket. He starts so fast. In fact, he scored 155 runs in the series so far, and he lies 3rd in the number of runs, just 2 behind Azam Khalil. Azam Khalil himself, 157.
Another cut, but now they've protected that area with kind of deep backward point in addition to the fine third man they've got on the boundary. That's their 2 outfielders. But yeah, I mean, having a pretty good series for sure. Now Khawaja will face up for the first time. And we've seen a bit of swing around in these conditions, haven't we? Particularly with the new ball, as you'd expect. Despite the ball being a little bit damp pretty much immediately as soon as it hits the surface, we've still seen a bit of that shape.
Yeah, certainly have. And one thing I think the bowlers, I think you need to just adjust to the conditions that you're in. And you could just adjust just to take the pace off the ball a bit here and concentrate on your line. would like to see Ashpreet Singh's trying to do here. Still charging in though. And this played well. They have got a man out there doing the sweeping, if you like, on the offside. Just a single.
There's a couple of helicopters going over the top. Get that on the camera, but there we go. Geez, these guys are good, aren't they? That took about 2 seconds. And yeah, I just saw that helicopter making a bit of a trip one way and now going back. That isn't my Maximo helicopter, which I've been promised. But
it ain't happening, you know that.
no, give it time.
You didn't even get your Maximo bus.
Well, this is going to be a nice bit of fancy footwork from the umpire, not so much from the fielders. This one's drilled down the ground by Taraf before. Rohit Janeja, we saw him for the Foreign Royals last year. This time he has to jump over the top of it. And we've edited it out because it was so good. We can't show it to you again, but it is 4 more to Bachirka.
Yeah, that's a nice shot. Straight down the ground. Nicely played.
There we go. Bang. Well, the next one. This one's worked way over the leg side. Well, this is good batting. And in fact, it will be 4 more. So Tara, we know he can do this early. Doesn't always come off, but when he does, geez, he's exciting. This one's just taken pretty much off stump, but he had the length to work with and he manoeuvres it behind square for 4.
Yeah, it's turning out to be an awkward over for Ashpreet Singh. I think it just goes down to the fact that he's trying to do what he has done on 2 days where the conditions have been very different. Sunnier, he's had no issues with his footing and he's been able to run in and bang the ball in. Today is slightly different and he needs to make that adjustment. He hasn't been able to do it so far, and these 2 batters, especially at the moment, Darar on strike, will capitalise on that.
Last ball of the over. Yeah, of course, Tara hasn't had enough just yet, and this one is going to go the journey Maximo as Tara takes the first over magical. 21 come off Ashpreet, and it's 21 for no loss. What a good start that is for Bachirka.
Yeah, Ashpreet Singh, he's taken some punishment there. He's been taken to the sword by Tarar, and I was saying that Tarar, he is a batter that can go big. He's an explosive player. He's a little gem, actually, to have in your side, not just as the batter, but also, well, we'll see him do some good work with the ball as well. He's an exciting player to watch, and that's why. And giving them the perfect start, goes magical the first over, 21 without loss.
Yeah, what a good start that is. And Bachirka, don't forget, pair of wins sees them lock up second spot. In Disca, I mean, it's not impossible for them to get second, you know. They'd have to thrash Bachirka twice to make up a bit of net run rate on Linshipping. This is going to be Manjinder Singh, who's coming into the side for the first time in the series, bowling over number 2. Pretty good start, hunting the stumps, but also good running from the batters who'll sneak through for a single.
Yeah, good start. First delivery, pretty full, straight up there. And Khawaja quite happy to say, okay, ta-da, you're the one that seems to be seeing it well this morning. Here you go, have it back. And he's saying thank you very much.
This one's miles in the air, and good luck getting near this one. It's just a matter of how far it will travel. It just pitches just inside the line. It will be 4 more. Well, that one wasn't off the middle, was it? It's kind of a bit of a leading edge, if anything.
Yeah.
But still does get 4 more runs for Bachirka, and this good start continues.
Yeah, that's the way he was out yesterday. Last time we saw him bat, he played some nice shots, looked dangerous, and then he played that one, and it was caught by the keeper. So that's something that he needs to work on.
It's not a good ball. Manjinder was good early. He's just lost his direction a couple of times.
Yeah, that's a good stop there from Ajit Ghosh. Doesn't he knows he's not there with the gloves, but he gets that leg right down planted and doesn't go through him. I've got a man who's pretty fine there at third. So he certainly is able to cover both sides of the ground, especially today with it being a bit slower.
Once again, losing down the leg side, and that's alert running from Khawaja.
Oh, he's got a rush. With this one, he takes, I think, on the jacksie, and now with Tara, he's gone down like an old woman.
I'll tell you why. I'm not sure if Arjun Singh will get out of the way long enough for us to see this. Well, he will, I think. This throw is a heat-seeking missile from Tara, who tries to get out the way. He sees it about here, but he guesses the wrong way. And yeah, cops that right in the middle of the number 14. But he's a tough unit. He'll be fine.
Tara. Well, 1 minute he was going well. The next minute he's turned into a Buddha.
Okay, Tara, whatever will be. That one smacked him in the spine. And this one smacks into the stumps. And what a comeback this is from Manjinda, who enters himself into the series, and he gets one of the form batters of the week. Shani Kawaja gets ripped for just 2. That's the first wicket of match number 19. 29 for 1. Good delivery. Kawaja just tried to give himself some room, and he pays the price. That one sneaks through, and over goes the castle.
Yeah, he's a little bit indecisive, isn't he? Kawaja, what he wanted to do here, he's sort of watching the ball, then he's trying to give himself some room by moving down the leg side. But I think he knows in his mind that really he's getting to a position where he's not going to be able to execute the shot he wants, and then finds that he loses his wicket quite cheaply. That is a big wicket to get early for Indiska. I mean, I know they've got the danger of Tara still there, but somebody who has done really well and consecutively well is Kawaja, and they've got him out already. Mr. Consistent goes, and they've got, well, one explosive batter out early. Well bowled from Majinder Singh, and gets a wicket in his first over. Still got a couple of balls to go.
So, pretty good work, isn't it, by Indiska? Able to bring in a couple of players to cover the players that have departed today's matches, and Manjinda certainly bringing it early on. Just stifling this power play is Zishan Mahmood. Gets a look at a wide first up, and he's been another form player this week, hasn't he? Not only with the bat, but also with the ball. He's been a very important contributor for Bachirika.
Certainly has. He's fourth joint on 111 on runs with the Saad Khan. So he'll be looking to continue going upwards on that run table, which is being led at the moment by Rahul Halim of Lynn Shopping. 165 runs he scored in the series. Short, and just over the fielder, and that will go all the way to the boundary. 4 runs. Nice looking shot. He knows that the fielder's inside the circle, and he plays this beautifully. Cuatro carreras.
Good batting. Just picked up length really quickly. We still are in the power play. He's up and over, gets plenty of bat on that, and a confident start for Zishan. See what Manjinda comes back with. I think he's got to pitch up a bit and challenge Zishan Mahmood early. He's a man you want to see the back of. It's a bit full up. It's good adjustment. Zishan's happy to pat this one back.
Yeah, looking to finish the over well. Just been a few wides in it, which would be disappointing. There's already 5 extras from wides, and we haven't completed the second overs yet. That's one thing they'll be looking to improve on as this innings goes on. That's a nice delivery. Certainly gets this one to climb, and if he fires the right line, I think he's got this one on the gloves of Zishan Mahmood. I think this is where the fingers get wedged between the bat, or the handle of the bat for short. So finishes well, takes 1 for 13, 34 for 1 at the end of 2.
Yeah, you can see the state of play as far as the table is concerned. And in Indiska now, we know they have enough points to qualify, but they can go higher. That's the thing. And again, even if they can push past Bachirika for third, there's an outside chance they could get second if they have 2 really big wins. But if they can push past Bachirika for third, it means you're going to avoid the best performing team in Group B, which I think is something they would like to do. But that's plenty to play for, because position is all important in this structure as we head into the third over. It looks to me like could be
Arjun, right?
I think this is Arjun Singh, that's going to bowl it. And of course, the power play, just 2 outfitters will be allowed out for 1 more over.
Yeah, I think this is a good move. I mean, normally they have gone for Ashpreet Singh to bowl himself out, but the way his first over went, they thought, well, okay, let's just try somebody different. And Arjun comes on. He's quite a tidy bowler, he's always attacking the off stump, getting that ball in that channel. I like to call it that off stump corridor, just wide of the off stick, short of a length. And of course, they still have the 2 spinners in the side, Sachin Sharma and Gurvinder Singh.
Full toss and hit through the leg side. Still, there's cover there in KO Patel, just a single. What a great time. Maybe we can do our lurker shout out. Haven't done this today yet. If you are watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, or maybe if you're watching on FanCode, if you can manage, get in the live chat. Say hello to us. If you don't often get to chat, we'd love for you to send a message. Let us know where you're watching from. I can see that Mandrake has just joined the chat. Great to see. Great to see you with us, Mandrake. Well, this is so funny because it's hit the edge of the pitch and bounced back to Arjun Singh. Just watch this. I was going to say, is this a catch? But no, by definition, it's hit the ground. This one hits the wood on the edge of the pitch. Well, there we go. One hand off the wood. Seashan can't believe it. Don't worry, hit that at all, he says. This time he'll find cover, but he will get a single. Yeah, so yeah, looking forward to maybe some lurkers saying hello and keeping our day interesting. I want to say hello to Awoken Nightmare, who's watching from the USA. He's our first lurker that's chipped in. Thank you so much for saying hi. It's a great chance for us to acknowledge some of our viewers who are lurking behind the scenes. Right now, Arjun Singh is hoping to get rid of the dangerous Tahir Tara. Clever ball. It's a slower bouncer, and it's too good for the keeper. And now it's been thrown to absolute no one in particular. But unfortunately, Zishan wasn't watching. Yeah, have a look at this. Slow, and he kind of walks at it. And it's probably over the shoulder, but yeah, Tara doesn't get the pace he wants on the ball. I think it is smart to slow it down a bit to Tara. I can see one particular lurker that's being a pest in the chat. And it's Rico Fall saying, hello, Vinny, I'm lurking behind you. I can hear you. I would say hello to Vinny Fangirl, who's in the chat as well. Where are you watching from, Vinny Fangirl? I'm always interested to find out. That's the end of the power play. 37 for 1, and a pretty good over, that one, from Arjun Singh. So they did make the change from going back to Arshpreet, and it worked. Only 2 coming off that over.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, Indiska, they've been very good at using the likes of, normally I think it's Sachin Sharma and Govinder Singh early on. Now, they've been captained by Govinder. I'm just wondering whether because he's captain, he feels the need to use some of the other bowlers before himself. I mean, normally, of course, we know it's Sachin Kumar Saran who's not playing this match.
Yeah.
And they've always done pretty well. Nobody's really sort of gone to town with the spin bowlers. So could be a little bit of a mistake, maybe just leaving themselves too late. I think this is probably power play done. I would certainly, I know he bowled a good over at Majinder Singh. I would sort of say to Majinder, look, I'm just going to hold you back. Let's just try to see what either Govinder or Sachin Sanjay could do here. That's a good shot. Well, it's right through. And, well, Govinder saying, well, there you go, Rico. That's why I just knew this was going to happen. This is a really good ball. It's a sort of similar delivery that he started with his spell with his foot. It's right up there. You see the bat has come across. I think this goes all the way through. I thought perhaps he just caught a bit of the pad. It doesn't. He just yorks himself, doesn't he?
Yeah, I'm not sure, if it flicked the pad or not. Regardless, it is Majinder doing the job. Well, Govinder saying this captaincy's easy. Seems like every move he makes has been a good one. And that was a good one to get rid of the dangerous Tara, who goes for 24 off only 10 balls. 2 wickets down now, but Chirka are 37 for 2. Yeah,
that's a good bit of bowling there. As you see the new batter coming out, and it's a good pile around Hawa. He knows that he's going to try. I think all the batters now with that come in here, as long as Zishan Mahmood is there, they know that's their role. Their role is to support Zishan and keep him on strike as much as possible. Give him support as well. If you get the loose delivery, you've got to put it away. But first, you've got to deal with Majinder Singh. In he comes.
Again, full straight. Just played away for a single to get him off the mark. Yeah, those wickets are important. And Disca, like I said, plenty to play for them. They want to find the way out of 4th place. Not where you want to be. I mean, Albi Zalmi did well, last year, I should say, to come out of 4th. But, I mean, it will be a tough task. You'd have to beat the top team. I know a lot of buzz about Hammarby in Group B. This one's in the air, skews away, and it's just going to get over the fielder. It's Imran Khan who's into the lineup, and he starts by booting the ball towards the boundary. won't concede a 4, but it will concede 2, and maybe a 3rd. That's really good running, in fact. Well, now thinking about a 4th.
Have a look.
Wow. All
Vinny,
right, where do you start here?
Have a look at the fielder when he throws the ball. It tells you a story. I don't know if we get the same replays we just saw there. When he throws the ball, have a look what he's saying. He's saying, "Oh, yaar tu kitne gaya?" He's basically saying, "Where's the bowler?" Because that's the end he throws it at. First of all, he's got to get to it. Ada. Sangan. Oh, dear. Well, we're going to have more time to watch that one.
Yeah, I mean, that was a funny one, wasn't it? Yeah, but you're right, he threw it, and it's like the lights were on, but no one was home there.
The expression was just, fantastic. He's saying here, look, when he throws it, he finally gets it. Here's the throw, and then watch what he says. He says, "Oi, where are
meant
you?"
to be there. Anyway, let's go back to live action. This next one is dabbed down. Let's give Randall up. Of course, at the crease now.
I would have to say, though, he's right in a way. I mean, the bowler had plenty of time, or any fielder, to get to the bowler's end. Nobody did. And as a result of that, they got 3 runs.
Helix calling that a pandemonium moment. Yeah, we had one of those. Was it yesterday or the day before? I think it was maybe the day before. It might have been yesterday.
What,
the old kicked 6.
The 6 yesterday,
6, including 4 overthrows. I saw that went a bit viral on the social media. Anyway, this one is a thick edge. Should be stopped. And, well, using his teammate as a kind of, what would you call that?
Oh,
like a human break. Zishan's struggling here. Just look at him running down to the far end.
Well, Imran here, well, look, he's the...
What do you call it? Like, in the Formula 1, you have the barriers. You have the tyres to slow you down. But just have a look at Zishan. He looks like he's struggling a bit with something. It's been a long week for him. Anyway, it's 44 for 2 after 4 overs. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Rico Full. I want all the lurkers, please, go in the chat. I'm having a look now, and I can see that Vinny Fangirl saying she's watching from Vinny Land forever. I can see that Himpreet Singh's in there. I can also see Mandrake, of course. Hello to you.
Hello, everybody.
And, it's been an exciting day. I'm just happy we've got some cricket on. It looked this morning pretty bleak, but, shortened first game, full second game. At the moment, the way things are going, looks like, fingers crossed, that we'll get through the rest of the afternoon unscathed. We'll just have to kind of adapt to the situation, though. Thanks for your patience. Gurvinder Singh, the standing captain, is going to bowl over number 5. So this will be an interesting moment in the game where they go to spin. We've also got the spin, if you want to call it that, of Sachin Sharma to come as well. This one just short and a little bit wide. Punched out to Manjinder, who ends up bowling out his 2 overs and picking up a couple of wickets, 2 for 20. Good start to the series for him.
Yeah, I was going to say they're not really running these, they're sort of walking the singles, but perhaps if there is that injury there to Zishan, that's the reason. So here we go. It's the battle of the captains. We've seen plenty of these week.
Got to say hello as well to Mahathir Ahmed, who was asking me, what's my country name? Well, I don't really have one country anymore. I did play my cricket in Australia. That's where I was born.
Vinnyland, wasn't it?
Probably do live in Vinnyland. This one's hit flat. And
talking about hit flat. Well, the fielder here, he almost ends up wearing it. There's K.U. Patel. Have a look at this, Vinny. I know you can't see much from where you're sat.
I saw enough. Well, the ball goes up and he goes down. That's what I think happens here. And then, unfortunately, even though he's in a pretty good position, he does get down early. He's not able to deal with the bounce, and it's the 4 from nothing, really, for Mochirka.
Patel gets down and dirty. Oh, dear.
Well, anyway, next ball, moving right along, is hit straight to the 45 in the circle. That's Amit Kumar. Does make the stop at least, but does concede a single.
Yeah, well done, Kumar. I mean, he could have put anywhere else, 4 runs, but it goes straight to Kumar. And he then, you see there, if Kumar was able to handle it cleanly, I don't think it would have been a run there either.
On the walk, wow, almost gets in a bit of trouble here. Randawa, again, I think this is one of those premeditated charges. You see here, and I was a bit worried about the keeper, but he was all right. He waited till the ball got past the stumps, and then that's one way of knocking them over. Didn't matter.
Sort of barged it onto the stumps.
This time he is. Oh, it's a bit close, you know.
It's
The
movement.
I think this is going to be
movement.
super close because he knows he's missed it, and then I think he actually gets back there.
Let's have a look at the bat bounce as well. First, it
Yeah,
hits where
true.
keep an eye. It goes down.
Now, which
Outside.
frame of the stump's broken? Not that one, not that one, not
And
that one.
then-
Maybe the next one.
Oh, I think he just makes it, you know. He's lucky the bat hits the deck and doesn't go up. Very, very close. The umpire's probably the third umpire, so it's the tournament referee. Stefan Gooch is just watch that one more time before they make the decision. I think probably, if you ask me, I think he just gets there. There we go. Keep an eye on it, and
I think he's just back.
Just that corner of the bat. So good work there from our partner, Spring Productions, and that's Andres, and also Dennis, who's up, I believe, in the tower. That's been hit pretty well. That is 4 runs. That one is not coming back, and that is Zishan Mahmood at his best. Anything that is short outside the off will be punished, and he clubs this away with a lot of power.
Fantastic shot off the back foot from Zishan Mahmood. But yeah, I just want to say to everyone in the chat, classic ECN fun at the moment. Hope you're enjoying it. This next one is up and away, but the fielder should stop this. And they do well, actually, in Disco to keep it to 1. Well, I think they do, as the ball skips past Arijit Ghosh.
Comes off the bat, so they're not going to take the one. Yeah, Zishan has obviously got a slight issue. He's not running too hard.
Yeah.
And when he gets to the other end, he's already saying, no, that'll do. Arjun Singh, he's had a pretty good time with the ball at the moment.
What a good first over he had as well. Let's see if he can keep it going. Tapped away. This one bites back a bit off the surface, but Randhawa moves to 4 with that single. So yeah, lively contest at the moment, Rico. I think, for me, it's all about how long Mahmood can bat here as to Bajirka's chances in this match. Slower ball, pretty good one actually. Drops down on Mahmood, who is basically pushed for a second. Luckily he gets there because it did fall into a pocket of space. Manjinder does the fielding. He certainly does seem to be struggling. Let's see maybe if he bowls and how he bowls Zishan Mahmood in the second half of this game.
Yeah, very true. Just looked at the last few shots that have been played. I mean, certainly I think Mahmood is looking to go on the onside. I think that's a plan. That's why this field has been set the way it is. See this delivery. Well, see, that's exactly what I'm talking about. It's going to... Oh, it's almost taken a one-hander. He's very slow getting back here, so I'm thinking he's never going to get 2 hands on this. Then he leans back, puts one hand out, and almost takes what would have been quite an amazing catch because he never looked like he was going to take it, Amit Kumar. But yeah, just looking at the field set, Vinny, I think there's too many on the offside. When you have a look at that offside field, it's almost like they're touching hands. It's like a slip coordination.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Oh,
This next one gets through Govinda.
But
Doesn't allow a second.
No, there won't be 2. I don't think Mahmood will take it up. But I just think they could do with moving one across onto the leg side, and it wouldn't really hurt them on the offside because I think they're just getting in each other's way there.
You might be right. Anyway, it is 60 for 2 after 6 overs. So at the moment, come on track for 100, I suppose, if they go at this rate. I think that's a good kind of score to start with. Although, do you think, if anything, I think that, the set batters, they seem to really probably get a few more chances than usual because catching's more difficult. I know it's a bit harder to hit the ball further. But yeah, with a field with these dimensions, I think, if anything, I'd say the set batters have it a bit easier, but some of the other batters struggle a bit. As we're going to see a very interesting part of the game now, Sachin Sharma coming in to the attack in over number 7, and he is not afraid to give the ball some air. Let's go. In case in point, that one, and it's hit down to long off, and it's taken. Well, there you go. And Ashpreet Singh takes the catch, and this is exactly what I'm talking about. He just has a real knack, doesn't he, Sachin Sharma? He can slow it down, but his length is pretty good. And so the batter takes it on, and he actually gets a fair piece of this Randhawa. He leans back, but he doesn't quite have what it takes to get over Arshpreet at long off. So a wicket, very first ball for Sharma, and Bachirka lose the third. It's 60 for 3.
Yeah, this is what he's done all the way through, doesn't he? Doesn't do anything exciting. He just relies on getting the ball in the right areas and relies on the fielders to do their job. And, well, Arshpreet Singh did not let him down there. When we have a look at that score, it's an interesting point to look at. Only 3 overs have gone over double figures. One of them just on 10, and that was that last over from Arjun Singh. The score is looking the way it is because of that first over that went for 21. So other than that, Indiska have been very good here. And if they can keep things going at this rate, I reckon that, they probably will try and keep oh, well, this one's gone a long way up. It's been hit down the ground and should be stopped and will be. Yeah, I think they're looking to keep them sort of about that 105 mark, really, because the acceleration, even though Zishan is still there, the acceleration that they would like hasn't really happened.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Big gamble, though, to bowl Sharma anytime. This is the quicker one, and it's picked, and it's dispatched. But guess what? It's dropped. Manjinder, and this is what I'm talking about with the set batters. If they hit the ball hard, it's going to take some catching. This is hit pretty flat from Mahmood. And Manjinder, well, he probably wanted to be anywhere else. That was the flatter one, you see. And this is why Sharma is quite a clever bowler. He was never really set there. Didn't have to come rushing in, did he, Manjinder? Back to live action. This will be a wide. But, yeah, I mean, looking at that drop catch, I think he wasn't set. He was rushing in. I think that's a good call as well. The back foot stays grounded. Merchant coming off a good 42 yesterday. Was player of the match in one of their matches. And so, yeah, coming in at 5. Still a dangerous hitter. So they're not out of the woods yet in Diska. And Sharma, well, this is kind of like what I would call a bit of a more refined Pavel Florin style of bowling. But there you go. He does get it down, but this one is going up and is not coming back for a long time. Well, bang, off the sight screen. Well, watch out, whoever's up in the tower. It's either Dennis or Andres. I can tell you that this one isn't coming back. That's Dennis. Well, I know he's wearing a shirt today, which is a rarity. But this one bangs off the tower, 6 runs.
Yeah, this is a beautiful strike from Zishan Mahmood. Just timing was epic. The power was in it. It's one of the biggest ones that we've seen hit straight. And this one's wide. It will be a wide. You can see he's just trying to get him reaching. And Zishan Mahmood, he's too clever and too classy to fall for that. He says, I know what you're up to. Quicker one. And this has been dispatched as well. Balle, balle, balle. Ginna Sona Shaka Lagya.
Yeah, got to stick to the moon balls, I think, because Zishan is enjoying it. Thinks it's a variation, but Zishan doesn't look surprised. He gets a long way deep in the crease there and absolutely slams it out of the ground. 7 overs down, 77 for 3. It looked like it was going to be a pretty economical over, but 2 Maximos changes the face of it. 17 come off the 7th as we look ahead to the European Cricket Championship. The second time we'll hold this event. It's a T10 international tournament, one of the biggest tournaments in the world. In fact, 21 nations will go head-to-head. It's even bigger than the World Cup and even the expanded World Cup that they'll have in a couple of years. They join us for 5 weeks through September and October as we see a new over start, and it's Merchant this time. Gets it into the gap, didn't quite get enough to get it for 6, but the assault continues as we see Govinda coming back for a second over, and it starts with a boundary. Good hitting by Imran.
Yeah, good hitting. Look, it wouldn't hurt Govinda really to have another one over there. He's doing it now here. Yeah, that makes more sense. So he's getting those three men a bit closer together. So this is a better field, I think. And that's a Gundy ball. Well, that's just very poor. And if he were the captain and there was somebody else bowling this, he'll be at them straight away. He just makes the adjustment on the field, and then he bowls this in the one place where you don't want to.
Yeah.
And that's
pretty
not
lucky,
good bowling.
Pretty lucky, Merchant, that he actually hits that, because he gets himself in a bit of a muddle because his body was right behind it. He didn't get inside it, but he didn't miss out, did he? Not a good ball from Govinda. Needs to straighten it up. This one's a challenge ball, and it might have a good result as this one is caught. Nice catching. Really nice catching there. He slides underneath it, doesn't he? And Arjun Singh's having a good game. So Merchant hits the boundary. The very next ball, he goes after one that's on the stumps. A much better delivery from the stand-in captain Gurvinder Singh. Merchant has to go for 10, and it's 85 for 4.
Yeah, that's better. That's what he does. That's what he's done so well. This is a really good catch, actually. You see, he collapses on the floor, but that's more out of delight than anything else.
I think he says, well, I don't want this ball to hit the floor, so I'm going to become the floor. And he just kind of lies down under it saying, well, one way or another, this isn't hitting the grass. Anyway, new batter at the crease is Osama Qureshi. And he's beaten all ends up by this one.
Yeah, Govinda, we did see him smile yesterday when he picked up 3 wickets for 4. I love the way he starts. It's a bit like, you know, the old style of dancing when you're about to dance and you do the little the little jiggle. Look, here he goes. Look, he goes.
I like it. He's on the charge, and this one is going to go. It's going to fly out of the sky, and it's going to come down just the friendly side of the line for Machirka as they move into the 90s. Osama Qureshi not missing a beat as he comes out and slams the Maximo in the 9th.
Yeah, nice shot from Qureshi. I think it's all about saying, right, we've got wickets in hand still. I mean, we've got to just go for these shots. Okay, it can get mishit, but you'll take the 6.
It's actually the 8th over, not the 9th, but I don't think Qureshi cared the first time. The second time he might care because he's going to be 6 and out. Majinda takes the catch at long on, makes up for his earlier indiscretion. So Govinda, a real mixed bag, as he'll finish his spell with 2 for 20. And so Qureshi comes, Qureshi goes. It's 8 overs down. The score is 91 for 5.
Yeah, well bowled again from Govinda. He does go for 20 runs, but look, you'll take that. And especially when he's picked up 2 wickets as well. So the captain, he'll be able to say, well, leading the team, I've done my bit. But yeah, there was just that one bad ball, wasn't there, that he just fired down on the leg side. But other than that, he's done well. Now, he's being brave here because he's keeping Sanjay on to a man that took him apart in the last over. And Zishan Mahmood is on strike and just... Ooh, I think this is going to be a very, very important over. It can go one way or the other, this one, Vinny.
Yeah. He seems to have been starved with the strike a little bit, Zishan, of late, but still he's 36 off 18. Yeah, I think I'd stick to the moon balls. They seem more effective against him. This one, see, at least it's a miss hit. And so we'll get to see Mohammad Ashfaq for the first time. Good result, I think, to have Mahmood at the other end. And Ashfaq, let's see how he deals with the, I'll call him right arm very slow. I don't even think right arm slow is really fair.
He goes back. You don't want to go back to him. You've got to go forward.
Well, if you go back, you've got to go sideways or backwards.
Yeah.
It's very hard to go back and then hit the ball straight. You've got to almost get inside the line of the ball and hit it into that kind of top right quarter. This time, he's almost going to kill Ashfaq at the other end. But it will be one again. I mean, everyone's saying this looks easy to hit, and it is, but it does open up the chance of a miss hit. That one, Ashfaq, another good reason to wear a helmet, even if you're not facing up. Making the batter make all the pace. And this time, it's a miss hit, and could be a chance. Okay, Patel, looks like he's on ice skates. He won't get there. And so at the moment, it's working for Sharma. This is where I don't even think I would put in the quicker ball, or if you want to call it the quicker ball, because Mahmood has sweated on that and slammed it. I'd still roll the dice, and he does. And this one is in the air. Once again, it's going to be touch and go. Could be a chance. Oh, and what a good catch that is. So there you go. Ashpreet takes the catch. They could have raffled it. And so there you go. All the armchair critics thinking it was a crazy idea to bowl Sharma. He does get the miss hit out of Zishan Mahmood. He's going to have to fall for 38. So clever captaincy from Gurvinder to bring Sachin Sharma back in the 9th. The score now is 95 for 6.
Vinny, talk about this catch. That is a sensational catch. He has to come a long way to take it, and then he's got another fielder that is literally sort of doing a ballerina jump right in front of him and obscuring him. That is a class catch.
It's a brilliant catch, because it must be hard, not to be distracted, like you're right.
Have a look at this catch. This is a great catch.
But the thing is that it's unclear whose catch it is, because it's kind of equally between the two of them. That's why it's a hard one to call, because they both probably think equally it's theirs. So anyway, all's well that ends well. Just some free coaching from Arshpreet Singh to his teammate.
I tell you what, Arshpreet, he may have given 21 on that first over, but they're happy to have him there in the field because he's taken some great catches. And that was sometimes a problem in Disco early on. They were dropping the catches and not making a count. Well, now they've removed Zishan, so they're going to be interesting to see just how many they get. I'm going to say, I said this over could have gone one way or the other, but it's gone exactly the way they wanted. And there's another wicket, gets the edge, and Sachin Sharma picks up another wicket. And, well, for a big man, it was a sheepish appeal, but it has been given out.
Yeah, and that's fine, because even if he's slightly in front of the stumps, because it's nicked, as long as he's not in front of the stumps before the ball goes past the bat, it's going to be out. Well, how about this? He's on a hat-trick. Could be the slowest hat-trick ever. And it is Arijit Ghosh that takes the catch. Now, everyone at home who thinks that's easy, try and get a friend to bowl this kind of stuff to you on a synthetic surface and run down the pitch and hit it straight. I mean, you will sometimes, but sometimes you won't. And when you don't, you just have to get it a bit wrong. And guess what? You won't get a chance to take his hat-trick because I just realised it's the end of the over. So 3 for 21, Sachin Sharma. Good performance from him, especially in that over. And the score now 95 for 7. Yeah, what a good effort that is from him. Only 4 runs coming off that ninth over. 4 singles and 2 wickets. Now here's Arshpreet in the last over. He's hit back over his head. And we'll start with a single. So yeah, they've kind of bowled themselves back into contention here, haven't they, Indiska?
Yeah, I mean, that over was a brave move. And I said to you, it can go one way or the other. And it's gone just the way that Indiska wanted. Well bowled. And good catching from this man, and wouldn't he, well, we'd love it if he's rewarded with a wicket or 2. He'll be aiming for the pegs, I'm sure, but if there is bat and it goes in the air, I think it will be just reward if a fielder takes the catch just for him as well. And he doesn't want to be bowling it there. That's the one thing he did in that first over, and it wasn't a good one. It went for 21, but the other problem with it was that he bowled, I think, 3 or maybe 4 wide, so he had to bowl extra deliveries, and it was those extra deliveries that got punished. Now, 2 batters just having a quick conversation. That was Ashfaq that runs over to Iqbal.
What do you think they were saying? Smash it out of the ground?
I think it's a case of, I fancy him, so I'm coming your way.
All right.
Let's see.
He does get some bat on it. I think it should just be one. Well, Mandrake had a question earlier. Sorry, I missed you, Mandrake, but he's asking when I went back to Australia, and I did have a vacation recently, did I have to isolate? Well, the answer is no. The rules have been relaxed, even in Western Australia, where I'm from originally. And so I got to go back there and just have a quick visit with family and friends. And so thanks for the question. The world is slowly, I mean slowly, gradually returning to normal as far as the pandemic is concerned. Certainly things have changed a lot in the last couple of years since we've been playing ECS cricket. Here's Arshpreet. Fairly full, go down the leg side. Have a go here? No, I think he's pretty smart.
No, good window in front of us to my left. He's saying, nay. He's saying, don't throw it. Just hold on to it. It doesn't matter. Yeah, he's absolutely right. There's no need to.
This one is signalled a leg bye, so a leg bye to the total. And, yeah, pretty good result for Indiska. Just trying to avoid any more damage. And it seemed at formality they get the 100 plus. And it looks like they're just going to scrape there. The last half of the last over coming up. Hit pretty hard, back past the bowler. I think about 2, slight fumble, so they're going to come, and that's smart. That's smart running, because, I mean, even if there wasn't a fumble, it probably is worth it, considering how hard this gets hit by Asad Iqbal, the captain. He's out there now. Brings up the 100 as well for Bachirka with a couple of balls remaining. So, a couple to come. Dug out. And once again, they're going to try for 2 because this hit so slowly they're going to get there, and they'll get there fairly comfortably in the end. So, good running by Bajuka, just hustling. Should be a very interesting chase this for Indiska. They have got a couple of good batters in their lineup. Mandrake's also asking me for a beer count. He probably means on the flight back to Australia. And I know there's, we live in different times now, but there was a time where the likes of Rod Marsh and David Boone and these kinds of people were, I think the record was something like 58 cans of beer on the on the combined journey. I would tell you I don't do that kind of thing on the plane. One reason is I'm not a huge fan of the airport bathroom or the airplane bathrooms. So I just keep to myself and sleep. All right, here's the last ball. And they might as well go for 2 again here. And chance for a run out with a good throw. And well, I think he's probably just out here.
Yeah, he's out.
And so, no decision yet. I think they're probably going to have, he's going to give it out now. I think it's fairly comfortably out.
I don't think he has given it out. That's an unusual decision. I think they're going for the line call.
I think he does give it out. But I don't know why the bowler's that far away from the stumps. But yeah, you can see he's out comfortably. So it'll be 1 plus run out.
Giving him out now.
Yeah, and so we are going to finish 104 for 8. Look, in the end, I mean, it's probably a few more than par based on what we've seen this week. But in Disca, especially if their top order can get going, they'll fancy themselves to get these. They've got probably Arijit Ghosh at the top of the order. Didn't he bat well yesterday? You've got Sachin Sharma as well up there. He's having a good game. Govinda at 3. And so I think they're probably the 3 they want to get going early, as we see Andres. Nice to see him out there and not getting hit by cricket balls. But let's go back and have a look at some of the highlights of this. Match 19, crucial one for these two teams as they jostle for position in Group A early on. Harshpreet had the umpire putting in some fancy footwork. They knew they needed to get some wickets early. Tara, he was off to a flyer. And if he batted for any length of time, he knew that it could be a bit ugly. So a bit of a feeling of a bright start squandered, but still over 100 runs on the board for Bachirka. And that's a pretty healthy total to bowl that.
Yeah, it started magical, didn't it? That first over from Ashpreet went for 21. But then they did claw it back gradually. And I think there's the spinners for Tara. He'll be hoping it's not too bad an injury because they're going to need him to do a fair bit of bowling. And he did recover.
That was a big wicket, wasn't it? Kawaja, who's having a really good week, and he got bowled. You just thought, okay, that's one of the big ones. He went for only 2. That brought Zishan together with Gopal Randhawa. And yeah, this was a good one too. And I like the bowling of Manjinder. Yeah. I think that for the most part he was on target, did spray it occasionally. And see, this one was scooped in the air. Just a little bit of fancy footwork. I don't think it was intentional. And then he threw to nobody. And
he said, nobody's home, where are you all?
That allowed a rare 3 and almost a 4 all run. Govinda brought himself on a little bit later than usual. And this one, unfortunately, the ball went up, the fielder went down. K. Patel was underground for that one. But Govinda, here for the most part, he's normally pretty reliable. You see this one as just one that, unfortunately, for the keeper, the batter was just back, wasn't he, Randhawa? Now, I've got to say Arjun Singh had a pretty good game as well. Only 3 in his first over. It looked like they were getting away. Second over, a bit more expensive, started with the boundary. That was a nice catch. There were a couple of good ones from Arshpreet, weren't they, in this one? Now, this was a real wild card with Sachin Sharma, who had that catch dropped by Manjinder. But they did persist with him, and for the most part, he delivered, didn't he? Those moon balls paying off, even though that one was pretty much sent back to the moon. But even the quicker one not working out. Eventually, he'd have the last laugh on Zishan. But yeah, this is the period over 6, 7, and 8. They went for 10, 17, and 14. So it did look like this was going to be something like maybe 120 plus. But then the last 2 overs only going for 13. And so just pulling it back a little bit towards the end.
Yeah, it was that 9th over, wasn't it, when Sachin Sharma came back on. It only went for 4 runs, but he picked up the wickets there as well. That was the risk that man doing the bowling there, Govinda Singh, took. And no, he went for a few as well, but he also picked up a few wickets. You did expect that from him. And this was a good catch there.
So that was the last ball of the 8th over. And from there, they never scored another boundary. They lost 4 wickets along the way, and including this one. This is a big one from Zishan Mahmood. I mean, if this isn't caught, perhaps you're looking at another 10, 15 runs on the total, hey?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good catch, isn't it? Sort of kangaroo jump, but he takes it because it was going to be easy because Patel was in his way. And then he took a wicket the very next ball as well, and that was Amir Khan went for a duck.
It's almost like Arshpreet jumps thinking, well, if you were going to crash, I'm going to get higher than you so that we don't crash into each other. And then this last one crashes into the stumps just before the batter can get home. So it was 1 plus run out off the last. 104 for 8 off 10 overs. And as it was said by Mandrake in the chat, said that innings was a bit of a mixed bag, wasn't it? Yeah, absolutely. It was a bag of mixed lollies. As Zishan Mahmood, he was the top scorer with 38 off 21, and eventually he lost the battle with Sachin Sharma. Not before a few blows though, Apart from that, Tahir Tara was pretty good early, 24 off 10. A failure for Kawaja, a rare one. The other batter to reach double figures was the 10 from Imran Merchant. Also say Asad Iqbal, good hustle at the end. He put together half a dozen, as did Qureshi. He did it in one hit. So we're going to take a bit of a break, but before that we'll look at the bowling figures. And Sachin Sharma ends up bowling really well, 3 for 21, 2 wickets for Gurvinder and 2 wickets for Manjinder as well. But I've got to say Arjun Singh had a really good game there, 12 runs coming off his 2 overs.
Yeah, he came on at an important time when the runs were going very much in the favour of Bhusharka. But yeah, look, those two, Gurvinder Singh and Sachin Sharma, they have always been in the wickets. They always have. Again, there, the pair of them between them picked up 5 wickets, and it just goes to show, doesn't it, that it's not just all about the pace of the ball. It's about where you pitch it, where you deliver it.
Yeah.
But more importantly, for guys like that, and I remember saying it in one of my intros, I think they rely a lot on their accuracy and the catching off their fielders.
Yeah, so you can see at the moment, but you get their favourite. They do have the runs on the board, but in discard, don't count them out. They'll be back when we return in just a few minutes. They'll require 105 for victory as we see the mid-match summary. It's Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo alongside Rico Full. Take a quick break, then join us right back here in Stockholm. Well, the rain has held off and the cricket is on, so join us for more action just around the corner. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to the Norsborg Cricket Club. And you're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Sweden, in Stockholm, in the capital city. And we've got a very exciting match in progress here, match number 19. And Borsjøka have batted first. And they put a competitive run, or score I should say, on the board, 104 for 8. Indiska, 105 required for victory. And something tells me that this is going to be an exciting match that's going to probably go down to the wire. I don't know what it is. I just think Indiska, the last few days, they've been batting well. They've found their form. I think they'll be relying a lot on the openers. And certainly one man who's been pretty consistent for them has been Sachin Sharma. We saw him bowl well. Picked up 3 wickets. And clever bit of bowling from him. 3 for 21. Now it's time to do with the bat. And Ajit Ghosh, I think he's another that they've got to expect good things from. Yesterday, 26 of 15 and 61 of 32 against the Titans. So he's certainly in good form. The man they've got to overcome first is Tarar with these variations. And it's been hit pretty hard to start off with. Fielder chasing it. It won't go to the boundary, I don't think. It will just slow down. And that's Faisal Mushtaq doing the chasing. Gets a good hard throw in there. Could hear that from here. Clanging into the gloves. And the bowler actually is Qureshi, so they don't go with Tarar first up. So another bowler that bowled very well yesterday. Short again, and this is worked away once more. I don't think it will go to the boundary. It slows up there on the surface, but positive start. Gosh, both these 2 deliveries have been worked away. Just a little bit short here. Yes. Qureshi bowled very well yesterday in one of his matches. Just conceding just 4 runs in a 2-over spell against Linköping. He was in very good form. Tara, he was in good form as well. He took 1 for 4 in the same match. Oh, that's an edge. And sort of, I'm not going to say he played for this, because I don't think he certainly didn't play for it to be so fine. He does open up the phase of the bat. He is trying to guide that away, but I don't think he expected to be as fine as that. I think it'll be a good battle between Ghosh and his opening partner Sharma and the opening bowlers of Borsjøka. Nicely played out on his favourite area of the ground, Sharma. Very strong on the offside. Sama Qureshi charges in. And this is off the edge of the bat once more. Good work done there by a man who's made that his area. And that's Ashfaq. He had an interesting time there. He actually took an incredible one-handed catch there yesterday. There he is, Ashfaq. It was a great catch, one-handed, but unfortunately for him, he was had already stepped over the rope. And when he realised that, well, his reaction was quite explosive. Let's just leave it at that. And finishes with a dot, so 7 off the first. A nice tidy start from Qureshi. And looks like it will be Tarar. Now Tarar, well, I say it will be, well, maybe it won't be. It looks like they made some changes there. Yeah, I mean, normally Tarar would open up and they went for Qureshi. So Tarar is being made to wait. I'm just wondering if that's anything to do with the outfield being just a little damp. Tarar just like to charge in when he bowls. And he also did get one. He wore one, didn't he, when he was batting? Throw came in and hit him on the back. Wide ball to start off with from Faisal Mushtaq. At the moment, Tara's job is to be the man that keeps the ball dry. He's got the towel neatly tucked into the back of his trousers. Goes for the big one. This is an opportunity. Fielder comes across and takes the catch. Nicely done. And he's got safe hands, you have to say. And no mistakes. Goes up a long way, doesn't it? But Khan says, don't worry about it. You just leave these to me. And it does a bit of the ice cream as well. He says, I got it. Don't worry. What are you worried about? I told you I had it. And it's an early departure from the man that you need more from, really. Gosh. That's all that he said about his fine form he was in yesterday. He was in the runs, scoring 26 of 15 and 61 of 32, but not here today. So Sharma, who had a good day as well, 19 of 15 balls and that 28 of 23. I think a lot's going to be down to him. They are also missing Tobani from the side. Tanzim Tobani is absent, so a lot now depends on, I think, Sharma. That's just a little bit wide. Fielder, it does go through him, but fortunately seen late by the batters. They're not able to capitalise on it to take the misfield. And also, luckily for the fielder, with this outfield being a bit slower here today, it doesn't go to the boundary. Up in the air, and could this be another? Fielder back paddling and takes a really, really good catch. That's nicely done. He said, what are you worried about? You don't need to panic when I'm underneath it. ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਯਾਰ panic ਨਾ ਕਰੋ ਜਦੋਂ ball ਉੱਪਰ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ catch ਮੇਰਾ ਫਿਕਰ ਨਾ ਕਰੋ. Well, safe. And hits it hard, doesn't he? But just loses his shape. And it wasn't quite there for the shot. But a very, very good catch. Backpedaling just needed to be stopped, didn't he? And it's nicely done. So Shani Khawaja didn't fire with the bat in that one. But he did with the catching. That's a good catch from him. And it's not looking too good for Indiska. Both the key batters have departed already. Amir Khan taking the catch of Gosh off the bowling of Mushtaq, and now it's the second one. And here the catch is. This was the first. It's a long way up in the air and well taken. He said, don't worry about it, I got it. And this one, when he said, well, Amir Khan, if you think yours is good, have a look at mine. Backpedaling all the way, takes the catch. Just need it. It's a bit like, you have with the trains, just in case the train can't stop. There's that barrier there to stop him. Well, there was a barrier there to stop him as well. Well done to Khawaja. And this one skates through. Looks like it will be called wide. And no, it hasn't. Well, it's just going to go down as one by. The umpire just signalling there. 2 balls to come in the over. They're going to have to do it the hard way. Surprised that Gurvinder hasn't sent himself in. You see, once again, I think that happens when you become the captain. You tend to think you got to give others preference before yourself. And he did it with the bowling. And he's done it with the batting here as well. Now this is interesting. I don't like to see this. I've commented a lot of times. Look, he's bowling around the wicket. Look where he's ending up here. And he can't be there. He's running right across. He's also getting right in the line of the umpire. The umpires need to have a word. See again, look where he ends up. He's no right or no reason to be there. And certainly needs to be told about that for a number of reasons. One of them, of course, is if he's going up for a catch or an LBW, the umpire's going to have to turn around and say, well, look, I can't give it. I can't see it. Oh, interesting looking shot. I'm not sure how he was expected to play this shot on the onside where he was looking to get it. I mean, it's pretty wide. It certainly would have been a very adventurous shot. It was an adventurous attempt. End of the over. Finishes 11, but 2 wickets. So, well, it's an instant reward for Mushtaq. He comes into the side and he's picked up 2 wickets straight away. It will be Qureshi to continue. And just getting a little excited. Appealing for one that the keeper doesn't take in his gloves. Yeah, Faisal Mushtaq 2 for 3. And Imran Khan is the batter out there now. It's the first time we're seeing him as well with the bat for Indiska. Salim is the man who's out there with him. And that was Mundu Salim. Just gets another run to his name. So we're seeing some new players in the squad, sort of late on the end of the week. So the last day of the group matches. So it's just going to keep us guessing, I suppose, who we're going to see when these teams return in the quarterfinals next Friday. And of course, I suppose they're keeping us guessing at the moment as to where they'll finish in the group. And then they will have to wait to see with interest as they follow how Group B starting tomorrow and progresses through Monday to the end of Thursday next week. Big swing and a miss from Salim. Doesn't quite get himself in the right position. That rate now starting to increase worryingly for Indiska. Approaching around the 13, and I'm sure unless they manage to get a few away in the remaining 2 deliveries here, it will go beyond that. That's a good delivery, and it's a little bit too spicy for the wicket keeper as well, and the captain Azhar Iqbal. And of course things won't get any easier. So though this is Qureshi bowling himself out, I'm pretty sure they may ask Faisal Mushtaq to do the same. He's bowled brilliantly, 2 wickets for 3, and then you'll have Tahim Tahrar also will have 2 overs. So runs will be hard to come by, and it's more the same here. See, just not getting his foot across to where it needs to be, and that is the end of the over, and it's a very good spell from. It's not really a surprise because he has bowled superbly well, Osama Qureshi. And finishes his 2 overs, just conceding just 9 runs, so 13 for 2. And in comparison, at this point, Bashoka were 37 for 1, so you can see just how far behind they are. And a little comparison there of the Manhattan of the 2 teams, and you can see just, well, Indiska have hardly started. So I'm going to miss, and nothing there. Big smile from the bowler who produces the full shot. You see every shot that's been played from these batters at the moment have been the same. They're swinging, aiming to hit the ball in the same area, but they're not moving their feet at all. They're not getting to the pitch of the ball. This one is Fuller, scored a wide. Good work from the captain, Bashoka, the wicketkeeper, Azhar Iqbal. Moves well. That's what Vinny talks about a lot of the times. The wicketkeeper's got to move the feet and not just rely on sticking a hand out trying to stop the ball. And you saw good sideways movement there from Azhar Iqbal. And this one will elude him. Doesn't quite carry into his gloves, and It's a bye. They'll take that. They'll take anything they can get at the moment, but they need to start to find the middle of their bats. They need to start finding the boundaries, and they need to do it soon. We're stuck. 2 for 4 so far. That's it nicely, and they should come back for 2. They will. And it's a very, very good throw. And it looks like it's going to be signaled 1 short as well. So they're not helping themselves. No boundaries so far in this entire innings. And you see, well, Speedy Gonzalez there. Well, Andres. I do like that every so often. I think we can certainly have a bit of comedy with some of those replays. So, Muzdak has been very tidy. What a good introduction he is. And, they'd love him to come back just to add to the already powerful bowling attack that they have. Bushaka, maybe they're coming good when it matters. They're sitting at the moment, just remind you of the tables, sitting in 3rd place, 2 points behind Linshopping, who have played all their matches. So a victory here will take them level. And then, of course, if they're able to do the double, they will finish on 2nd. And you see the plan from Gurvinder. And sometimes I said, you know, being the captain, you think you have to give others the opportunity. Gurvinder normally is the number 3 bat. He hasn't come in at all up until now. And he's probably regretting it because these two are just eating up deliveries at the moment. They're eating up balls. Well, talking about eating up. Vinny Sandhu's been eating up curry. But he is back. And well, he's going to give me an opportunity on my break and a nice bit of warm curry down here on a cold day here in Stockholm. How was the curry?
Yeah, it was all right. I would say big thanks because it was homemade. It was fantastic. And yeah, big thanks to everyone that's looking after us here. And you can follow us on social media at Mr. Maximo, and also Rico on Instagram now at Rico4, also on Facebook, Rico.4.1. But the main thing is we want you to follow us at European Cricket and also YouTube, European Cricket Network. Please like this video. And I think that Rico's calling it that I think they want to retire these guys out. I think that's the word from the street. And I think they're just not going at the moment. And yeah, I think we're going to see it. This is Rico. I was like, yeah, he's just, that's, why would you show the replay of the batters signaling when we can show you the replay of Rico doing his imitation? And yeah, well, we are going to have a retired out then. That's pretty unselfish in the end. So yeah, we're going to get going. And now it's going to be new batter out there, Gurvinder, or the captain, I guess. That's his job as the captain to decide about who's batting and who's bowling. It sounds harsh, but I mean, they had a fair bit of time to try and get it going. It will be Mondu Salim that's retired out for 3 off 10. So that will be the 3rd wicket, now 17 for 3. So here's Tarat, who is going to bowl to Gurvinder Singh. He's in the hot seat now. This one straight back, hits the stumps, knocks him over. So, your luck's out, your luck's out. That's Tarat. You know that he's got a lot of tricks. We've talked about that a lot, haven't we? So next one gets through him completely. So he's not doing a lot better. I wonder if Govinda misses out on a few balls, whether someone else will be waving their arms from off the boundary, saying, okay, give me a go, give me a go. Rico, he's tucking into his curry, and it was delicious. I'll say one more time. And the reason I took a bit longer than usual, I can say it now, that Rico has just popped out of the box, is I did go back for seconds. It was that good. Anyway, that's unlucky for Govinda. Or maybe as he goes up and he launches this one straight. Wow, this is a nice one from the stand-in skipper, Maximo. It was the off-cutter from Tara, and he picked it and he smacked it down the ground as he tries to mount something. And so Tara, what's his comeback now? So it will be just one here as he hustles through for it. See this one, Shani Kawaja probably has a, has a bit of a jog off. This one is just driven, and it's going to be Merchant that does the fielding. Will be another run. So yeah, you can see you need 105. It's not a huge target, is it? But the issue is kind of squandered the first half of this innings at 25 with the ball to go in the first half. And that's a lot to make up in the second. Can't see happening at the moment. Driven and just wide of the fielder. This will be 4. That's good batting. Govinda, I think it's the right move. All right, it seems a bit brutal, but he has decided to come in, and Tarahu's a good bowler. He's gotten the better of him a couple of times here, and just like that, Govinda has become the highest scorer in the innings. 5 overs down, and it's 29 for 5. And so head into the second half of this game, you can see Govinda in 5 balls, making more than anyone else has been able to in the innings. Of course, Gosh and Sharma going cheaply. That was always going to hurt. Chasing this quite achievable target of 105. Imran Khan and Mondu Salim coming into the lineup. And I don't know if Imran Khan counts himself lucky to still be there, because he actually came in before Mondu Salim. And he was the one that just kind of acted like he wasn't watching when he had to come out to retire somebody out. I think maybe the fact that Salim was on strike when the Griffins said, right, you're out, I'm in. Anyway, I want to say hello to Sami Ibrahim Kill. Hope you're well. And I know the Yinshipping guys following intently. Hello to Taranjit Singh as well. He's in the chat. Next one worked away for 1. And so you can see that Steve Cook's in the chat, as well as Man Drake and everyone else. Thanks for your company today. This one, full toss. And it will be stopped. That's a nice bit of work out there. And that will just be the one. This one gets past him. And Rico's back from his lunch. And Rico, I think you probably ate your lunch at a slightly quicker pace than some of the batting this inning so far. But still, you know, Pachirka looking the goods. Next one, just dug out. And what do you think about Govinda's decision to retire out the batter above him? Do you think it's a good decision?
Had to be done, wasn't it? You could hear him saying as you see it run a Hawa bowling. And it might have been a bit on this one, because the certain all went up. Let's have a look at it. I think it definitely was, and it goes down. Yeah, I think you could hear him saying, "Yaar maro, ye anda nahi, bolwa nahi tutda, maro." And they just couldn't do it. They couldn't hit the ball. And then Govinda said, enough is enough. I think it was a mini riot there, and they said, get him off, get him off. I think, you know those old shows that you used to have when that hook used to come? And you just used to get you and pull you back. I think if they had one of those, they would have got it. But it wasn't to be. But yeah, he's out there, and I think he's got to make sure he hits the ball pretty well, because otherwise, well, one or two of his players could be calling for him to go. At the moment, it's the man at the other end who hasn't really got going either, and it's Khan. That's just 6 now of 10 deliveries, so it may not be long before they'll be calling for him. But they've got something to happen now, haven't they? I mean, it's already gone beyond point of no return, as Mr. Maximo says. It's already over 18 runs required. Another swing and a miss. It's good, clever bowling. Amir Khan now on to bowl. Shorter, been hit hard, and it goes all the way over. And it's 6 runs, but the fielder totally misjudges this. You see, he runs in, and then sees it just go over his head. Have a look, only just goes to the boundary. If he stays on the line, it would have been right down his throat. Govinda Singh gets a bit lucky, but you need to take the odd chance, and you need a bit of luck to come your way as well.
Yeah, agreed. And so halfway through this over, it's a nice little highlight. Govinda, it's going to be exciting while he's there, that's for sure. He's going to try and go to breakneck pace. Here's Amir Khan. This one just angles in towards the body, turned around the corner. And so it'll just be a single. You see, I mean, you just think there was 2 overs that were kind of lost in this innings, don't you? And ultimately, they won't get those back. And now the rate required is over 20 and over. I do think Amir Khan's an interesting bowler. Bowls a mixture of leg spin and kind of course, slow medium. I think his leg spinners are actually pretty effective. Not an easy day for him to grip the ball, so I think he'll have more of these. And this has gone straight up in the air. And Amir Khan calls for it himself, and he drops it. Well, everyone else left him to it, and he's going to end up flat on his back. And Yamir, he decided that it was his. And look, like I say, they did leave him to it, didn't they, Rico? But he just couldn't quite hold on.
Well, he put the arms out, didn't he? And everybody thought, okay, buddy, it's all yours. And they all stopped. But unfortunately, he couldn't keep the ball in his hands. Interesting field. It's not often you see no third man, no fine leg.
Yeah, it's true. Probably just not thinking they're going to try and deflect behind. And they are trying to go straight, a bit like this. And he's handled down there by Qureshi. This will be the end of the 7th over. The score is 40 for 3. And although Indiska look like they're going down in this one, there still is one more match to play to complete Group A. And once again, and the interesting thing is that Bochirka, they're hoping to push into 2nd place, and to do that, I think they're going to have to get past Indiska in match 20. The news from the task, Bochirka, they've won it once again. They've elected to bat first. Well, they're not going to mess with a winning combination. That was, we're going to see the top 3 of Bochirka, Tarak, Khawaja and Mahmood. They'll be going pretty crazy, and Merchant at 4 provides another dimension to their batting. This is a full toss, and it's whacked away over the leg side. Just bounces inside the boundary. It'll be 4 runs, so Govinda Singh coming out too low, as we kind of all agreed, but he moves into the 20s with that shot. Yeah, just a reminder, the last match of the day will be starting in about 35 minutes' time, right here on ECN. And this is Randhawa getting a bowl, which you don't see too much of. He needs to find the pitch, Rico, and find it quick.
Yeah, it certainly does. But the thing is, I mean, they've got so much to do here that he can even bowl 2 or 3 gundy balls in an over and still get away with it.
It's better length, but geez, that's good footwork, and he's going to get this into the gap for 4 more. Well, that's just good batting to Govinda. And look, after a full toss, you are often expecting one a little bit shorter. So he kind of sweats on it. He doesn't rush on it. He's thinking about getting on the back foot. And he places that one beautifully for 4 more. Cuatro carreras más.
Yeah, be very disappointed though, wouldn't he, Govinda? I think he's being a bit unselfish. He's given a couple of other batters the opportunity. They haven't taken it. And now he's having to do the impossible, as this one is clubbed pretty hard as well. But good work there from Tahim Tara. Who else? Well, it's the throw.
Oh, no.
It's not the best. Where's this going? It should be running. The keeper. Oh, this is comedy classic, this one.
This is great.
Comedy classic.
This is amazing deflection. Tara, who had to deal with a pretty tough bounce himself. And then when he throws it in, it's just the perfect deflection. Watch the keeper try and change direction here. He does the right thing. Asad Iqbal trying to back it up. And if he just stayed where he was, it would have gone straight to him. They get it 2 out of nowhere. So heading down leg side. Run out opportunity. Iqbal. Oh, this one would have been out as well, you know.
He's not going
on the
back.
flick.
He decides that's it. I'm not running back. I've done enough. Goodwin is saying, have you seen the size of me? This body is not built for running around like this. Stop it, will you? Stop it. Just let me hit it.
Yeah, it would have been gone, see. Well, 50's up. Entertainment plus. Saw him coming, so he pushes it wider. He still skews it out to point for 1. Tell you what, every time I see a throw at the moment, I feel like there's a chance of some overthrows. It reminds me of Brothers 11 Portugal earlier in the year. They were going to set some sort of world record for overthrows. We counted something like between 10 and 15 of them in an innings. Anyway, last ball of the over coming up. This is hit away nicely as well. We'll find the fielder. So it's the end of 8. Govinda. Well, you might see him in the street because he's a one-man band. He's on 29. And after 8 overs, the score is 53 for 3.
Yeah, Govinda. He's. I suppose the only bonus here is for him is right. We do have another match, and though it's not going to make any difference to where they finish in the group because looks like Basherka are going to finish above them, whatever happens, and they're not going to be able to catch either Basherka or in shopping. What they can do is at least they can finish on a positive finish on a high. And the way he's batting at the moment, I hope he puts himself right up there at the top of the order. Yeah. He's just gasping a bit for air, isn't he, Govinda?
All right, Merchant's going to bowl. And, well, it's an afterthought to go for the stumps here.
Yeah, I think there was a talk about delayed reaction for Iqbal.
He's a little bit far back, I suppose. But, yeah, that's why it takes so long to get back to the stumps. He just needs to get right up. I know you don't want to get too far forward so that you're at risk of taking the ball in front of the stumps, but, yeah, still, I think Asad Iqbal is a little bit too deep there. This one maybe sneaks in. That's called a wide.
Yeah.
And so
you can see Govinda doesn't really want to go there, does he?
So, yeah, no, you're right. I'll get a couple there. Maybe grabs a bit of the tram line. Bit of charity. And see that Charan's in the chat, just chatting about the Valletta Cup last week. Seems a long time ago now, doesn't it already? This one, Merchant, will stop it with the derriere. 10 balls left in this one. Might get a bit of a close contest.
Has Imran Khan got away with this then? I reckon.
He's been able to chat to Govinda, getting his good books.
I reckon Mundum Salim has probably got a good argument to say, okay, if you hooked me out of there, how does he stay in there? What have I done different?
Have a look at this. I think it's right off the end of the bat, if I'm not mistaken. There you go. It's an unorthodox straight drive. Yeah, but now he's got a chance to get in with Govinda and bat with him for a while and become a bit of a team with him. Govinda doesn't think he's so expendable. Well, there's the reverse from Govinda. He gets a pretty good Rico.
Oh, nice. Govinda. He's slashing them to all parts of the ground. And this is good. He says, I'll give you a bit of the reverse Malachi, he says. And he's saying to Aman Zahid, there you go, Aman. This is the way you do it. Zahid, he's got the headband on today.
The full reverse because he switches his hands around as well.
Yeah, nice shot.
Yeah.
And do you know that Aman Zahid actually got player of the match?
Yeah, I saw that.
As well.
It's not often the 10th bowler gets it, but he did. Mostly for the headband, I think.
He said, what a transformation for his day. So, okay. Singh, 33 or 20.
A few people talking about the maybe difference in standard between Lance Corona and here. What I would say is that this year, because of how early in the year the ECS is, more to that in a second, this is hit down to long on. Should just be one. Yeah, so rather than it being done with a T10 qualification format like last year, albeit only 2 matches last year that saw teams qualify for ECS, they've done it on T20 performance last year. So what that has done, and the thinking was that was a bit fairer because there were more T20 matches played last year. But what it has done is thrown a few teams in that probably aren't as suited to T10 cricket or haven't played as much T10 cricket at this stage. I think that's probably just a bit of a factor Tara just cannot miss the stumps at the moment. Ratchet's giving him the high eyebrows all the time, but
That's 2 out of 2.
Tara, yeah, can't miss. Anyway, it will be the end of the over. It's 62 for 3 with an over remaining.
It's all right, just showing that, just letting the batters know, well, not just for this match, but the return fixture. Just saying, well, if you're thinking of taking 2 to me, I'll just remind you of these 2 throws.
And these are 2 worms that are social distancing because they're never met and they never will. And, unlike the worm yesterday, which we had a glitch in the system. We saw like one worm jump up vertically. Enrique said, well, that was a good over. The worm had it going for about 75. Anyway, last overtime. Here's Amir Khan. Well bowled. Gets him reaching. This will be a dot ball. All right, now I'm not playing for dots if I'm bowling. I'm playing for wickets. So let's see if Amir can maybe get one a bit straighter.
Well, he had a chance, didn't he, in the last over to get one off his own bowling corner mould. He put it down.
Oh, this one I think goes straight over the stump. Let's just say Imran Khan, he's dug in for the long haul, hasn't he?
He must be Gurvinder Singh's best buddy.
Oh, to be fair, he's striking over twice as fast as Mondu Salim, who struck at 30. He's striking at 62.
How many balls did
62 and a
Mondu
half.
Salim actually get to face? 10, wasn't it?
In the air, could be all over here. And it's caught. And this is Shani Khawaja that takes it. Well, we're talking about the worm. Well, Khawaja's doing the worm. And in the end, it will be another wicket. Gurvinder thinks he can take strike, but he's wrong. And it's a good wicket for Amir Khan. He'll take it as this innings kind of splutters to a conclusion. And the score now is 62 for 4. Nice. That's got into his left hand clean, I think.
You don't? Okay. I
think it's
wondering
a
if I
clean catch.
see a bit of the ball in hand touch the ground here. Have a look at this.
Yeah, see, I think it's fine because look, yeah, see, his finger's under the ball there. Nah, 100%, that's fine. That's got into the hand. It's not in his right hand. It's just in his left hand, so I think that's no problem at all. Anyway, it'll be the 4th wicket of the inning, 62 for 4. Means Manjinder gets a bat for the first time in the series.
Tell you what, if he hits this first ball for 6, I think Gurvinder is really going to have
bowled with a bit of
issues.
pace.
He bowled well, actually, and caught well as well.
Won't be able to hit that. 3 balls remaining in this one. Good swing. No contact.
Well, Gurvinder asleep. If he was awake, I think he would have been running there. At least he gets to the other end. Look, there's the little throwback. He had the chance. He's just thinking, well, what am I going to do in the next match? And that's what he needs to be thinking now, of course.
Oh, what a good ball that is. Oh, I tell you what, there's nothing wrong with this delivery at all from Amir Khan. This is a genuine leg spinner. And he pitches it absolutely perfectly. Crashes into the top of off stump. Just watch this one. Rico and Gurvinder is nonplussed. Okay, it doesn't turn a lot, but does just enough. Have a look at this ball. You see, crashed into the top of off. And Gurvinder will be a spectator for the last ball. As Manjinder waits a long time to bat, but he's not able to come up with any runs at all. He goes for a duck, and it's 62 for 5.
Well, Amir Khan, you couldn't get a wicket in the first, but he has managed to get one here now.
Last chance saloon. Looks like maybe a broken bail hitting the top of the stump. That can happen sometimes when the ball hits right up the top.
Well, Amir Khan is certainly not the sort of bowler that should be boasting about breaking the bail.
No,
He's probably saying, I bowled it so fast, my quicker delivery.
All right, here's the last ball of match number 19. Mitsareen gets the ball, and I don't think he'll get another one. And so Amir Khan's going to finish with 2 for 8. Amit was hoping he might get another look at one. This one, well, let's just say, it's not going to be it's not going to be a wide, that's for sure. So 62 for 5. It's going to be pretty one-sided in the end. 104 to 62, 42 runs between these two teams. And Rico, it was pretty clinical stuff from Bachirika, but that's only half the job for them because they need to win again. I think if they are going to achieve second place and Indiska, but they'll want to bounce back. And we have seen teams turning things around in these double headers, but really the case of the openers not making any runs. And ultimately, that's where this chase was scuttled from the very beginning.
Yeah, well, there he was. That's how things started off. It was Amir Khan that took the catch. It was 2 good catches there from Khawaja as well. He's saying, well, what are you all worried about? I told you I'll take the catch. And, well, then they needed to make a change. They needed to get somebody retired out. They were able to do that. And Govinda Singh has started showing people, especially his own batters, this is what you got to do. You got to hit the ball. You got to hit it hard. And this one goes up in the air a long way. And it was an opportunity for Amir Khan to take a catch of his own bowling. He didn't. And, but he did come back well, didn't he, towards the end. I think he bowled really well. He is a good bowler. Every time he comes to the bowl, makes things happen. I also like the way that he's always happy about what he's doing out there. Well, one man who was happy with what he did out there was Gurinder Singh. He did the old reverse Malachi as well. Yeah, it's another catch there from Khawaja, just keeping his hands underneath there. And there's Amir Khan saying, yep, not only can I bowl, but I'm quick enough to break the bails, he says. And he did break the bail. And fine finish to that contest, but it's not one that Indiska will be happy with. It's certainly one that Bachirika will be, because not only do they win, which keeps the pressure on the team that are currently in second place in Shopping, but I think they've done their net run rate the world of good there.
Yeah, for sure. That's a nice little booster. And this is what we talked about. I mean, if the Titans had been able to win earlier, even one game, I mean, Indiska's net run rate, I think, just took a hammering. But Bachirika, like I say, they'll be wanting to come out and win match 20. As will Indiska, of course. You don't want to go out on a couple of losses, then have to come back in a week's time against probably the top team in Group B. You can see Bachirika winning the toss, electing to bat first in match 20. See Bhushan Nikumb coming into the lineup for Indiska for the first time in the series. And so that match will be starting in approximately 25 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. Let's have a look at the scorecards. And it was Govinda Singh who eventually came in. He was self-appointed at number 5 as he retired out Mondu Salim for just 3. He finished with 34, not out of 21, over half the runs off the bat of the stand-in skipper. Apart from that, Imran Khan, who was there for a while, went late on for 10. Like I said, the openers, Kosh and Sharma only contributing 7, which wasn't enough if they were to make a fist of this chase. 2 for 6, Faisal Mushtaq bowled a very good 2 overs, as did Qureshi early on. Amir Khan had a maiden in there amongst the 2 wickets that he was able to secure for his team. So a pretty clinical performance, all things considered, from Bachirika. Can they do it again in match 20? Well, join us in about 20 minutes to find out the last match of the day. As it's been clearing up, the weather gods have been kind to us. Well, let's see if we have a closer contest between these two for our last game on day 5. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Hope you're having a great day wherever you're watching from around the world. We'll see you shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to the final match of today. Match number 20. It's the final one of Group A as well. And it's Boşerka taking on Indiska for the second time. It was a very comfortable win first time round, winning by 42 runs. Berkshire against Indiska. And Indiska, well, they'll be hoping to try and bounce back. I think they know that they will finish fourth in themselves in the table, so they can't do themselves any favour apart from just finish on a high. But Boşerka, they certainly can. They know that they get a victory here and they can take themselves to second place in the table. At the moment, they're level on points with Linköping. This is what the bat versus ball has to say about it. They think that Boşerka will get to around about 94 and Indiska will fall short. Indiska will certainly want to have a thing to say about this. At the moment, you can see there that Indiska did come into these matches with 2 victories yesterday. And good ones they were as well, important ones they were as well against the Stockholm Titans, but they just haven't really found that form again. And in that one match, anyway, that is. But if they can get going with the bat, I think anything is possible. They're going to be missing, of course, 1 or 2 players. They've had a few introductions, haven't quite worked for them as they would have liked. On the other hand, Boşerka, the introductions they've had into their team have been good ones. And news from the coin toss was that Boşerka had won the toss and they've elected to have a bat first. So they'll be hoping that this time round, even though they didn't do too badly that first match, thanks to a good start given to him by Tara, 24 of 10, and then their captain Zishan Mahmood, he was the key that held things together, 38 for 21. But certainly, one man that's performed really well for them wasn't able to get going, and that's Kawaja. He's at the non-strikers in at the moment, as it is going to be Tahir Tara to open up. He's a very explosive player. Well, both these batters are really explosive. The first time around it was Tara that was on fire. Kawaja didn't quite get going. If these two can give them a good start, well, we could finish with a very high run chase for the end of the group. And the group was, of course, dominated by Al-Bazami. They've won all their 8 matches. They will be finishing top. But it's about who's going to be second, Linköping or Boşerka. That's what we're waiting to see. And Majinder Singh is going to open up the bowling, as opposed to Ashpreet Singh. Bowled pretty well in the last match. He picked up a couple of wickets. Was got his Yorker length going well, and he starts off with the new ball. And well, this one, it's not one that the wicket keeper will want to see again. It goes straight through the new man making his introduction, Bhushana Nikumbu, and Nikumbu. He couldn't have done that again, even if he tried. Goes right through his legs. And well, they had options, didn't they, for keepers? Manish Jamwal is also playing. That's the speedy action. I do like that. This is a lovely shot. I like this as well. This is classy, beautifully played. And one man who's not so classy. Leave it alone. Look, leave it alone is what I'm going to say here. And he's just out the... Oh, he's got lucky this time, hasn't he? Paul Fletcher has got lucky. He doesn't get caught on camera. He's gone hiding inside the the tent again, but he's okay. Lovely shot though it was. And this is hit powerfully, and it's going to be 4 more. Or is it? No, it's not. It just gets stopped. That's well done. And he comes inside to pick it up. There's a good chase there from the fielder. He doesn't give it up, and he gets the stop in. There you go, see the ball just bobbling away, and Imran just gets that little flick onto it, Imran Khan. And, starting to warm himself up already for when he goes out to bat. And Majinder Singh. Good move. Ooh, this is a tight call for me. It gets that late movement away, but I don't think that's a wide, you know. And he just gets on with it. That's what I like. He doesn't turn around and look at the umpire. He accepts it, goes back to his mark. Kawaja strikes it firmly again. Remember, got onto strike, courtesy of the buy of the very first ball. And this is the Kawaja that we used to seeing. Just such an attacking player. I think certainly he's one man that with the conditions today, they don't suit his style of batting because the ball just gets heavy and doesn't fly off the bat as much as it normally would. Well done from the bowler there. Just tidies things up, gets the throw in, but not before the batters can change again. And ta-da. To go back to the striker's end, non-striker's end, but he does get a single. That one, he gets a bit of bat onto it as it clobbered it into his own pads. Nicely played, just pushes it away. Kawaja saying, okay, that's the end of the over. We'll settle for 11 off the first, and he'll go back on strike. And a good moment to welcome back into the commentary box Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, thanks, Rico. It's good to be back. And let's see if Iniska can have a pretty good finish. I see Bushan Nikumb getting the responsibility behind the stumps. First one, straight through the legs. Not a great confidence builder, but Wachirka just 11 off it, so not a disastrous first over. You see Nikumb just going through the motions there. You can probably hear the wind's picked up a little bit compared to the last game. There's very light drizzle falling at the moment, so we'll keep an eye on that. Anyway, second overtime, and Ashpreet is getting the second this time. This one I think's a wide. It goes straight over the tram line. Kawaj is after him though.
You can't hold him back, Kawaja. He charges at everything. That's what the thing I like about him. It's like he's been electrified, and he's ready to just magnetically charge to go after this Kookaburra.
Yeah, you're right. Certainly being proactive, probably how I'd put it. This time he does get something he can cut. Get going on the hit. It's good running. We talk about it so often, don't we? But both batters go straight away. Very rare you see a run out, and if there is a run out, it's because there's a fantastic bit of fielding normally resulting in a direct hit.
Yeah, Ashpreet Singh there quite rightly saying to the fielder, look, what are you doing, man? You can see that I'm just here. He's firing the throw in. And he says, look, have a look. There's nobody backing up. Just hold on to it and just give it back to me gently. This is wide. It will be called. You can see what he's trying to do here, Singh. The only thing I'd say is if that's the line you're going to bowl, fair dues. So obviously try and get the ball a bit closer to the batter. But have a look at your field. I think third man then has to go wider and back on the line. And other than that, I mean, backward point maybe also is the man you want to push back. Still sticking to it, but unfortunately for him, he keeps getting the wide in, and the umpire, Rohit Juneja, just says, yeah, that's wide. So, well, he's keeping warm, I suppose.
Yeah.
His arms going up
I'll
and
be
down.
out there longer though. That's the problem with calling the wides. But I mean, they are wides. They're pretty harsh on wides in the T10 format. But with only 60 deliveries, you want to make sure that the bowler's going after the batter. That's why I think normally the benefit of the doubt goes against the bowler. Those wide deliveries.
He's going to continue with it, and see where this one goes.
See, I think maybe for me the whole ball does get inside the line there. But I mean, if any of that ball touches the tram line, it'll be called a wide. One thing you would say, whether you agree or whether you don't, they have been consistent on them, so the bowlers have to wake up and just bring it back a little bit.
Yeah, good win that, just having a chat with him. The thing is here now, the tendency is when you're having these sort of issues, you lose your line, so he could go a little bit too short and down the leg side here. Tara is ready to pounce. Well, he sticks to his task and goes for it again. Now, he's finding this one hard to believe. I think he's getting to a point now, Kawhi, just saying, surely not. Well, this one again, it
does come back a bit. I think that's probably more of what I do think that gets some of the paint as it goes past. It does come back a bit.
He's saying no, it doesn't, really. Look, he's saying no, you're wrong. No.
But here's the thing. That all those ones that, even the ones that are maybe, you could argue are just okay, they've been called today, so you need to make the adjustment.
Yeah, I
you need to, at some point, you got to give up the game and bowl a bit straighter. There you go, a bit straighter, and that'll be fine.
Oh,
no! Oh no! This is
okay.
Well, I got to say, yeah.
No, that's not a wide. Come on, give him a break, man. Give him a break. What's going on here?
Dear me. Well, agree to disagree on that one. Just remember, it's a long, cold day out there for the
tough
umpires.
Call. That's a tough call.
Oh, just when we called it was fine as well. For Ashpreet, he might still be, it doesn't get dark here till 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock. He might still be bowling this over at this rate. He's got one ball so far.
This won't help. He's going to come around the wicket. That's not what it calls for.
That's all right. I mean, he was testing the umpire's patience. I think even though that one's fine, he's saying, well, look, at some point, are you going to bowl a bit closer to the stumps? Oh, well. You'll only see it here in the European Cricket Network. So, how are we going for time here? 8 balls in. We've gone for 8 minutes. Gotta say, Rohit Juneja, lovely human being. And pretty talented cricketer as well.
Likes his stretch, doesn't he? I just think, I mean, he's forced to take himself to come around the wicket here. I don't know really how that helps, because I think, yeah, you're absolutely right, though. He's got a few harsh calls there. I think you know that the umpire's going to be pretty tight on anything that's there or thereabout. So just try and get a little bit closer. But he just, when he was coming over the wicket, sort of stuck to the same thing, and it just wasn't working for him. Around the wicket, it will work to a degree, and then it will all go wrong.
Wow.
And this has been absolutely thumped. What a big hit that is.
Oh, boy. That one has almost knocked our cameraman out of the tower. Have a look at this. That was banged, and it's banged all the way back to the boundary line. That was a huge hit. Doesn't get much bigger than that, Rico.
It's absolutely clobbered that. That's what you call a muscled it to the boundary. And this is the thing, though, isn't it? If he's coming from around the wicket, the batter knows that as soon as it's sort of that sort of length, that he's got an opportunity to go for the big shot, and that's exactly what he does there.
All right. Larger faces up again.
It's been hit firmly and should be stopped there, and has been. They'll think about 2 as the fielder elects to play safe and just push the ball forward first. And yeah, the other thing is, like you said, Vinny, it's a long over. Time is always going to be an issue. Mind you, though, if one team can bring time back in, is Indiska, especially with the Gurvinder bowling and such a
Sharma. It takes 7 seconds to get down the other end. Anyway, here's the last ball of the over, and this one's launched as well. It is going. It is going. It is gone. Maximo. And that one bangs straight off the production van. Well, Andrus, there's no chance for a Friday afternoon nap. Well, he felt the earth move, and it's not his wedding night. This one has banged all the way back, and it's the end of an over to forget for Ashpreet. It ends up going for 22. It was a 12-ball over. The score now is 33 for no loss after 2 overs.
Well, Andres, he's got memories of what happened the other day already. He's shaking like a leaf back there. And that was a beautiful clean strike, though, wasn't it? A lovely shot. What a beautiful shot. So it was an over to forget from Ashpreet Singh. Look, his very first over in match 1 between these two went for 21. That one's gone magical again. It's gone for 22. So they're certainly liking his bowling. The umpire's not. Makes him bowl. I mean, how many balls was that? Well, that was almost 2 overs bowled in one, wasn't it?
It was 12 balls.
Yeah.
Poor Juneja. We're going to have to up his security. Anyway, the next one is turned around the corner. This will pull up. Should be a couple. So Tahir Tara, not often he's the quiet one, but he has been so far. Hasn't had a lot of the strike. And he starts the 3rd over with just 2 runs. As you see, they have brought back Manjinder Singh to bowl out in the last over of the power play. I do like some of the support for the umpires from some of our regulars in the chat. It is true. I mean, it's easy. We've got the replays, and the umpires only get 1 look at it. They've been pretty consistent. I'm all for being harsh on the wides. Probably have been slightly overly harsh. But that's why I do like having that clear indication. It's like we're debating what we see. And, you know, I think using the line, it's a lot easier to say, look, if any of the ball hits the line, that's a wide. When we start talking about how much of the ball hits the line and how much doesn't, then it gets a bit iffy. This one is actually hitting to the ground, to the keeper, Nikumb. Yeah, so once you say, I keep it really simple, any ball which passes completely within the tram line, when it passes the crease, that's a ball that's fine. If not, it's a wide. Nikumb, let's just say, didn't go cleanly into the gloves on that occasion.
Stopped it.
Yeah, true.
Did okay. Stopped it. He's got to get into his rhythm. And maybe we should go for that technology they have in tennis, that with the beep, beep.
Oh, yeah. It'd be cool if we could do that.
No? Beep. Let's play down to long on. It will be fielded. So, tidy start. It needs to be a good over. They need one to pull things back.
I mean, yeah, they've still got time to work their way back in. I mean, I think we're going to have to see Gurvinder Singh at least in the top 3, if not opening. And Ghosh and Sharma didn't work out last time. I think we probably will. This next one gets past the bat. Yeah, but to do that, I think, you know, they wouldn't want to chase more than 100. They've got time to turn it around. That's probably the positive thing for Indiska. They've got to get through this top 3 to at least, you know, be able to keep this first innings total under control.
Yeah, to hit, all right. Just trying to hit the ball big. Missed out on that one. And gets beaten there. Interesting, these two. One of them always fires. As you see there, the wind just suddenly gushed from anywhere. And we felt it here, and I think the cameraman felt it as well. Well, the fielder's feeling it as well. Its caps are flying all over the place. Well, that was a sudden gush of wind.
Well, here's the thing. 3 overs down, 37 for no loss. Rico, I'm going to give you a few balls off because I'm going to get you to be able to maybe close the window on your side, the one that you opened before.
I need to.
You can definitely close this on the right-hand side.
It's the last match.
It's blowing in front, so I can't see the field anymore. But anyway, I'll live with it if you can. Suboptimal
you
commentary
couldn't
experience.
See the field anyway if it was shut.
Yeah, but now it's even worse. It's blowing in front of actual eye line.
All right, I'll sort something out in a minute. Okay, right. I'll sort something out.
I don't mind you opening. Well, I do mind you opening your side, but when you started opening my side as well, I think you're encroaching on your powers. Anyway, let's go 4 overs.
Arjun Singh.
4th over. Arjun Singh's been good today.
Been hit pretty hard. I'm going to leave it to you then. I'm going to sort out this side for you, okay? I'm not going to listen to you whinge all the way through the last match.
You will hear
I'll
me
be back
I'm
in a
normally
minute.
pretty positive, but you know, when it comes to my comfort, like all of us, it can be a bit precious at times, I suppose. Grew up in the Mediterranean climate of Perth, Western Australia. Oh, this one hits him pretty full and he's gone. Yeah, it's going to be an LBW, and so Arjun gets a reward. And so this is a nice bit of work from Tara. You see, it's blowing around a little bit at the moment, but this one, I think it's a pretty easy decision. Definitely hits him in front of off stump. And Arjun had an inkling that Tara always likes to go across the line, doesn't he? And so that's good bowling. And once again, the good day continues for Arjun Singh. As the first wicket falls, 38 for 1, brings Ishan Mahmood to the crease. He's having a very good tournament. Just looked like he was struggling a bit with a leg injury earlier today. But let's see how he looks when he comes out number 3. And look, Rico, we talked about Indiska getting through the top 3. Well, there's one of them, the big hitting Tara. He has to go, but he didn't have a lot of the strike, to be fair. That's Ishan, he's another one that they're going to want to remove sooner rather than later.
Yeah, that's the way it's gone, though, isn't it, between these two? One has always clicked, Khwaja or Tara, and one has gone early. So, just seems to be a pattern between them. But Arjun Singh, hasn't he been good? He's always been there, always been on money, always asking questions.
He's
of the batters.
reliable. That's what I like about him. So I noticed you closed my side. Yours, you didn't. Is it because you weren't sure how, or just gave up? You decided it was nice.
I like to see the field. I know you're okay.
You're a rookie.
You're relying on a monitor. I like to see the action live. Oh, bowled again.
Well, you just want to watch Diana taking pictures, but you can look at the pictures later. You can see the dugouts there, I suppose. Stockholm's a fantastic place, isn't it? I mean, there's something like 12 islands that make up what we know as Stockholm. And the way they all kind of interconnect.
It is,
a lot of water around.
14.
14, is it? Okay.
Connected by 57 bridges, yeah. That one's played out towards.
And you haven't been into the city so far this week, have you?
No, but I've been to
before,
Stockholm before. But no, I haven't. But that's certainly, weather permitting, that's certainly an option on Sunday.
Across the weekend. Last ball of the over.
Firmly struck, but will be fielded. And that man, Ashpreet Singh, to do it. Now, Ashpreet didn't have the best of times with the ball, but he will come back. And I'm sure that in the field, he'll be absolutely key because he took some excellent catches.
This is what the bat versus ball wall was telling us before the first ball. I thought Bachirka 94 and Diska 84. So I think there's 10 runs between these two teams. You can see the average runs 4 and against. They're kind of complementary, aren't they, those two? With Bachirka averaging 92 and Diska averaging 80. They have improved their batting a little bit. Well, quite a lot, actually, but today has been an exception to that rise in Diska. And so now we're going to move into over number 5, and Govinda is going to bowl it. So, yeah, I think how Bachirka handled the spin and the slow bowling is going to make a big difference in this innings. Here's the left arm of Govinda in the 5th.
He starts with quite a flatter one. I'm not sure what the batter is going on about here. I think he's either hurt his hand in the process or something.
Yeah, just
Khawaja.
Yeah, don't know what he did there. He sprained his wrist. He's swinging so hard. He's batting well outside off stump here.
The cap has come off from Govinda, but good bit of fielding there. Yeah, I just love this start. It just reminds me of one of those old, when you're watching the old movies and they're having a dance night. That's not probably what you call it, well, that cap didn't quite go where it was destined to. There's the cap coming off. It's just got like little feed about. Would you like a dance? And then he, does that little shuffle. Here he goes, a dance. Here we go. Wide ball wasn't a good one. He gets
away
lucky
with that. I mean, he doesn't get away with it without being called wide, but probably should have landed somewhere in those little gardens, I think. What I will say is hello to Charlie Hunt, who's joined us in the chat. How are you, Charlie? Hope you're going well. You're back in Spain, are you? Let us know. Another wide. Well, this has been a series where we haven't actually seen so many wides, but when we have seen them, we've seen plenty of them, and this is turning into one of those innings.
Yeah, just over compensates there. Comes back again now. And this one is going to be put away. That's a big hit. And, well, that's a good catch out there, but it doesn't matter out there, I suppose. It does well.
You know who that is? Manish Jamwal, who takes the catch. He's pretty happy about it as well. He went a long way back and caught it in about row 13 if there was seating in that area. Pretty nice catch. Unfortunately, he's gone the wrong side of the border.
Thumped hard, and good work again there from Ashpreet Singh. Just getting greedy now, right in front of Diana Oros there, the ECM photographer. There's going to be a few nice shots. That'd be a nice shot, actually. It's a nice height that ball was coming at Ashpreet. Look out for it on the social media. Well, this one, look out for it in the air. It's an opportunity, and it's been well taken. And I just didn't want him to do the backward rolls there. Can you imagine if he rolls backwards and his feet touches the rope? A good catch. Well, he does the work with the ball in hand, Arjun Singh. And now he takes a good catch. Well, at least one of the Singhs has had some aloo paranthas today. Arjun Singh definitely has.
He's pretty confident about letting the head touch the ground. Shows a bit of confidence that he knew he had the room to move. So that's a really good catch. And you're right, didn't want to stick the backward somersault landing, did he? What it is, it's the end of a dangerous hit at Khawaja. Looked good for 28 of 17. He was hitting the ball hard, but he's got to go now. The 50's up, but at the cost of the second wicket, it is 52 for 2.
Yeah, so once again, that taking the pace off and just floating them up there. Govinda gets a wicket. He'll probably think, well, okay, if it's worked for me, why don't I get me He sort of twin maestro onto bowl as well. Sachin Sharma, good catch.
So you're lucky you don't have longer hair that may touch the rope. But Arjun Singh does hold on to a good catch. Grupa Randhawa coming out number 4. Maybe they'd send Merchant out, but Randhawa, this man that is on strike, of course. And that's the end of the 5th over. It's 52 for 2 at the halfway point. And look, a real opportunity. Talked about getting the big 3 up the top. They do have Tarap for 5. They've got Khawaja for 28 now. Zishan Mahmood on 9 not out. He is the next threat to get through as we move into the second half of the innings. And what better bowler than Arjun Singh to bowl it?
Yeah, they're getting sticky with Arjun. I don't mind that. I thought maybe they may try Sharma a little bit earlier, but they've decided not to for now. And that makes sense to me. I think they realise that if Arjun well, hang on a minute, what's happening here?
Yeah.
Well,
late changes there.
It looks like they are going to go with Sharma. Well, the batter's happy because he shakes his hand and says, oh, yeah, I like you coming on.
I think he spotted Zishan on strike. And remember, he got Zishan last time. So he said, hold on, hold the presses. He pressed his little emergency alarm and said, I want to bowl to him.
Yeah.
But don't forget, before he got him out, he got banged a couple of times. Balls I'm not sure we found. So here comes Mr. Moon Pie himself, Sachin Sharma.
Oh! Gets an edge. I'm not so sure, but this is the most acrobatic bit of action for the wicketkeeper who, without touching the ball, and then, well, this is a nice bit of action there. Look at this. He just.
I like
what is that?
It's like trying to catch flies with chopsticks.
What was that?
What Nikum's trying to do.
Here we go. Wait for it. It's been hit and it's been hit. A long way, but it's been taken. And it's the man who took one at the other side of the boundary. And he says, hello, idhar bhi main catch bhar lunga. And well taken. And he's probably saying to Diana, well, I've taken some photos for you guys. Will you take 1 or 2 of me? Well, why not? Smile, please. Nicely taken there. Manish Jamwal.
Well, I don't know if Sachin Sharma's got a time machine. He's come from the future, but he was very quick to kind of stop. Just stop. What was the sensible thing you'd think to do, which was Arjun Singh bowl next over. He just ran from nowhere and said, hold on, hold on, hold on. I want to bowl this one. And he almost gets Zishan Mahmood, and then he does get Randhawa. He's got to go without scoring. So 53 for 3. Imran Merchant comes to the crease at number 5. Once again, the moon ball. Yeah, look, he gets a fair piece of it, but when you've got to generate all the pace yourself, especially on a day where the air's pretty thick with moisture and the ball gets a bit heavy after picking up some water on its travels, and it doesn't get all the way out of the ground. And how about Jamwal? Lucky he held on to that. You'd hate to catch the one that was well over the line and then drop the sitter on the field.
Good catch. It's a good day for ducks as well here in Stockholm. Oh, that was look, he's got to be really unlucky, because every time he smashes the ball, he gets caught. Well, somebody catch this one. It gets a long way up. And look at the movement. Look, he doesn't just toss it up. Yeah. He gets plenty of movement as well.
And he knows the new batter doesn't really want to come down the track. So he kind of plays on that, I think, Sachin Sharma. He's a real wily customer.
Firmly struck. Doesn't quite carry to Ashpreet Singh. Makes a nice stop.
This has been a great over. As you mentioned, this time does get to the pitch of it. Yeah, but of course, new batters are probably a little bit less likely to come out of their crease. Just a little bit unsure.
Took 3 for 21 in the first match.
This is the contest I want to see now. He's psyching him out. I love the byplay between these two. It's been excellent. All right.
Here you go.
Everyone take your seats. Grab your popcorn.
Firmly struck. And it's been taken. There we go. It's as easy as that. And now it's time for Majinder Singh to take the catch. Sharma gets his second. He does get the captain, Zishan. And, well, Zishan is all smiles as he comes back. He said, I just had to do it. He said, I just had to do it. I couldn't resist.
Just gets the miss hit. He's so good with his length. He hardly ever drops short. And Zishan, well, he's going to hop off. And he's going to hop off Sachin Sharma's bunny. And he can't really believe it for someone that is such a powerful striker of the ball. I mean, I couldn't resist either. A bit like the 4 or 5 Snickers bars that they've left me today. I just couldn't resist having a nibble. And it's a nice catch as well to finish it all off.
You didn't nibble them, you polished them. They're gone. The empty wrappers are there to be seen. But look, but it's all about, I said, didn't I, in the first match, they know what they're going to do. They're going to flight it up there. If they get the length right, then they're relying on the fielders taking the catches, and that's exactly what's happened here so far.
Sachin Sharma has just come from nowhere to bowl this over. He's yelled out from short third man, said, no, I need to bowl this one.
Yeah.
Hasn't he delivered? It's a game-changing over. Last ball of it coming up.
This could be another. Just dropping short off Singh. And the throw, well, if that hits the stumps, it would have been adios.
I mean, that's great stuff. I mean, now they've got the option of going back to Arjun in the next over as we get to the end of the sixth. It's 55 for 4, and the game turning on its head in the sixth over thanks to the moon ball offerings of Sachin Sharma.
Yeah, the moon ball king takes 2 for 3 in that one.
Now you have the king of Moomba. I think he's the king of moon ball. Anyway, you see in the sixth over, the little worm turning upwards for Indiska, and you can see why. The 2 big hitters removed.
It's going to be Govinda. It's going to go and bowl this one.
Okay.
I suppose, yeah, I could sort of understand that. You've got Zishan back. I mean, we know that Merchant can hit the ball pretty well as well. He's probably the last of the remaining big hitters in this side. This one's sort of being whipped in, hasn't it? He's certainly going for that ball much wider. He's not putting it in the arc and giving it as much flight as what Sharma was. He's sort of trying to keep that ball outside the off stump.
Yeah, I've got sport for options now here, really. Why not bowl Govinda out?
See again there. Now these 2 balls he's bowled here probably both would have been called wides if you leave them. But I think he's just relying on the fact that most batters are going to see this coming slow in the air and just thinking, I'm going to have it.
Yeah, it probably would have been a wide, you're right. But yeah, once again, Govinda's been good most of the time at keeping it outside the off stump.
This one is too wide and will be called. I think he had a plan there. The plan was to try and get the batter to come out of his crease. It's well bowled. Here comes a throw, and I think he gets there comfortably enough. I wonder if they're going upstairs. Yeah, they are. They're going to have a look. So it's going to be the old, the Zorro call.
Right, out of the way, Imran. If you want your wicket, you're going to have to get out of the way here. Feel like he's fine. Yeah, he's okay. Just.
Yeah, he didn't try to rush in, but he does get himself in. 58 on the board, 4 wickets down. They know that get the key wicket of Merchant here, and they can really try and keep this. Wow, this scored to around about 90. They'll fancy that.
98 expected score in the first innings, as it's listed in the chat there. One thing they might want to do is get a bit of a wriggle on, because we are 30 minutes into this innings and only halfway through the 7th over. They've got to get through 2.5 in the next 10 minutes. So just something to keep an eye on.
There's some debate going on here now. Did they? Not sure what this is about.
Let's go back to the run out, but he was well in, so hopefully that's not the issue.
Yeah, I think Govinda, it might be Govinda. Yeah, they're ready to go again. I think Govinda was just asking a question for the umpires, and he's got his answer. So we're ready to go again. Govinda has his little dance, and this is catchable, and there's no mistakes there. Majinder Singh, well, I said that Ashpreet Singh, he's had his Parontas. Majinder Singh has had his Parontas, and Arjun Singh has had his as well. Maybe the bowler Gurwinder, well, they're sharing the Parontas around the ground here today. And the good thing about it is, like I say, Paronte khaya bhi karo, raj ke khaya karo. But baat humne hath bhi saaf kar liya karo. Je hath mein ghee lagi hundi na, jab butter lage hunda, catch nahi far hunde. And they're saying, yeah, we didn't just eat the Parontas, we cleaned and washed up well as well, and we're taking the catches. And it's certainly been a good introduction, hasn't he, for his bowling and his fielding.
Yeah, for sure. And what a difference holding your catches makes, eh, Rico? There's some really good catches today taken when you consider the conditions. Not particularly conducive to holding onto the ball. Govinda delivering yet again. 59 for 5. One more ball left in his spell. His first over went for 10, did include a Maximo, but did pick up a wicket shortly after. And this next one has been pretty tight, just 4 runs One ball to go. See if he can avoid getting pounded.
Gone. Adios. And it's going to be another. It's just awesome to watch these two. I mean, this time it's Govinda who picks up the 3 wickets. I say, always between them, they're always picking up about 5 wickets as a team effort. He dances down. Well, Govinda does the dancing when he does the bowling. The batter says, I'm going to dance at you. And Qureshi, he does a bit of a dance, and he's a long way out. And
I think that he does have the ball, and it's kind of dislodged as he hits the stump. So for me, there's no problem with that. It was just saw the ball ended up on the floor. I think there's no issues there. 7 overs down, then 59 for 6. No luck for Qureshi. What a good finish for Govinda. And coming up tomorrow, we have our first Group B matches, so we'll know exactly what the finishing order will be in Group A after this match. We'll get to see the Stockholm Tigers versus the Stockholm Mumbai Indians, SMI. We saw them last year, as we did the Tigers. And then Hammarby versus Mashta. And Hammarby, a lot of buzz about them. First time we've seen them in a FanCode European Cricket Series of Mashta. They're returning. And they've had some good results along the way on ECN before. It all starts again tomorrow, 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe and 12:30 p.m. in India. Join us for the first day of Group B. It's day 6 of this FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hold your horses. Here we go again. And that's not a good one. It's fairly gun deep, but there is a fielder there that keeps it just to 1. And really here, look, that predicted score of in the 90s now with the big hitters gone, it's going to take some doing.
Yeah. Well, taking wickets and, like I said, holding your catches, taking your opportunities.
In the air, shouts to catch it, and it's been taken. It's another. And that's all about these two men at the long off and long on boundary. They're the twin catches, and that's Ashpreet Singh taking that one, and he's been supported brilliantly well by Majinder Singh. And it's a partnership, isn't it, of the slower bowlers and these two men, these two catches. Well, this is hit in the air. A long way up it goes, but look, he had a lot of work to do to get there, Ashpreet Singh, and he does. And I said it to you, didn't have any. I said he may have gone for a few with his bowling, but he always makes up for it with his fielding, and he does it again there. And look at those two. Aren't they happy? Well, Majinder Singh and Ashpreet Singh have been absolutely sensational in the field here for Indiska.
Wow, the slow bowling has done the trick. Arjun Singh, he's out of business, isn't he, at the moment? He bowled such a good 4th over. He was going to bowl the 6. Sachin Sharma said, no, give it to me. And he's been on fire ever since. Once again, you see no pace on the ball at all. And how's Ashpreet? He takes that on the move. He's jumping when he takes it. And so, yeah, 60 for 7.
Well, going back to the action here, that last one was given a no ball. And, well.
Okay, we've just found out what happened with that, because I don't think I've ever seen this before. All right, Rico, do you want to explain?
Well, it was called as obstruction from the bowler, so he's bowled it. But before the batter's had a chance to play the shot, he's already given a running commentary on it. So was called no ball. But this one has gone big. And it goes flying out of here. And Shaba Manos arriba from the umpire. Oh, what a big hit that is. And comes down. Look at the way he's coming down. He's like, do I or not? Can I not? In the end, he goes through with the shot. He hits it a long way.
So let me clarify again that first ball was not given out because the bowler verbally distracted the batter while the ball was en route to him. So it's the first time I've ever seen that. So he's launched the grenade, and then, look, I know I'd find it hard to keep quiet for that long as well because that ball's in the air for several seconds, and so that's why it's not out, and he would have a warning for that. Probably if it happens again, it'll be 5 penalty runs, and so the result was that it's not out, and it was called a dead ball and re-bowled. Now this one's an interesting one because we saw him had to pick up his bat, and you see, as it comes back in, he's just in. And that one was also called it's called a no ball that time. So this next one will be a free hit. Wow, a lot happening here for Sharma. Have you ever seen a ball called back for it? Normally, there's not that much time for a bowler to put off a batter
never.
by
I mean,
talking while the ball's in the air.
We were watching the replays of the catch. We didn't even see that happening. So, thanks to the blue crew, and Sam Winnings rushing down here and just informing us, hang on a minute, guys, you see what happened? So, yeah, so it was called a dead ball, was it?
It's called a dead ball. I think any runs would have stood off it, I guess. I mean...
Oh, this one could have been a missed dumping opportunity. I think it probably was. We see it side on. And Bushnut.
Did he go down the track? Yeah, he did. He just had to grab it, didn't he?
Yeah. Well, he's lucky here because I think this time Bushnut probably wouldn't have made a mistake. Bushnut Nikumb behind the stumps. Yeah, so Sharma, he's probably told to button it as he's bowling. Goes for the flander one. It's been hit pretty hard. And good bit of work there. And nice throw from Majinder Singh. And that will be the end of the over.
I'm going into the laws. I'm going into law 41, fair and unfair play.
Go on.
So you have to stay with me for a second. I haven't got it just yet.
Oh, you not got it just yet? Okay. I'll be interested to see
normally, the reason is, normally I know of the law that says after the, it's to do with goes with the fake fielding. You can't kind of deceive the batter by word or action after the striker has received the ball. But the thing is it wasn't after he received the ball. It was before he received the ball. So I don't think you ever really see that. And so maybe it's the same idea.
This is odd. I'll be interested to see what it says because I've got something that I've got to add to that. Because remember, we've always talked about bowlers that when they're delivering the slower ball and the grunt. Well, this one's up in the air. It's an opportunity. It's not one of the regular catches coming for it, and hence the catch does go down. It's a good effort because he's had to come in from a long way. He's right on the boundary there. The fielder can't quite... Yeah, I can tell you who that is. That is Manish Jamwal, who... Well, he's caught two, or one of them wouldn't have counted because it was the other side of the rope, and that one would have counted.
All right, I've got what I think it comes under.
Go on.
41.2.1.
Yeah.
It's basically the umpires are the sole judges of fair and unfair play. So they're the sole judges. Unfair play can be anything. So even though it's not specifically covered, in this case, the bowler basically distracting the batter. As soon as they are satisfied that it's not going to disadvantage the batting team, as we see the next ball drilled down to long on. So obviously, if that ball had gone for 6 or something, they would have let it go. They would have let it go and just given the official warning. But when they see that it actually is disadvantageous for the batting team, then they will call dead ball. That's a warning. If anything like that was to happen again, it'll be 5 penalty runs against the fielding side. So it was actually well handled. I agree in the end, because basically the bat has a. Well, you don't think so?
No, because
you're the one that's always saying you can't put people off.
Yeah, but then I'm the one who says that when you got a bowler who comes and bowls a slow ball and goes, ugh! Isn't that the same thing?
I think that's...
Why? Because the batter can still say, oh, he put me off. I mean, if I got a nervous thing about me...
But that's a natural noise to make, even if they're faking it a bit. But when you're actually chirping the guy...
I'm going to ask him what he said. Then we'll know.
He would have been making some noise, which was only to distract the bat.
He could have said, here you go, have a pie. Well, this one's up in the air, and it's gone up there a long time. He's not going to catch this, is he?
Didn't get there. Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, at least with a grunt, the bowler could say, oh, but I was grunting, and it's hard to disprove that.
And I also don't think that Ashfaq would have played it any differently. He would have played that shot no matter what. But they won't mind.
True.
They won't mind him being out there. He's not really hurt them.
You don't want to encourage that.
No, you don't. No, you don't. That's why I was talking about it the other day, wasn't it? When it, in fact, this one is going to be 4 runs and it's a no ball. They're just not. We're on top of this for a while, and it's good. They came back into the match, and then there was that turning point, the issue that we're talking about there. That's right, not out because of obstruction and obstructing the batters, we should say. And now then they played. They bowled a couple of no balls as well, a couple of free hits, ball going to the boundary. So that score now is starting to go back up to that around about the 90 mark. They'll be disappointed if they don't get there now.
Ooh, got something even better for you now. And this is pretty good as well. As it's going to go to the boundary. Well, he had half a chance there, didn't he? Jamwal's had an interesting time. And so Zulfiqar He will get 4 here. So just leave him off the hook. Well, a bit like last night's dinner. I think that Arjun Singh was left on the windowsill a bit too long, and he's gone cold as he goes for a few in the ninth, and it's 85 for 6. Look, I've got what I think this law actually is covered, and look, this is pretty... I don't really blame the umpires for handling it the way they did, but this is at 41.4, deliberate attempt to distract striker. It says 41.4.1, it's unfair for any fielder, including the bowler who's a fielder, to deliberately attempt to distract the striker while he or she is preparing to receive or receiving a delivery. So that's exactly what happened. Yeah. And if that happens, actually, they should have got the 5-run penalty straight away. This one is up in the air. And once again, we'll see it come down safely. It'll just be 1. So, yeah, in this instance, if you're going to be real technical, like I say, I don't have a problem with how it was handled. But it should have been 5 penalty runs to the batting side. And any said neither batter should be dismissed from that delivery. That ball should not count as one of the over. So it should have been, probably should have got the run, plus it's not out, plus you bowl the ball, you bowl the ball again. But now we're getting really technical.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Oh, wow. That's Ashpreet Singh. He's very good at catching. Well, he would have done well to catch this one. It was blasted at him. And it just going up above his head. Looking to finish well here, Ristine. But this is going to be very similar to that first match between these two. It finished 104. That's how Butchuka finished the first one. And this one, they're looking to get more close to the sort of 95, 96 mark. Wait for it. Well, there you go. It's I reckon here, you see, I think maybe Ashpreet Singh should have said, can I not bowl the last over? Can I bowl it when the other umpire is standing? Because I might get more joy. That one was a wide, yeah. I can't argue with that one.
To Neville, I would say probably, I don't think they will adjust the score. But take your point.
Nobody's going to catch this. I think it probably Ashpreet just needs to get behind the stumps. He does, so they're not going to try and take the second.
I think in the end it was pretty ballsy, I don't mind saying that word, to actually call the bowler out for it. So I think probably it was just the right amount of...
yeah,
I know the laws and all that, but...
Depends what's said as well. I mean, certainly I think from looking at the play, I don't think anything different was done by bowler or batter. That wouldn't have been done if what was said wasn't said. As this is played out towards the boundary once more. They're looking to hustle. It's a good throw, and the keeper, he does take the stumps, but I think he had a bit of work to do to handle with a bounce. So the 2 do stand. Here comes the throw, so he's in good position. And
well, where is he? He's going to have to come a long way, though.
Yeah,
that's why he gets home.
Yeah. It's the bounce, wasn't it? The bounce meant that he had a lot of work to do. He's not had a bad day, isn't he, Nikump?
He's been okay. It was always going to be improving after the first ball went through his legs. So, yeah, 2 to come. Zulfikar's played a nice little cameo here, hasn't he? Ahmed Zulfikar, he's on 26, and he's facing the second last ball of the innings from Ashpreet.
Hit this well. Will just drop short of Arjun. They probably will go for 2 again. Here's the throw, and well done, well run.
Yeah, smart, because they want to get him back on strike. We'll cheer a cup, move up to 93. Tell you what, you live long enough to see everything. We've had something like 2,500 games on this European Cricket Network. All right, last ball of the innings. Buckle up, everybody. Uh-oh. Oh, no.
No ball coming up.
And Ashfaq wants it. So then he does sides. Well, we're on borrowed time now anyway. Now I think he wants to come back. Look at this. They're going to come back. And, yeah, you see, this is pretty clever. And they're going to actually get away with it. Well, let's see. And this is because, you see, Zulfikar wants to get back for the second. And there'll be a question if the ball's dead. I don't think there is the question here.
I think you have to look at what the here you see the umpire's now on the walkie-talkie and giving the signal. I don't think that run should have counted. That's my personal opinion.
No, I think
ball's dead. Umpire's not.
I'll tell you why I think it should have counted. As we get to the end, this will be a 1 to finish. Is that, to be honest, Ahmed Zulfikar never treats the ball as dead. He's always looking for that second run, and now it's going to be a no ball for height and a free hit. So we're getting another one as well. What a cool innings, and by cool I mean strange. And so that's why I don't think, regardless of what the umpire's doing, that's not Ahmed Zulfikar's problem. He looked and turned for that second run straight away.
Well, okay.
But that's because he wasn't paying attention. Anyway, go on. Here's 2, maybe I'm going to call a 3 pretty early here. They come for 2, and then he gets taken out by his teammate. And I don't think they'll get another one. So, look, innovative stuff. They'll get to 99. The chase will be 100. Yeah, it's just final point on that. I know what you're saying. Everyone treated the ball as dead, including the umpires, except the striker. And in that case, it was Zulfikar on that previous one. And the fact that he is still treating the ball as alive keeps the ball alive.
Yeah,
so,
but I'm sorry. No, I disagree. The umpire who's at the striker's end, when he turns around and gives the signal to the scorers, he's doing it when the ball is dead. He's not giving a signal when the ball is live.
He should be signalling when the ball is dead.
Exactly.
But I don't think that the ball was dead when he was doing it. Anyway, wipe your nose and let's get on, because it's the target's going to be 100 in the last innings of the day. Well, things happen a bit weird when the clouds are around in Stockholm, when it started with a nutmeg of Nikumb. Ultimately, we'd see a few thrills and spills and quite a few wides on the way to this total of 99 for Butcherka. Hope you know back-to-back on a Friday afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, there plenty of action. Ashpreet Singh, he didn't have the best with the ball once again. He went for quite a few, and 22 off his first over. And then they went to the spin, and it's a spin that does the damage. But this one was caught on the wrong side of the field, but he was to get another chance later. This was hit pretty hard, but there's the catch for Arjun Singh, and that's what started it off. They got the first wicket. It was a key one. Then they needed to get the wicket of Khawaja.
You know, it was a really strange innings because it had ebbs and flows, right? So, I mean, the 22 came off that second over, and that was a nice catch held out there by Jamwell. That time he was on the field, and it was weird how Sachin Sharma came and said, just give me the ball. I got a good feeling about this. And so it was pretty effective from Sharma, and he got the big guns, didn't he? And Guruvinda didn't do too much wrong again. You see Guruvinda chipping in with 3 wickets of his own. This one, nice little stumping for Nikumb. Here's the thing though, this is where it all started to go wrong. So you know what's interesting about this is that would have been 59 for 7, but instead the batter survived, got to face the ball again, and from there the wheels really fell off because there were actually 41 runs off the last 3 overs, and they were to never lose another wicket. So it just shows you sometimes you're better to keep your mouth shut, and in the end it cost them a bunch of runs, and suddenly they're chasing 100 in Disca.
Thing is, the guy that was involved with playing the shot was Ashfaq. He's not the one that really punished him. He stayed on 4 runs scored of 6 deliveries, but it was a great knock, wasn't it, from Zulfikar? I think he batted really well. 29 he finished with. It was a superb knock.
So yeah, I mean, yeah, I know what you're saying, but it just, the fact that they had that extra wicket in hand, I think kept him going. Now see, look at this. He goes and all the way he's walking down, and he never.
No, but the ball,
he
look
never
how
stops.
long he has the ball
no,
for
but look,
Vinny.
you're looking at the keeper. I'm looking at Ahmed Zulfikar, who never stops moving. He never stops moving down the pitch, so it doesn't really matter.
I think the umpire has decided the ball's dead because he's then turning around and giving the decision.
He hasn't, because he gave the run. So well done, umpires, for getting that one right. Agree to disagree on that one.
Got it wrong.
Well, the thing is, Zulfikar never stops moving.
If it comes down to 1 run, we go back to it.
It's not like he started.
Okay.
No, my point is this. It's not like he started the second run when the ball was already in the gloves. He'd already turned and taken 2-3 metres looking for the second run.
Umpire doesn't turn his back on the play
well, he does.
to give a decision if he thinks the ball
well,
is not
they get to
dead.
100. I miscounted. Did
it get to 100?
They get to 100 in the end.
Oh,
okay.
It must have been because of those no balls as well.
Yeah, it must have been. So,
well, there we go.
This one is one when everyone's flicking through the rule books. But what I can tell you is it is 100 even on the board in the end. They do get the triple digits. 13 wides, 4 no balls, 3 byes, and a yelled dead ball in the extras column.
And a yellow card as well.
And they give out 20 extras in total, as we see. Some good batting performances in there. Khawaja chipping in with 28, but the real star for me was Ahmed Zulfikar with 29 off 18, 2 fours and a 6. As far as the bowlers went, real mixed bag. Guruvinda with 3 for 14, Sachin Sharma with 2.5 for 16, and Arjun Singh, the 1 for 18, also managing that bowl pretty well early on at Ashpreet. Well, he won't want to watch those 2 overs back as he fell foul of the umpire and the tram line a few times. It should be very interesting. And Botchuk, remember, they need to defend this, I think, if they're going to secure that second spot. So join us when we return in just a few minutes. The last innings of the day, well, the rain has stayed away. Controversy has it. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. We're going to continue our conversation in the break, but we'll be back shortly with the last 10 overs of day 5. Vinny Sandu wishing you a very happy Friday. See you shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and good afternoon to you, our global cricket family, and welcome back to the Nosbuya Cricket Ground here in Stockholm, where it's the final match of Group A. Tomorrow we return to the action, but it will be 4 teams from Group B. This match, it's all about if Roshia can finish with 2 more points on the board, which would take them second in the table, and that's where they will finish. And with Indiska, well, they can't change where they are in the table. But what can happen is that they at least will finish on a high. And if they can finish on a high, sorry about that, just got slightly distracted by one of the umpires. They're doing a little bit of a mini marathon, but we're back. And, yeah, so with Indiska, it's all about if they can finish on a high. They'd love to get a victory here. And welcome to you wherever you are. Thank you to everybody on the chat for all your input today. A lot of discussion happening there about various things, about that dead ball, and that was hit for a massive 6, and should the ball have been dead or not? A lot of things that are happening here today. And it's Qureshi that's opening up the bowling. He bowled very well. In fact, the bowling attack, you have to say, for Butchuk has been very good. You start off with Qureshi, and then Mushtaq has bowled brilliantly well as well. He'll probably stick with the same Qureshi, Mushtaq, and then maybe Taro then will come on. It was a really good bowling attack. The first 6 overs is so difficult to get any kind of runs from. Qureshi once more. This one's shorter. It's been hit firmly by Sharma in his favourite part of the pitch. So can Ghosh get going? He was very good yesterday. He played some good shots. He made good innings. Can he find that form here? He's going after quite a wide delivery. And to be leaving those alone. Let's have a look at this one. And yeah, that's fine. That's good. Looking, as you see there, just trying to, from the angle of the bat, just trying to get enough on it to get it over the infield of fielders on the offside. Qureshi once more. Gets a bit of bat on this, bat onto pad. Gets a single. Sharma. He was out playing a uncharacteristic shot for him. He's very strong playing out on the offside, but he actually, a ball that he would normally have been cutting, went to try and hit over the top of extra cover. He just wants to stick to what he does well. Firmly struck. Well fielded as well, showing good intent. Merchant certainly want to pick up the 2 points here. Qureshi looking to finish the over well, just 4 runs from it so far. And well, he doesn't. It's a disappointing finish for him. He just strays down the leg side. And Ajit Ghosh says thank you very much as he just helps us along the way. It's a nice looking shot. And he just gets that exactly where he wants it. Nobody down there at the fine leg area. So it will finish with the score being doubled. With that one shot, 8 on the board. And the main thing is no wickets down. That's what I think Indiska need to do. Just keep the runs flowing. But not get bogged down like they did in the first match as well. Remember, there was once the early wickets went, they went for a period of time where there was no runs at all. They finished a power play with just 13 on the board. So they've got to do better than that. Slightly short and outside the off stump. So it will be Faisal. Mushtaq, who comes on to bowl the second over. Rico Full here. And alongside me in our commentary position here in the Ice Cube is Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandu.
Patched up our differences during the break, so it's nice. We can just clean the slate. Still not thrilled with you keeping your window open on your side. Anyway, Faisal coming off player of the match performance in the last game. And what he did is he removed the two openers. He removed these two, and that really set up a comfortable win from Butchirka. So he'll be hoping to do something similar again in match 20, the final match of Group 8.
Yeah, he's got a real rhythm, doesn't he, about him? He doesn't try to over bowl it. He just nice, steady rhythm, lets the ball seam around. That's what he does. He doesn't try and push it through. You see again, and it just creates the false shot. And gosh, gets lucky. You can see he's not timed that well. You can feel the vibration.
If these two can get going, there's no reason they can't chase these runs down. Absolutely no reason at all. They went so cheaply last time. I'm sure we'll see Govinda at number 3 this time. That looks like a broken bat. So he's going to run off and try and change it. Well, he could just leave that one behind. What else have we got? Oh, no. I know what he's forgotten here.
Oh, well.
Yep, go on. Zoom in here. He wasn't the bat at all.
The protector.
It's Sachin Sharma.
Go on, wiggle in a little. Come on. We know what you're
I
doing.
think he's ordered an extra large as well. So, yeah, it's not a good moment when he realizes, look, if you can zoom out and
I saw the way he was running.
There's a trail of equipment as well that he's left behind.
Well, nicely done there by Khawaja. Yeah, I saw the way he was running and thought there's nothing wrong with the bat here. The way he's running, he's forgotten something important. I thought for a moment maybe they're retiring him out for batting too slow on 3-on-3. But no, he needed some vital part of his equipment. Well, he is okay now, so to speak, apart from a few blushes that he's got now. And if he thinks he's got blushes now, wait till all his friends and family see that again.
You know, we have to start like pixelating part of the screen. Anyway, it's a long way to go to protect that area if you're going to get out next ball. So let's see how Sachin Sharma goes here as he faces up to Faisal Mushtaq.
Oh, he does well. He plays a nice shot. I mean, he's been in there a while, so he's got warm, and then you've got to put a cold box in there. He's going to feel quite chilly all of a sudden.
I don't know how warm it would be. At the moment, it's pretty chilly. Are we still at 11? Yeah, we've been grounded at 11 degrees all day. What I would say is at least it has stopped drizzling for pretty much most of the day. And tomorrow, the forecast is for a bit of cloud around, but not too much rain, so that's good.
So reaching for this, plays it out to the man out. Sweeping the offside boundary.
Neville Russ in the chat saying try doing that at the SCG. Yeah, there's no real chance to do that when there's crowd 360 around the ground. You're definitely showing a bit too much of the treasure chest. Anyway, Disca probably want to be 10 and over, obviously. They're a little bit behind that at the moment. His last ball of the second. Mushtaq round the wicket.
Well, he has a big flurry at this one, and he misses it. And it's only 12 is on the board after 2, so they are running a little behind here. And sort of going at the same sort of pace as they went in the first innings. In the first innings it was 7, then 11. Here is 8 and 12.
So let's have a look at the table. So Butchirka, I mean, they want to secure second place by winning here. Look, they could lose by a certain amount, but I don't think that's what they're thinking about at the moment. I think they want to just make sure that they get the win. Certainly the way they want to finish their group stage. As for Indisca, I mean, they're pretty much going to be in fourth now no matter what. But again, you never want to head into a crucial quarterfinal match against a top-ranked opponent in Group B. You don't want to do that with a pair of losses in your last couple of group games. So still a pretty fascinating contest. Cricket match to be won here. Last game of the day.
Firmly struck. The thing is here, you see that when you're not getting boundaries, then you've got to try and create something else, and that means you try and turn ones into twos. They're not even looking to do that here, and that's why they get themselves into a bit of a lull at the beginning part of their innings, and it starts slowly, and then they just can't get the acceleration in. So
yeah, true.
That's what's been their issues a lot of the times for Indiska. They need to try and get after this bowling. This will be another single. It's all tiki-taka.
Tell you what, Sachin Sharma would have been a prime candidate for the magic spray in the box trick that we always used to do when I was playing. You just get someone to unload about half a can or a full can of the magic spray into the box and then run it out to the batter.
Yeah.
They won't be feeling anything
What's
for
like-
quite
you
a long time.
You mean like the on the
Talk about a cold box.
yeah. There was that, or there was the heat spray. You know, the
Oh,
heat
yeah.
spray.
Oh,
That
it
could be
works as
quite
well.
nasty. Well, talking about being heat, there's hot and spicy out there at the moment, and it's that man Qureshi. He turns up the heat, and he's taken a man who's not had a good day there. That's Jit Gosh goes early again, so he's not able to recapture the sort of form he was in yesterday. And he's looking to send the ball out of here, but he's the one who's going to get out of here as Qureshi smashes into his stumps. And hasn't he had a good day, Qureshi's bowled so well. And I'm looking forward to seeing him already when they return for the quarterfinals. He's just he's been on another level.
It's just good reward, I think, for the building up of pressure. And that's what we saw through the first couple of overs, and it forces Gosh into kind of a hyper-aggressive shot. Tries to take that one off the stumps, but yeah, excellent bit of bowling. 14 for 1.
Yeah, very good bit of bowling. And Govinda hasn't put himself at number 3, which surprises me.
Yeah, me too.
Qureshi, that's not a bad ball. He goes for the Yorker first up to the new batter, and he almost gets it spot on. But credit to the batter here. He watches it all the way onto the pad and just clips it away. Imran Khan, it's giving him a second chance. He didn't really bat at a quick pace at all. He did stay there for a while and provide a bit of sport to Govinda, but the game was already done. So maybe he can get the acceleration in required. Certainly starts well.
Yeah, they've got to just up the ante a little bit. They're about an over behind where they want to be. It's Qureshi with his last ball of the match.
And this won't be a single as it bobbles away. And be the end of a good spell of bowling from Qureshi. 1 for 15 of his 2 overs. So he's continued to impress. As I've said, that's the 2 umpires will cross over. And well done to the men in black as well today. Usman Afzal and Rohit Juneja have been out there. It's Rohit signalling the end of the power play, and also to Stefan Gooch, who's been the tournament referee, as well as the 3rd umpire for today. And they've worked very well as a team. Have our men in black.
Yep, exactly. Well said. It's a really good ball from Mushtaq first up.
Yeah, beauty.
I'm going to say it's not an easy day for the umpires to do their job as well. I mean, the wind's been swinging around. It's been pretty cold at times. Have a look at this. Yeah, it just plays down the wrong line. Keep delivering those. You might have some luck sooner rather than later.
This is work to do for the 3rd man, and will they try and take 2 here? They do finally, and it's good to get that, to see that hustle.
He's lost it.
What
He's
is
lost
come
his
off
shoe
here
here.
now? Who's that? It's not. It's
It's not.
He says
This isn't Sachin Sharma, but watch it here. This is Imran Khan. And turns, and we've had a blowout. That's a proper shoe ejection as well.
That's big time. I like the way here he says to the umpire, "Can I go get my shoe, please?" Oh, what is the only way that can happen? He must have stepped on his own shoe.
You
when he
think
was
so?
running.
I think he's just
Yeah.
obscured out of the camera, but I want to know how slow we can get this.
Have we got
You have to
time? We
hurry
may
up.
not have time
I
here.
hope so.
We'll have to go back to it. Yeah, we'll have to go back to it. It's blade. Yeah, let's see if we can get it in here.
Just be one. Yeah, it's a proper blowout, isn't it? This is
Need to go into the pit lane here.
have a look.
Here we go. First, what's all this mud that's going all over the place from him as well? Up in the air, it's got it safely over the inner ring of fielders.
All right, I'm going to get this one more time. I'm backing Andrews to get this one.
Speed it up, Andrew. Speed it up.
Here we go. Now. It's just the umpire's in the way. And I love the way the shoe even stays. And then he steps on it. Imagine getting run out because you tripped on your partner's discarded shoe. Oh, no. Oh.
This is not out because it's outside the line.
I'm glad we finally got a chance to show that because can you imagine? I mean, Sachin Sharma's already forgotten his box.
Look at the mess it's left everywhere.
What's he been
That was
stepping
all
in?
coming off his shoes when he was running. No wonder it came off. It was probably so heavy that it just couldn't stay on the foot.
Oh, my word, that is something else. Now, if the batter had tripped over then and somehow got run out, that would have been the absolute best bit of cricket you could possibly imagine. You can't script this stuff, folks.
Oh dear. Here goes Moustache.
Last ball of his spell.
And it's going nowhere. And there's been another fine bit of bowling from him. Just goes for 9 of his 2 overs. And once more you see this run chase is already in trouble. And they just go to, well, they limp to really 24 for 1 of 4.
If you're enjoying this, you're going to enjoy our roadshow travelling all around Europe, not only over the next couple of months, but all the way through to December, as our next stop is Prague in the Czech Republic from the 30th of May. 2 weeks there before we go to Hungary for a week, Austria for a week. We have seen plenty of great cricket from those destinations as well. And then we embark on our 5-week ECS Italian summer, starting on the 27th of June, running all the way through July. Ultimately, we'll find out which Italian club will get to represent that country in the European Cricket League in 2023. Okay, here's Gopal Randhawa to bowl over number 5.
And he's got a wicket straight away. And it wasn't the best of looking shots at all from Imran Khan that has to depart.
Yeah, just straight, not too fancy. Maybe a little bit of turn back, but Imran Khan goes 360 degrees of swing and 0 degrees of contact. And so he's the second wicket to fall. The score now is 24 for 2.
Yeah, I think he was probably already feeling the heat from Singh. There he is, the captain going out there now, Gurvinder. Gurvinder's probably already said to him, look, you know I'm not going to let you mess around. You either get out there and start hitting around or we're gonna retire you out. So he decided it was time. He made contact. He didn't. And he goes, Imran Khan, he goes for 8 off his 7 deliveries. And, well, at the moment, I suppose Sachin Sharma's in danger of being called out to retire. He's not going at a big pace either. Good start. And
what a chop down.
Yeah,
you really got a bit into that.
Shows you that he's a powerful player, isn't he? Could win that. I mean, just blocks that one out, but there we go. Look, this still gets plenty of power in it.
Next ball gets through him for a dot.
Yeah, Sharma now on strike. These two, they were sort of the main batters when they started, and they've got to be main again. This one's hit high up in the air, and Tara just can't reach it as it just limps to Maximo. Looks like you've laid an egg now, Maxi.
Anyway, that one woke me up. That's pretty good placement if you're going for me. This one does get over. Maximo time as Tara does everything he can do. He tries to matrix himself backwards. The reverse limbo. That one was always carrying for 6 runs.
Yeah, nice shot. This is what they need now. And this one, he's flat batted. Tara's getting in line for it and can't stop this one either. 6 more. Shaba. Boom. Shaka. Lagia. Riva. 6 más.
Yeah, nice work. And these two trying to put together a partnership, potentially a match-winning one. And so, yeah, that one, flat bat smash we've seen. You got to get it in the middle or close to, otherwise it can offer catches to the men down the ground, who are normally the better fielders. But that one going all the way over Tara as well.
This one, he just plays back safely. That's been called a no ball. So, no ball free hit coming up here. Is that the... Yeah,
let's have a look.
The bails.
Oh,
yeah, the bails.
He's knocked
caught
over
the bails.
stumps.
Yeah.
That's why that's...
I was going to say, I don't see the bails on the stumps there, so no ball free hit. Well, this is dangerous now. After hitting 2 big sixes, Sachin Sharma can go for another.
It's a Stephen Finn rule. So, yeah, free hit coming up. Bonus ball.
It's pretty well bowled. It's hit hard towards Tara again out there at long off. That will be the end. Is that the end of the over? Well, obviously, score. We're just running a little behind. I'm not 100% certain on the score, so we'll just wait to see.
4, 5.
Didn't they maybe?
Yeah, I was going to say, because that no ball, I wonder if there is one to go, you know, because there was a single off the last. I wonder. Unless I might be missing something. Yeah, I'm not sure if this is a 5-ball over or not, because it definitely was a no ball. I've got wicket 1, 6, 6, no ball plus 1, 5, but that's only 5 legal deliveries. So
I think there may be one more to come yet.
I think maybe they will. We'll have to come back and re-bowl this one. I guess the main thing is they'll check it. They'll make sure that it's right.
Yeah. Well, the bowler's getting his field sorted here. Well, he might find that he may be asked to just wait. I think we might find that Winder Hawa that's got to come back.
I'm going to make a call. Once they're waiting this long, I feel...
Don, what's your call?
I changed my mind now because I think there was a dot in the middle that was missed. So it's wicket 1 dot 6 6 and then no ball plus 1 and 1. So maybe it will be the end of the over, and it's 40 for 2.
Okay.
Okay, that's what I'm predicting.
40 for 2.
40 for 2 after 5.
Like for like, so 42 for 2 compared to 52 for 2.
So I'll read you that over again. Wicket 1 dot 6 6, no ball plus 1, and then 1 off the last ball.
So it's going to be Merchant to bowl. He's had plenty of time to get his field right, and still waiting for just those the scorers just checking to make sure that is spot on. Once again, thank you to everybody that's joined us and for being in touch on the chat. The chat has been electric a bit as well, just like the action on the field of play.
They've been very good.
Thank you to everyone. And, well, as we always say, let us know where you're watching from. Yeah. It's always great to hear from you.
So Luke was asking about that being a no ball, but it wasn't for overstepping. It was for knocking the bails off, knocking the stumps over at the bowler's end. So it wasn't for a front foot no ball, Luke.
Yeah, and just to remind you that about 3 years or 4 years ago, that would have been just a dead ball. So that's a relatively new.
Well, it wasn't even a dead ball, you know. It was just play on.
Was it just play on?
In the old days, like a couple of years ago, a one hopper, I think, or a couple of bounces. Yeah, so that's the thing. It could be a bit distracting to the batter, but then also if you just were to call it a dead ball, sometimes it advantages the batter. So I think no ball's right.
Cleverly bowled. That's a quicker delivery from Merchant after floating a few up. Govinda Singh is just having a chat with Sharma saying, "What are you doing, man? Why are you trying to hit it there? Hit it over there." And he's certainly putting a bit of pressure on Sharma, the captain. Well, firmly struck will only be the single. Now Sharma, he gets the chance to be in the passenger seat and be giving the instructions to Govinda. Govinda certainly batted very well in the first innings, and if these two can just keep the momentum going, there's every chance. Hits this down into the ground. They take one. The fielder has got a long way to come, but the batters don't look like they're looking to push for the second. They're not.
They need to keep the Maximos coming, don't they?
Short. Hit very hard, shouts to catch it, and Tara, oh, he's dropped it. I can't believe this one. So here Tara has had such safe hands. He's had two that have just gone over him, and the one that he needs to hold on to, he puts down. He can't believe it, and he's distraught with himself.
Yeah, Tara doesn't drop too many catches at all. He looked comfortable there, and lets the batter off the hook. 6 overs down, 44 for 2. Look, it is a long way back, but they are still in the game. They can need a magical over from somewhere here. What I would say is they bowled out a couple of their better bowlers already. Let's see how we go as we head into over number 7 with Gurupal Randhawa taking over.
Once more towards Tara, who just gets the easy throw back here.
If you told us this morning that once we got on the park we'd have continuous cricket all the way through, I would have said you're crazy when you looked at the forecast.
Forecast were
Turned
not
out
good at all today.
It's been good.
But see, the running is not good here between these two. I mean, I know they feel that they need boundaries, but they're not helping their cause. I mean, you've got to be looking for two there. And we've seen these two run before. They can run pretty quick between the wickets. Throws everything at this one. It's going to be another single. So other than that flurry, that back-to-back sixes in the last over from Underwar, that one would have been a wide as well. It's all tiki-taka. It's the old two-cylinder tuk-tuk at the moment between these two. They've got to change up, Vinny. They've got to change up to the old Dodge Viper or something like that. Get the V12 into play.
And maybe the jet engine or something like that. Anyway, still 7% apparently.
It's a good catch, a really good catch from the fielder coming in. And Khawaja does it again,
Well,
diving. And
he doesn't actually catch it.
doesn't he catch this?
I thought you've opened the window so you can see. He never catches this. What are you talking about? Look at
What's
this on the
this here?
replay.
Oh,
That's
I'm
according
rolling
to
around that he's had it. I think he's got it in his hand.
according to
there, you
Rico,
see.
that's a fair catch.
Well, I have got this sort of in front of me
Don't
here.
blame the cube. You set it up how you wanted it. 49 for 2.
I can't
after
get
7.
rid of the pillars. can I?
Tomorrow we'll see the Tigers versus the Stockholm Mumbai Indians first up. The first two matches of Group B. Hammarby, they've got a bit of a target on their back, I've noticed. They got mashed up first up in the afternoon session, starting again 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe. It's 12:30 p.m. in India, 1 p.m. in Bangladesh. It's 3 p.m. on the west coast of Australia and 5 p.m. on the east coast of Australia. Join us for a Super Saturday of ECN cricket. This one, little edge, I reckon.
Yeah.
Goes down, though.
Edges it downwards.
Yeah.
So is that how you pronounce master? Is it the two little
Mashed
dots
up.
don't change anything?
Mashed up. It's just it's more of
Master, did you say?
it's more of an like AIR, how we would say it in English. Just a slight changing of the vowel sound. So it's not mashed up, it's more like mashed up.
Mashed up.
Mashed up. Mashed up.
Well, this one is in the air and it will be taken. And just
Oh no, he's got the cramp
Zishan
on.
is the one who's got the injury. He's takes a catch, all smiles. So the captain, he's.
But look who he gets out. You know who he catches out? He catches out Sachin Sharma. And we all know that Zishan Mahmood is Sachin Sharma's bunny. So Zishan Mahmood doesn't mind telling him, oh, by the way, now it's your turn. And once I compose myself and try and sort my legs out, I'm going to tell you, all right, Sachin, you had your moment. Now this is mine. And off you go. So 49 for 3 in the 8th over. And so Pachirka heading for 5 wins out of 8, as Luke Belgium says in the chat. That's exactly what they did last year. You know, Rico, last year they had a 5-3 record. They finished second in Group A, but they did lose their quarterfinal to a lower ranked side. It was Hudinga, from memory, that beat them. They were third in Group B. So they'll be hoping, Pachirka, that they don't have the same fate as last time. And last year, Group B, they certainly did a number on the Group A teams, because all 4 of the quarterfinals were won by Group B teams, and none of the Group A finalists would make it to the semis. So Merchant comes up with a wicket, and here he is, bowling to the new batter. It's Manish Jamwal coming in at number 5.
Well, Jamwal just hits it straight into the hands. And this time, well, Khawaja does take the catch. I was giving him credit for a catch he didn't take last night, but no. This time he has to come a long way. He covers a lot of ground, takes a catch, and
I was waiting for how long it would take you to notice he didn't catch the last one, but this one, yeah, there's no doubt about
you
it.
didn't. You.
I was just letting you go as long to see. Eventually, he's going to notice that the ball's sitting on the ground. But yeah, you know, it's unlucky for Manish Jamwal, who you can't blame his approach. He just goes for it straight away. But he does find Khawaja, who does make good ground on a slippery day, to get that one. So suddenly, Imran Merchant's on a hat trick. And the score is 49 for 4.
Yeah, Merchant, well done. And it's another one of those to go in. A lot of the waterwork around here in Stockholm. It's another duck. Yes, it is. Remember, as I said to you before, 30% of Stockholm is all about water. lakes, etc. And 30% is all to do with forest and Greenland. That's how beautiful it is here. Even on a day like today, it looks pretty beautiful. And that was the hat-trick ball. It certainly teases the batter to play at it. Doesn't get anything on it. Dot ball it will be. Struggling to get to the 50 here. Majinder Singh is the man who comes in. He slides it up in the air. It should be another, but the fielder just can't get to it. It's just too far away.
They don't run there for some reason. Because Govinda, he's seen about enough of this. So he's saying, I'm going to stay up this end. The funny thing about that is, you know, he could have faced the last ball and got a single himself. In the end, I don't know if he's decided for sure he's not going to run a single on this ball. Last ball the over.
Oh, this just goes over the stumps and Merchant can't believe it. And he finishes well as well. See, plenty of intent, but just not getting anything on it. And you can see that there, the captain, Govinda Singh, he's looking pretty miserable. And they still have a 5% chance though, Vinny.
Yeah, 5% or 1% maybe. That's the end of the 8th over. Scores 49 for 4. Well, they're going to have to double their score in 2 overs, plus a couple more. As you see, rolling figures. Pretty good stuff from Merchant. 2 for 5 of his over. Almost had 3 for 5. Now we're going to see Amir Khan, a mixture of leg spinners and slow medium paces, coming on to bowl the next over.
This hit pretty firmly. Shouts to catch it. Nobody's catching that, and that's 4 runs. Powerfully hit. That gets it over Merchant. And once it gets over him, it keeps on going. That splits the field
Question
nicely.
from Neville Russ in the chat. He said, what's the story with how it got called a duck? How it got called a duck? A zero being called a duck. Now, I don't know this for sure. This is something I think I might have seen ages ago. I'll tell you what I think it is, and someone can tell me for sure. This one's in the air. Falls safely for 1. I think it's short for it being a duck's egg, because like a zero looks a bit like an egg, and someone started calling it like a duck's egg, and then that got shortened to duck. That's why I think a zero is called a duck in cricket. But maybe someone would like to ask Google and tell us how true that is. Tell me if my recollection's correct.
It's, more swinging and missing from Majinder Singh. Majinder Singh, unfortunately, I'm going to have to say it, I think one straight ball is going to be in trouble. Swinging and missing like a rusty gate, as Rhino would say.
Majinder's on a pair, you know.
Here we go, and it's Khawaja who takes the catch, and there it is. That's the pair. He just never looked like he was going to do anything, and a very simple catch from Khawaja. And Amir Khan, he's continuing to do what they do well. I think all the bowlers have come on at the right time for them, for what they bowl, and they're certainly a team that are looking good at the moment. You know, the one thing I would say about Butchuka, they would be hoping that they were already playing and continuing to play, because they are just getting better and better. I don't think that they really want this break coming up, because they're going to have to wait until they come back here next Friday. The way they're playing at the moment, I think they just want to stay on the park.
Yeah, true. Tell that to Zishan Mahmood, though. He looks like he could use a week off at the moment.
He's fine. The way the team's playing, he's more than happy to carry on this way. But they've certainly looked the part here the last few times we've seen them. And especially with the inclusion here of the likes of Faisal Mushtaq has been good. And Merchant as well came into the side. They're really looking like a good outfit.
It's well bowled. It really bit off the surface. It really bounces. He rolls his fingers on this one, Amir Khan.
All smiles. That's what we like to see. Cricket played with a smile. European cricketers out there having fun. And, trying to make their dreams come true. And one or two have made their dreams come true here. Well, this was an interesting one. He could have quite easily had, well, either hit his own stumps or chopped these onto his stumps. It's quite a funky shot to play from the new batter, Ashpreet Singh. He totally misses it. And Gurwinder takes a slow, lonely walk back to the striker's end. Things haven't quite happened for him either. No, he's got like a tornado that just hit us from nowhere. It's going all over the place.
Yeah, my wall was fine before you started tinkering with it.
It would make no difference to your wall because look, even if this is just like it's like a sail on a sailboat at the moment. If it wasn't for that open window, we'd be gone from here. We would have disappeared.
So with Zulfikar coming on. And, just 2 overs. Oh, just one more over to go in this one.
Over,
okay.
yeah, 1 over.
Well, it's been an entertaining Group A, all things considered. Stockholm Titans, the team that miss out.
I thought Govinda, if he decided to play that late, I think the wicketkeeper was in danger of clocking one there. Iqbal. So, it's this fairly well. He's trying to get this wide of the fielder. He does. So, Govinda, he hasn't really gone at the sort of rate we know he can either here in this match. And gives us a fair old clonk.
It's a nice shot.
And, not being able to stop there by that man who's had a lucky day today. He could have gone pretty early, couldn't he, when he was batting? That was when all the talking points happened. This one is just over the captain, Zishan. Not able to take it. Zishan as well is another guy, isn't he? He's a smiler. I like smilers. You saw Amir Khan always smiling. And Zishan, look at him here. Even though he doesn't catch the ball, he's still got a big smile on his face.
Yeah, true. Neville, he's got an alternative theory. Here's the switch.
And he hits this pretty well. Mind you, the bowler does help him. He gets into position so early, the bowler could have done whatever. You know what I'd love to do here? Just stop. The batter would look pretty silly.
But I would say, okay, you think you're going to hit this left-hander, go ahead. And he says, okay, I will. And yeah, you're right. He gets right back in the crease, doesn't he? Gets 4. Neville's talking about maybe at the Adelaide Oval once with the duck thing.
Yeah.
That they ran out of 0, so they used an image of a duck. But I think that's after it was already called a duck. I've seen that on a few scoreboards in Australia, those manual scoreboards. Of course, Daddles the duck was pioneered on Channel 9 back in the day. All right, 2 more balls to go in a day that saw us get through the 4 matches. Just the first one was rain affected and shortened. It's a better ball, better action there from Zulfikar. He's going to bowl. That's the kind of delivery he needs to bowl. So all up, what are you going to do when you get back tonight? Maybe a bottle of red wine?
Bottle of red wine? That sounds like a
here
good
we
idea. Go. This time he doesn't get it right. And he doesn't get bowled either. Yeah, good question tonight. I'm not quite sure. Well, that's it. We haven't got too much longer to think about it. That is the end of the match. He tried to finish with another reverse. It wasn't
I
to
didn't
be.
give you much time to think about it because that was the last ball.
That's what I said. You ain't give me any time to think about it.
100 to 63. Yeah. But Chiricat, they'll for sure finish with the same record as last year, 5 wins and 3 losses in Group A. In Disca, they will survive despite an underwhelming Friday afternoon from them on the park. They finished 4th. They're going to have to do it the hard way. But I suppose Albies Army, they did it before, coming all the way from 4th, but it won't be easy. Congratulations to Chiricat. They come away with the chocolates here in matches 19 and 20 in Group A.
Yeah, and plenty of talk there. And Khawaja, he likes to say a word or two, doesn't he? And the captain there as well, Zishan, he's in chatting away. Lots of things to talk about there. I keep calling Zishan Mahmood the captain, but it's, of course, Asad Iqbal was the captain for this one. But plenty of talk, plenty of things, but all nice things at the moment for Sugar. I think they came out here and they wanted to show just why they're a team that's getting better all the time. A few inclusions in their side. And this is the shoe coming off. That's the blowout. But look at, I mean, it was a proper blowout. There was rubber going all over the place.
Yeah, but look, he always chips up his putt. He actually looks and saying, what's that? Him run, eventually. Shoes on. He had to walk off. And he swung all around that one. And yeah, I mean, once again, top order not doing the job. You know, remarkably similar scoreline. The first time between these two teams, it was 104 to 62. This time it was 100 to 63.
Yeah.
So they improved marginally in Disc Cup, but not really enough to challenge Chiricat in these 2 matches.
Yeah, not really enough at all. You're absolutely right. Well, maybe there, but it was a case of Imran Khan deciding that he needed a new mobile because that one's not working. He said, I'll throw this one in the bin. It came out there. And, well, this was a good moment for Zishan. And, he's had all sorts of troubles with the bowling of Sharma, and then he had the opportunity to get Sharma out. And this was not a good shot. It's a good catch from Khawaja. And, well, Majinder Singh, He's done well with the ball, but not with the bat. The only man that was able to do any really contribution was once again Gurinder Singh, though he wasn't at his hard-hitting best. And that man Khawaja, he certainly was. He wasn't at his 100% best with the bat. He sort of got going a little bit more in this match, but looking forward to seeing more of these explosive shots as they come back into the quarterfinals. Well, this one was bowled exactly where Majinder Singh wanted it for this reverse Malachi. Hits it pretty well and pretty hard. He tried to do the same thing in the last ball of the innings, but wasn't able to do so. Remember, plenty of cricket coming your way tomorrow as we welcome 4 teams from Group B, and it's going to be the Stockholm Tigers starting off against the Stockholm Mumbai Indians. So that's going to be like a local derby, I suppose. And then
in a way. Yeah, look, we have seen those 2 teams before, and Master we've seen as well. Hammarby haven't seen on ECN, but here that they are a pretty good lineup. So join us for Group B. We'll get to see some brand new teams. And it starts all tomorrow at 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe, 12:30 p.m. in India. Thanks again for your company today on day 5, where we did settle the Group A standings. You can see there, Sachin Sharma, an entertaining day. He ends up going for 25 off 23. Just not quite able to go at the pace required. And he fell to a catch from his arch rival, Zishan Mahmood, who is his buddy. He can say that for the rest of the tournament. Gurinder Singh, once again, we saw him come out at number 4, just up 1 spot. 18 off 13 for him. Not too much else going on. Gosh, didn't really have a lot of success with the bat today. And look, one of the big differences, look at the extras. Only 3 extras. 2 of them were avoidables and a leg bye. That shows up in the bowling figures. A lot of good performers. Merchant 2 for 5, including a maiden. That's good going, isn't it? Also wickets for Asama Qureshi, Randhawa with 1, and Amir Khan with 1 as they shared it around. Even Zulfiqar got an over in the end as they were able to keep Indiska to a very low total of 63. Once again, I want to thank all of you out there for your company on a Friday where we had some issues with the weather, didn't we? But the good news is we got through all the fixtures. Group A, they provide a lot of entertainment for us, but now we can just relax and look forward to Group B.
Looking forward to it. Looking forward to seeing some of these teams. First time I would have seen them. And, well, if they excite us to wait. First of all, let's hope the weather's better.
Yeah.
I think we have better sunshine. We get more runs scored. But, yeah, looking forward to it.
Yeah, for sure. So, once again, you can go to our website, EuropeanCricket.com, check out the fixtures. And, of course, Group B is on the way, like we said. And, of course, you can go to our social media at European Cricket. Good things are happening there. And some of those moments are going viral, as you can imagine, from this week and some of the other series that we've done all around the place. And look, I hope everyone has a happy and safe evening. We've really enjoyed Group A. Looking forward to Group B, though. Always exciting when we see some new players out there and see what they can bring to the table.
Yeah, very exciting. Look, we've been really lucky with the conditions today. The forecast didn't look good. I think a lot of people, including a lot of the players, didn't think we were going to get the cricket in today. But we have. All matches completed. The first one was shortened.
Yeah.
But all matches completed, and I think the group... I think you got to, when you reflect back at some of the highlights and the way the group went, I think the best 4 teams are going through into the quarterfinals.
Yeah.
It's always sad to say goodbye to a team. So the Stockholm Titans, we won't see them again, but we wish them all the best for the rest of the season. And like I say, look forward to the start of Group B tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. And look, let's see in Group B if we see anyone that we think can challenge Albies Army. They were far and away the best team in Group A. Last time they were a bit underwhelming in the group stages, only winning 3 of their 8 matches. This time they went undefeated, 8-0, and they used something like 20 players or something like that and on the way to doing it, including using all 10 bowlers today. So that'll be an interesting one. Rico, we're going to go back and probably get a bit warmer as we get back to the hotel. Big thank you to everyone here, the Blue crew, all the officials, everyone that helped with the covers and everything like that, everyone that fed us, everyone that's been looking after us here. We do appreciate it. And all of our crew at Spring Productions. Luckily, no one got hit today, so that was very good. Although, I tell you what, the production van got a real rattling behind us.
There was a bump in the van, for sure.
But look, we're going to sign off now from Stockholm. From everyone here at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, this is Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Hope you have a happy and safe evening. We'll see you tomorrow. Group B is on the way, day 6. Be a super Saturday. See you tomorrow on ECN for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hasta mañana.
Adios, mi familia.
No matter race, sex, color, age. Stars of the future of European cricket are ready to take the stage. Bowls getting quicker with the kookaburra starting to swing. The keeper in your mind standing just behind. Pressure is creeping in. Some give it flight and some give it rip as the ball really starts to spin. But our batsman's alert with the crack of a bat. The ball flies over for 6. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Master blasters turn on the style. Cricket's a beautiful game. Smiling faces and celebrations as the champions enjoy their fame. European legends breaking records, making their own dreams come true. Watched by millions, European cricketers show the world what they can do. Now picture this, 10 runs needed to win off the last over of the match. Fielders are on fire, sliding and diving, want to take that world-class catch. Tension building as the ball runs in. Will it be short, a yorker or slow? A 6 will win it, 4 to tie into the golden ball we go. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got.
That's gone all the way over into the clubhouse and ordering a pint at the bar.
Hundreds of clubs all over Europe are coming together today. Thousands of cricketers want to be stars, show their talents when they play. We've got commentary, action-packed cricket frenzy. You're hooked, you can't deny. Worldwide audience watching to see which team will lift the cup up high. Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world